got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Lawal, had given an assurance there was a plan for the space and that it will not be left alone. He was quoted as saying that all shanties, dwellers, traders, settlers and abandoned vehicles under Obalende Bridge must vacate the area by Thursday afternoon on February 22, 2024, as enforcement will commence on the early hours of Friday, February 23. But the Commissioner has not kept to his words. Mr. Lawal stated that the government was set to sustain a clean and safe environment and that in a couple of months the Lagos State Parks and Gardens Agency, LASPAC, will move in after the deadline to commence work on beautifying and landscaping the Obalende, Akpongbo and Ebuteru under bridges. However, this reporter can confirm that commercial activities have returned to the area under the bridge, including joints for smokers and probable nighttime robbers. Settlers have started building structures, while ram traders have converted a portion of the space into a livestock market. Also, the drainage is filled with refuse of all sorts. When I contacted Gaji Tajuddin, the permanent secretary of the Lagos State Ministry of Environment, on the telephone, he said that the ministry was gathering funds to begin work there, adding that it was work in progress. Mr. Tajuddin stated that work will begin before the end of September, pointing that Lagosians should be best assured that the intruders will leave Obalende when the time came. When asked about the drainage, he advised that people should do more advocacy and caution the people throwing dirt into the drainage, pointing out that charity must begin at home. He called for the cooperation of the people in ensuring a clean and healthy environment that will be the pride of every Lagosian. But this is not new. The people at the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, led by Tokunbo Lawal, should do the needful and restore Obalende to its past and save us from this nuisance, this disgrace. Right in the middle of a center of excellence, government must keep to its promise to clean up Obalende. We are waiting. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
The city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17 May 1975 was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union (UPU) and an assistant inspector general police (AIG) in the Nigerian police force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Furs, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of those businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion in 2005 during the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with Duke Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IOTO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope and trust in the future, Igor plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsovereign moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of its crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration, this dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contract and base revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains: philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, SOUQ, based in France, topping the ranks of the Churchill 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch a Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Tupeni, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Igor remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Igor Charles Sanomi.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, revealing a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the chief executive officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Augmented reality (AR) is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most
SOUQ morning once more and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. My name is Hans Mba, and of course, as usual, we are excited. I am excited to have my usual anti-usualist guest. His name is none other than Dr. Idahosa Osamaze. Hello, doctor, this morning. How are you doing, sir?
Handsome, good Nigeria, good SOUQ. All things being equal, we are getting to greater heights.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And I love, is it the coffee or is it the plaid jacket? There's this ooziness of top-notch mental states with you.
Oh my God, I don't know what you have seen. Some people are not happy to see that I have a cup in front of me, but all the same, it's my cup.
Doc, you will pay for this advert you are doing on this show.
I don't mind to pay. Maybe we just do counterbalance. We put the bills on the ground so we can.
Doc, it's not a worrisome morning, but things have been happening all morning. People have been talking on air, off air about the current state of things, especially as regards to petrol. I know we had this conversation on Monday, and it just seems to get worse. As we go into the first headline on Business Day Nigeria, Tinubu's petrol subsidy gulps 15 trillion naira as scarcity worsens. Economists say subsidy is hurting government revenue. Doc, what's going on?
Yeah, it should hurt. Why? Because we have to cope with a lot of things at the moment. Businesses are trying to find fields. And what that means is that if government profit is going down, what government get from businesses also will go down. Yeah, as it is. But like Mr. President said, all this is anticipated. What are we looking for? We are looking for a new equilibrium.
Haven't we been looking for too long? A little too long?
Yeah, it seems too long. And this is really worried that people had complained in the past that the real problem in the sector was the fact that other players are not allowed to participate because there's a sole right given to NNPC to deal with this issue.
Yes.
And then government had gone ahead to liberalize that sector and to say NNPC is no longer the sole monopoly in that sector. Other players are given opportunity to participate. So now the key question here is for us to look at it. If other players are allowed to participate, why are we not getting the value which we desire? That is where the worry really is. We've seen the Dangote refinery. There's been a lot of back and forth as to whether crude was going to come. We saw NNPC give them some crude. They also imported some crude. Of course, the petrol has not gone into the market.
Why do you think that is? Because it's been again too long.
Yeah, but then it will take only Dangote to explain why. Of course, it's not selling petrol. You see, for me, really, it's not about the
price. Could it be frustration from the powers that be, or frustrations from, what's the better way to put it, from the regulators?
I don't think that should be. If you are buying a bottle of water on the street, you can pay 200 naira. But if you decide to buy it in a 4-star hotel, you can pay a little more.
A lot more, actually.
If you get to a 7-star hotel, the price gets bigger and better. So that is what it is. So that people who cannot stay with what is normal can decide to pay for luxury. So I will prefer to stay a minute in a petrol station, get my fuel and get going, rather than wait on a long queue, waste time, waste energy, waste resources, just to buy something relatively cheaper. So, and I think those options should be in the market, that people are allowed to sell petrol at whatever rate they buy. And if that is a fundamental that is driving the market, you will see that we will have alternatives. As it is now, you see people go queue, take fuel in the night in keg. In short, I had an experience this morning. One old man on the road telling me that a 25-liter keg is for 45,000. Now, if I was desperate, I could buy.
Yes.
And that's over 2,000 naira per liter. So that's an opportunity for people to have alternative. I was arguing somewhere yesterday. You see, if you don't want to pay low price, you can pay premium.
Right.
So it's as simple as that. So people should be given the opportunity to get premium. And if that market is diversified, it is now my choice as a person whether to get to the street to get a bottle of water, or to go to a 4-star hotel or a 7-star hotel. And that will depend on my ability to afford the luxury. Now, and I think if the market of petrol is allowed to operate this way, that people can sell as they buy, then of course we will get off this trouble. But unfortunately, there is this argument that of course petrol should become a social service. In other words, government must continue to see how to subsidize it so that people can buy it very cheap. But I don't think that argument for me is really sustainable. Because why people are arguing on this side of the divide that, oh, sell petrol cheap so that we can buy it cheap at our current salary. On the other hand, they are also negotiating salary increment. So these are issues that are very contradictory in terms.
Well, Doc, it brings me to the question I wanted to ask. I wanted you to land on your what you were saying. So for us now, I know in other climes there's premium petrol, then there's the other one, that 2 other levels. Does it apply here? Are people doing? Do we have the opportunity to purchase premium petrol, and do we know which is which?
Yeah, the market should naturally determine that. On Saturday, I was driving home. I saw queues on both sides.
We know there's bastardized petrol, there's dirty petrol.
Yeah,
but premium,
we
don't know.
We don't know because really, of course, that of course should be the problem of the regulators, as it were, who should be able to put
premium. You can buy on this side, premium,
and we understand that. Of course, so people are buying low cheap petrol, and there's also a premium, and you can really, because the authorities must be alive to their responsibility in that regard to determine who is selling premium product or who is selling a low-end product. But you see, for me, is if I decide to buy premium, I go for premium. Even if I want to pay a high price. See, because it's just like also what they're talking about, privatization of roads all across the globe. If you look at the way these things are structured, what people do is that they create roads and say this road is tolled with a sign on it. If you drive on this road, you are going to pay toll. But you have an alternative. Either you stay on the bad road or you stay on a long queue.
So that choice is yours. So you have alternative.
That same vein, I think we should we may want to apply that for.
Yeah, and I think that is the only way, because until you democratize the market, people won't find value.
True.
And that's always been my argument. Yeah, okay, NNPC can decide to sell petrol as social service. But the question, which of course that is begging for an answer, is the fact that the government also had given license to about 8 dealers to import fuel.
New or standing?
Many of them are recent. Now, these guys, what's really happening? Why are they not bringing in fuel? So we must go to the root. Do a serious root cause analysis on why fuel is always like this. You know, yesterday, I was just trying to play the devil advocate, and I was saying, could this also be a scenario planning?
Right.
Oh, yes, of course, that we have gotten to a point that every time we are thinking of price increment, we create some level of confusion. And so people get used to the confusion, and then we top the price. You see, so these are all kind of guesses that all of us are putting in our heart because we really don't know what is happening. And this is because the really so principal in this matter, who are the regulators, are not even talking.
They're mute. It is such a sad situation. What to know about $500 million domestic dollar bond? Look, this bond is 5-year-old, and they're talking about 8.5% interest rates on this bond. You want to shed more light about how it works?
Well, it's when you are selling dollar in a devaluated currency environment, you understand that you have set of targeted people at heart. And the key question is that, are you sure that these people are willing to play in that field? And this is, again, one issue that, of course, that we also must understand that, do I want to subscribe to the dollar bond, or should I just do arbitrage with the dollar in my hand, which will make more money?
The latter.
8.5% is small compared to the cashing out that is happening in the alternative market.
With the BDC.
Oh, yeah, so many people will want to cash out and stay with the bond. So somehow we must also look at the environment where we are pushing some narrative and see whether people are willing to put that in. But I think this is to also encourage some people, especially those in the diaspora, to see whether we can bring in more dollar into the economy and make it more liquid. People have access to dollar, then they can import and do all manners of things. You see, again, we go back to the same issue. Because if you are selling dollar at 1,500 or 1,560 or 1,600, depending on where you're buying, and of course, you cannot even take the volume you want to do business from the bank at once, then of course, you have to go source your dollar. Now, if you source your dollar to import something, it will be immoral for a regulator to tell you how much you will sell that thing.
Oh, yes.
Because you have to sell it at your landing cost.
Right. More on that headline on page 32. Next headline, this one catches my eye because we've talked about this for a while, and we've also mentioned how a ton of monies we are missing out from as a nation. How we are facilitating the $100 billion opportunity in the creative industry. How we are facilitating $100 billion opportunity in the creative industry.
We're saying this.
Musawa. And it's on page 4, by the way. Okay. So interested parties, go check it out and get the full juice.
Yeah. I think the creative industry really had been doing hugely in recent time. there are very few countries that will beat Nigerian to it in that particular industry.
Right.
We have a lot of creative young minds, talented people. It's so amazing that all across Africa, Nigerian skit makers are making so much huge wave and they enjoy a lot of following.
True.
From Asia to Europe to...
And it translates to cash.
Well, yeah, of course, those things bringing cash to the people who are able to be. This is where we really are in the new age, in the age of innovation and creativity. People are looking for alternative means to raise livelihood. And this creative industry is just open. And that's one thing that, of course, our teeming youth must take advantage of because it's an opportunity.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I was saying to some young people on Sunday that, look, understand that the traditional ways of making money are getting out of date. And that's why you are seeing that a whole lot of companies are shrinking. They're not making as much profit as they used to. Take, for example, if you get into the soft drink business, because of the health consciousness somehow, a lot of people are resorting to what they call natural alternatives. There's a lot of blending of fruits and the rest of things going on, and that is taking a whole lot chunk of the market. It's just that nobody is studying it to see what chunk is taking it from the real big market. So people who are within the dairy industry, soft drink industry, of course, will lose a whole lot because there are so many alternatives right now that people are opting for.
True.
All of a sudden, things like tiger nuts are becoming a very expensive drink in the environment, and people prefer it because they love the natural sugar than the granulated sugar that is in the soft drink and things like this. So what you see in those companies, they'll be contracting.
True.
So these are issues, and you're seeing a whole lot of retrenchment going on all around the space because the economy is changing in dynamics. But you see this creative industry,
it's a cash cow.
Oh, yes. It keeps life going.
And not just the skit makers, like you rightly pointed out, the musicians as well.
As well, yeah.
The actors.
Yeah.
See all the new movies that are coming out on the streaming platforms. And that's money for the producers and the directors.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing stuff. We need to cash in on that industry.
Oh, yeah.
On to Business Daily in Kenya. We're looking at the first headline. Banks step up the battle for rich churches' billions. Banks step up the battle for rich churches' billions. Doug.
Yeah. If industry is not giving you money, you look for where the money is.
And what if looking for where the money is not according to rule of law?
There's no rule of law here. It's church. Church, they are making so much money now. Businesses are folding up and churches are emerging in their place. So bank should be chasing church.
Why I ask the question is, you haven't been chasing them before now. Why are you chasing the churches now?
That's where the money is.
The money has always been there, Doc.
Yeah, but you see, it's not as evident as it is today because for a quite period of time, churches been treated as NGOs and they are seen as not for profit. And you remember those parables they say church rat, which is always the man is as poor as a church rat because the church was seen not to have money.
Right.
But now, when you say a man is a church rat, it's no longer a symbol of poverty.
It's a different picture.
Yeah, because the church rats are fatter now and they are looking more fresh and robust. So that's where the real money is because businesses, again in Africa, are not doing excellently very well. But you see the difference here. It's also to look at it. I was reading an article the other day that I think it was the month of May or June. Paul Kagame had to shut about 5,000 churches in Rwanda. Oh yes.
For what
because it said, of course, one, noise pollution. He talks about the indecent place of worship. And so the big ones are the ones that are really playing it big. And people are going in there and the bank should be their patron.
Look, do you know what's even more intriguing? See what it says here. It says Equity and KCB, that's Kenya Central Bank, the move to hire bishops, priests as managers, and lenders bet on tithe offerings, investments to grow their deposits in their banks.
Yeah. It's a strategy. But you also remember some time ago, even in this our country, where, of course, if you have to be employed in a bank, you must have an uncle who is going to pledge a deposit.
True. It's
same strategy.
It's still on.
Same strategy. Because all they're asking you is that, yeah, we'll give you employment, but you have to bring deposit.
Bring their
Now, for you bringing deposit, it has to be who you know. So you must be able to say, okay, I have an uncle who has so much money. If I join, I'll be able to put the money in here and say, okay, come and join. Go and bring it. So we put you on that probation and see whether you're able to bring the money. So the strategy is almost the same thing, that you have somebody who has a lead to a business and you are riding on that lead to get the business. So if a bishop is your manager, for example, then of course he's there to prevail on his general overseer to say, well, okay, you see, I see what I do, and I work I do. You can't leave me to go put money elsewhere.
Look, like we said, right? Like we said, so there's no morality in business anymore.
Yeah. Whether you call it morality,
because if the bishop is now being put in as representatives in banks, as managers and stuff, because of the deposit they'll bring in the huge capital, what happens to the guy that's qualified, whereby the bishop isn't qualified per se, or has no qualifications in that regards?
Yeah, but you see, it is also to look at it from a different perspective. And you are saying, what will you prefer? You get somebody who qualifies, who cannot bring a deposit, and then the bank run aground after paying salary for some certain period of time, or you get somebody who have access to deposits and then is able to bring the cash. These are business decisions.
Doc, that's an unfair example. That is so not fair. That is so not fair. But I guess it's what it is. Next headline: strong shilling lifts multinationals' dividends income from NSE, their stock exchange. Strong shillings. 2 days ago, we're talking about the shilling not being strong. How come this is happening? Does it happen that quickly?
Yeah, but this is
overnight.
No. You see, as currency fluctuates, depending on how you are hedging your fund, it will determine whether you are making loss or profit.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Now, if the dollar, for example, appreciates now, those who are having their fund hedged in dollars, they are still having more dollars in their hand. So you can recalculate their wealth. And I think these are the things. So currency in Africa has remained so much unstable. It's moving from one end to the other. And as the currency moves, you can determine the actual profitability of the business or the losses of that business. So what you're seeing here is as the shilling strengthens, then of course you find that those who have hedged their investments in shillings, of course, are having really stronger investments against the USD. Now, if it's weakening, then of course you'll be making some losses against the USD. I think that's just the extrapolations that is being inferred here.
Okay. Next headline, still on Business Daily Kenya. Pension scheme squeeze returns from rising interest rates. And if you read a bit down, it talks about the people that are feeling the squeeze the most are the locals due to higher interest rates. Pension.
Yeah.
Is this something that's still big around here? Like, I know across board they're different. It speaks. Over here, it's neither here nor there, because only some people are doing pension schemes for their workers.
Yeah, and I think that's actually unfair, because and I think it should really become a national policy that everybody who works to some extent must have some resource invested in their future. except that, of course, you are able to encash it and enable the worker or the employee to be able to do investment and saving for himself. And I think it was because of that that the Pension Act 2004 was initiated to see how we can get involved in contributory pension, where people who are working make contribution, and then the employer also makes some contributions, which total about 15% of your salary for the month, and then is kept with a certain institution that are expected to help you grow that resource, so that when you retire, you have something to fall back on, because as you get older, you become weaker. Your ability to be able to make more money is also constraining. So you have to rely now on the one you have done while you were a lot more younger. But the huge challenge here is the fact that, like some people have argued, until people start to take the pension, we will know the value of what has been saved for them in the last 13 or 14 years. But if we see that those who are doing pensions and they are making some good gains, and I think it's commendable, as we see in Kenya today.
Yes, it is. We'll take a short break. It's still SOUQ News. And when we return, we'll jump right onto other publications. Stay here with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome right back. It's still SOUQ Business Landscape on SOUQ News Television. We're still here masticating on business headlines from across the world. I'm here with my guest analyst, the usual Dr. Idahosa Osamanze is here as well. So we'll jump right on to Financial Times. We're going to the North Americas. So in the US, we're looking at dollar hammered as investors await Powell's route map for Fed rate cuts. So they talk about the lowest level they have ever been on this year. That's what's happening. They're talking about sell-off that's echoing the fade. And the eyes on Jackson Hole and the carry trade reversal fuels the fall. Dollar seems to be in trouble, though.
Well, I don't think there's any more news as far as I'm concerned.
The number one currency in the world.
And I think the real issue here is the expectations of people to see whether the American economy is actually heading toward recession. And that will depend on the decision that the Federal Reserve is going to take, whether to lower rates or to increase rates. So these are signs, would they call it the signs of the end times?
Oh, Lord. There you go again, Doc.
That we hope that the world is not plunging into another huge recession, that will have a crumbling effect on all global economy. So that's why people are looking at what the Federal Reserve is going to do. But in my thinking, I feel that there's a whole lot of arm twisting that is going on. People really don't know what to do anymore to gain the trustworthiness of people in terms of managing rates and inflation. It's even worse off for Americans today, really, because they are on the eve of their presidential elections, and which comes up in November. So if the economy is not showing some signs of resilience, of course, you know what that would make could be a regime change.
Wow. Well, you put it lightly. There's a regime change that's coming up. We look forward to it. So this one is interesting. U.S. takes fresh line in Africa. So it's talking real project. Now, a little excerpt from the article. It says, while China is viewed as Africa's most influential financer, thanks to its $1 trillion Belt and Road Initiative, the U.S. is rushing to play catch-up, right? Further down, it says, now the U.S. is attempting to emulate China's success by revitalizing Lobito Corridor, which is a 100-year-old rail line that will transport critical minerals from Central Africa, Copper Belt, to Europe and to the US. Doc, is this something to worry about?
No, it's not. You see, like they say, the more the merrier.
Does it always apply?
Oh yes, the more the merrier. What you're seeing?
Too many cooks spoil the broth. So if, if it's more than one cook,
yeah, of course, you have the opportunity to have the taste of everything, and then you can synthesize that. Really,
okay.
You see, but the beauty here, for me, is to look at
the opportunity
that is being created for Africa, for example.
Is it?
Yes, of course. That's the beauty of competition. So we become the bride.
Oh Lord.
And the suitors are running after us.
That is not a good picture.
And as the suitors are running after us, our choice will be dependent on who in our rating.
Who's richer?
We give more meaningful life. I don't want to use the word richer.
Who's treating the bride better?
That is what it is going to be. So Africa now can have the opportunity to negotiate. And then, of course, not negotiating from the point of weakness, but from the point of strong. Because we have to also be mindful, because when two elephants are fighting, the grass necessarily may suffer.
That's true. Elephants, please don't fight. Keep us in mind, the grass. Next headline, Chinese-made Teslas face 19% tariffs in EU after Brussels probe into subsidies. Chinese-made Teslas, 1 point, 19% tariffs in EU, another one. So Brussels is planning to hit Tesla cars imported into the EU from China with tariffs of 19%, which is extra. Why are they hitting the Chinese-made Teslas with that much, should I say, tariff? 19%, that's huge. Is it because it's coming from China? What's the issue here? What do you think the issue is here, Doc?
Yeah, but you see, it's that trade ongoing war between the West and China.
Electric vehicles, but because one of the issue is Tesla is American made.
Yes.
Now they're talking about Chinese-made Teslas, and they're putting 19% tariffs.
Yeah, well, it's seen as a Chinese product, as it were, because it's contributing to the GDP of China. So what really is at stake here is the geopolitics that is playing out. And you must understand it. And don't also forget that where does Tesla stand in this election? You know, Tesla, Elon Musk, who for the first time in history has openly declared for a candidate in the US election. And the candidate is not the one currently in power.
And I read somewhere that people are saying that he's telling that candidate the role he wants to play, like in office.
So whatever it is, it's all count to tell you that politics is not as clean as it were. So the hygiene we often talk about sometimes are clothed in very beautiful and coat of many colors.
Also on the side, still briefing, Swedish interest rates cuts. Watchdogs eye 7-Eleven. Kiev hits at Russian church. Bronfman sweetens offer Of course, the billionaire Edgar Bronfman raises $5.5 billion. It's a last-minute offer for buying Paramount. That's the movie company. That's another money spinner as well. Pyongyang soldier flees. U.S. shifts on plastic. We'll come to the tail end of the show today. Wanted to run through all that so we would have an insight and see the headlines that are interesting to us and where we can find them and what publications. We are still SOUQ News Television. The show is SOUQ Business Landscape, where we look at business headlines from across the globe and as it pertains to us and how Africa, Nigeria, can use what is useful and discard what isn't. My name is Hans Mba. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for more programming on SOUQ News Television. Have a lovely morning.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
With 68 million cases of malaria reported annually in the country, an estimated 194,000 deaths are responsible for about 30% of the global burden of the disease. In today's News Talk, we look at the necessity to rethink the programs of government on how to eliminate malaria in Nigeria and the whole of Africa. When a country carries this kind of burden, it is imperative for that country to acknowledge and indeed reject such an unviable record. And this can only be achieved through focused and sustainable actions that will ultimately bring the frightening statistics down. Shareholders have attributed the country's failure to tame the scourge to sufficient funds and commitment of government. If Nigerians can easily recollect any program designed to confront malaria, they will want to at least remember the African Summit on Rollback Malaria in Abuja, popularly known as Abuja Declaration Rollback Malaria Program, launched with fanfare in 2000. 24 years after, we hardly hear of the initiative, despite some successes that it has recorded, especially by the way of funding, both for domestic sources and international donors. It has gone the way of many other government agencies and initiatives in other sectors. As the saying goes, you cannot be doing the same thing the same way and expect a different result. If malaria is still as prevalent in the country today, despite various governments' efforts to eliminate or at least reduce it to the barest minimum in the last 70 years, then a rethink of what governments have been doing so far without much result is imperative, with a view to giving way to new initiatives that will change the narrative. We must reimagine and root our approaches that has so far defined government interventions over the years. Nigeria and African countries and the global malaria community must also reinvest approaches to address the constraints that prevent efficient delivery of existing effective key malaria control strategies and forthcoming innovations and tools for the country of the disease have evolved both in quality and quantity over the years. Aside from imagining and reinventing approaches to fighting malaria, we must accept the simple fact that malaria is a multi-sectoral problem rather than merely seen as a health issue. As far as the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. In this wise, we must tackle malaria from the very source. Drainages must continue to flow to prevent water from being stagnant, so mosquitoes will take advantage of the stagnant waters. There must be collaboration among the various ministries of health and environment. Contributory factors such as inappropriate dropping of garbage must be checked to prevent blockage of drainages. This implies that environmental laws must be strictly enforced among several factors. It must also dawn on African leaders that malaria is basically an African problem, and research efforts on it must be intensified in the region in the quest to change the narrative. There is nothing wrong in Nigeria taking the lead in this regard, but the government must be ready to fund the efforts. The government must be ready to intensify enlightenment programs on prevention rather than cure of the disease. Failure to meet the financial stipulations of the Abuja summit by many countries has to give way to improved funding if Africans are to witness a drastic reduction in deaths caused by malaria. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
The city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17 May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union (UPU) and an Assistant Inspector General Police (AIG) in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Furs, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of these businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion in 2005 during the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with Duke Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IOTO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope and trust in the future, Igor plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsovereign moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of his crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration. This dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contracts and based revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains: philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, SOUQ, based in France, topping the ranks of the SOUQ 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch or Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Tupeni, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Igor remains committed to growing his
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange shaping policy, advancing development.
A very good morning. Thank you for joining us here on the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Temitope Omole. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, recorded a remarkable $553 million in remittance inflows in July, marking a 130% increase compared to July 2023. This figure represents the highest monthly total on record, reflecting the CBN's ongoing efforts to enhance liquidity in Nigeria's foreign exchange market. According to CBN spokesperson Akama Sidi Ali, this growth is driven by policies such as licensing new international money transfer operations, implementing a willing buyer, willing seller model, and enabling timely access to Naira liquidity for IMTOs. The CBN aims to double formal remittance receipts within a year, bolstering public confidence in the foreign exchange market. The recent data showing a slowdown in headline inflation is further evidence of the success of these measures. The Naira depreciated to 1,610 Naira per dollar in the parallel markets, down from 1,600 on Monday, August 21, 2024. In the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, NAFEM, the Naira also fell to 1,592 Naira 6 kobo per dollar from 1,579 Naira 22 kobo, showing a 12 Naira 84 kobo drop. Data from the Financial Market Infrastructure Group Warehousing, FMGQ, revealed a 6.5% decline in the dollar turnover in NAFEM, with $152.26 million traded compared to $162.99 million on Monday. This depreciation narrowed the margin between parallel markets and NAFEM rates to 17 Naira 94 kobo per dollar. The ongoing decline in the Naira reflects persistent pressures on Nigeria's foreign exchange markets. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has successfully repaid 60% of a $1.036 billion loan secured in September 2021 to finance a 20% stake in the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals Free Zone Enterprise DPRP FCE. As of December 31, 2023, NNPCL has paid $625 million of the principal amount, leaving a $424 million balance. The loan, detailed in NNPCL's 2023 financial statement, was secured through a forward sale agreement with Lekki Refinery Funding Limited at an interest rate of 3 months LIBOR plus 6.125%. Following restructuring under the Petroleum Industry Act, NNPCL's equity interest in DPRP FZE now stands at 7.25%. The Dangote Refinery, located in Lagos, aims to become Africa's largest oil refinery. The United States has announced a $27 million humanitarian aid package for Nigeria, a key part of its $536 million commitment to sub-Saharan Africa. Unveiled by Uzra Zeya, Under Secretary of State for Civilian Security, Democracy and Human Rights, the aid will support vulnerable populations across Nigeria and the continent. U.S. Ambassador Richard Mills emphasized the aid's significance, reflecting America's dedication to helping Nigeria confront challenges such as food insecurity and climate change impacts. The funds will be distributed through the State Department's Bureau of Population, Refugees and Migration and USAID's Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance. This initiative is part of the broader U.S. Humanitarian Assistance Plan, which has allocated nearly $3.7 billion to sub-Saharan Africa in the 2024 fiscal year. Oil prices remained steady as Brent crude traded at $77.76 per barrel and WTI at $73.74 per barrel. Persistent weak demand from China has pressured prices, with the country's crude imports from Russia falling 7.4% year-on-year in July, marking the lowest level since September 2022. Lee Zingan, a financial market strategist at XNest, attributes this decline to sluggish domestic fuel demand and a slowdown in China's economic growth, exacerbated by a real estate crisis, while recent ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas have ceased some supply concerns. Ongoing Middle East tensions continue to pose risk to the oil markets. That's the size of our package for this morning. Many thanks for watching. I am Tim Sokwe Omole. Please stay tuned for more programming from our end.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well, ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company, mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
According to the Bureau of Statistics data, this growth underscores the expansion of the Nigerian movie, music, arts and entertainment industries, which have grown by 152.79% year-on-year over the past decade. From a gross domestic product (GDP) contributing of 288.31 billion naira at the first quarter of 2014, the arts, entertainment, recreation, motion picture, sound recording and music production industries grew to 728.80 billion naira as of first quarter of this year. The NBS aggregates numbers for the sector from revenue generated total sales, from the number of movies and sound recording produced, including revenue generated from TV rights, royalties and fees. The sector, which is part of a broader service sector, has become a major contribution to the country's overall GDP. The first top sectors are arts, entertainment and recreation, information and communication, construction, accommodation and food services, and water supply, sewage, waste management and remediation. Nigeria's entertainment scene has benefited from a boom in new content driven by increased investments, a growing cinema culture and rising streaming services. The popularity of music genres like Afrobeat has also contributed to it in 2023. Statista reported that the sector's revenue grew from $26 million in 2014 to $34 million in 2018, with projections reaching $44 million in 2023. A 2023 report by the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry revealed that the music revenue in Nigeria and other sub-Saharan African countries grew by 24.7%, driven by a surge in paid streaming revenues, which climbed 24.5%. This growth is attributed to the global appeal of the Afrobeat genre and the international success of Nigerian artists. PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, in its Global Entertainment and Media Outlook for 2022 to 2026, identified Nigeria's media and entertainment industry as one of the fastest growing creative industries in the world. PwC projected an annual consumer growth rate of 8.8% for the sector and highlighted its potential to grow export earnings significantly, which is estimated will reach $1 billion soon. I am Bayo Olaoye. Governor Uzodinma argued that civil education must be a cornerstone of the efforts of government, pointing out that the schools will promote civic responsibility and patriotism by teaching children about the country's history, culture, and values. They will also learn about the courageous acts and symbols of resistance against economic and some social political oppression. Governor Uzodinma was of the view that by understanding our past, we will be better equipped to shape the future. He pointed out that the national unity and inclusivity were paramount in the quest to revive patriotism, adding that Nigeria's diversity should be a source of strength and not a source of weakness, stressing that across all sectors, the government must prioritize policies that ensure social justice for all citizens regardless of their background. Governor Uzodinma stressed that Nigeria must strengthen its national symbols and traditions, pointing out that the national flag and pledge should be recognized and promoted as national symbols and powerful reminders of our collective identity and values. He remarked that Nigeria should restore and promote the old tradition of regular and purposeful use of the anthem and pledge in schools, public institutions, and at community events. Governor Uzodinma added that the media and public figures played crucial roles in shaping the country's national narrative, stating that Nigerians should work closely with the media to highlight positive stories of patriotism, civic engagement, and national achievement.
Is that the issue of patriotism among citizens is currently on the front burner of conversations on how countries can overcome their challenges and attain greatness. This may have informed the decision of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFI, who recently ordered the Ministry of Information and National Orientation to find ways to raise the feelings of patriotism among Nigerians. Personally, I've read many articles and listened to many commentaries on the issue of declining patriotism among Nigerians. One of such articles, the desertion of Nigeria by Nigerians, lack of patriotism, or a need for a better life.
Governor Uzodinma pointed out that we also must consider how far the nation was driven by merit in our public and private life, adding that the nation was not likely merit-driven, which was its major bane. In his remarks, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State commended Governor Uzodinma for improving the social, economic well-being of the people of Imo State, adding that the partnership between Imo and Lagos States will continue. The event was attended by different traditional rulers across the country, including the Oni of Ife, Oba Elegushi, Oba Oniru, captains of industry, the diplomatic corps, politicians, as well as the governor of Ekiti State, Governor Dapo Yebanji, and the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Mr. Uche Unanji. I am Bayo Olawi, reporting for SOUQ News. The Nigerian Civil Service, which is the hub of internal administration in government, is faced with an existential crisis in many fronts. Essentially, there's a problem of trust and confidence, as well as bureaucratic bottlenecks that lead to inefficiency, ineptitude, and redundancy. Many Nigerians now perceive the Nigerian civil service as a relic of the growing, outdated Weberian bureaucratic model of public administration. The Federal Civil Service Commission
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Hello, good morning and welcome to your program, Early Exchange. It's a beautiful, beautiful Wednesday on the side. This happens to be Lagos, Africa's most beautiful city. And this is SOUQ News, where we are all about positive programming. My name is Chooks John Rogers. Chooks, so hey, don't be shocked that you're seeing my face on Early Exchange. You're welcome. Now, today we will be talking about climate change, but not in the side you know or what you're thinking about. You're looking at the finance part of it. And that's what we're heading to today. We are going to somewhere that some good, beautiful news is coming out from. For those that know, COP is coming very soon. We ask questions. What happened to the last one? 29. who is going, who is not going. 28, what happened? But now we're looking at financing. And ADB, Asian Development Bank, they've done something that is new, something that is worth emulating. Something that it's going to spark a whole lot of fire, and people will catch up with time. And we are talking about the Asian Development Bank, and they've made a significant stride in promoting sustainable finance. And as we speak right now, they are investing a little over 15 million in sustainable bonds, and this is going to be issued in a very beautiful country called Georgia. Yes, you heard us right, and this is like the very first time. We'll get to talk about this particular event and talk about this side of it. Then we'll also see how is it going to trickle down to Europe, mind you, East Asia. Then how is Asia also going to take it? To what extent is this funding, these bonds, going to profit those that will be buying, those that will be investing, and what exactly is going to come out from this trend? People are always looking for how do we finance what's happening in the sustainability space sector. Now, for those that might not understand, whether we like it or not, we must take action. Now, whether we also like it or not, there is a problem. And when there is a problem, which means there is going to be a solution. And with solution comes industries. People pay for it, be it energy, be it desertification, be it agriculture, be it the oil and gas, whatever form that we are going to find solutions as it concerns sustainability and the environment, an industry is being born. So some other people will have to change, some other people will have to grow, some other people will have to move. An industry will grow. People that are ready will take advantage and make profit. It's a race. It's always a race. But for today, we're going to deal on the financing coming from ADB, Asian Development Bank, and we have an expert to shed more light on this particular topic, on this particular side of financing that is taking a new turn. Your Excellencies, please join me as I welcome Brian Owino. He is a climate finance expert, and he'll be joining us on Early Exchange this morning. Brian, good morning. How are you doing?
Me here for this particular discussion. Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good morning to you. Thank you for inviting me to this discussion. It's very timely, especially now that we are approaching COP29 and are trying to address issues around climate finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I always love it when I see my brothers talking about either of the COP from 28 to 29. It's not long ago when we came back from 28, Dubai, and now we're talking about 29. Before we talk about this money and the bond and what it's going to bring to the table and the possibilities, can we talk about the finances that came out of 28? Did Africa really get a bit of it? Those contracts that were signed, those MOUs that were signed, did Africa contribute much and get something out of it?
Well, thank you. Yeah, well, in the last COP, what we saw is that there was a lot of conversation revolving around loss and damage fund, but then there's still a lot of discussions on how we can pull private sector financing and other forms of finances that are needed to facilitate and drive climate resilience, especially amongst vulnerable communities and in emerging markets such as sub-Saharan Africa. And we hope that probably from the discussions that will approach in COP29 will even strengthen these further, so that we see more financing just beyond the 100 billion that is committed from the developed nations. We hope to see that there are more legal frameworks that can come from the national, governments in order to allow private capital to flow in financing climate resilience as well as mitigation side.
I like it when you mention figures. Now let's go back to that same figure you mentioned, 100 billion. Has it been paid out? Has any country come out to say, okay, good, we've gotten a percentage, 10%, 100%, whatever? Has we seen that money being paid out? Let's not. But have we
Well,
seen that
this
money
is
being
very
paid out? I like the smile on your face.
well. This smile is not any good news, but this means that there's a lot going on during negotiations. The commitment of 100 billion US dollars annually is far from reach, but even as we advance further, as we go towards 2030, the cost of adaptation, for instance, the cost of building resilience amongst vulnerable communities is becoming more expensive. So the longer we wait, the cost of making the small-scale farmers, the cost of making our infrastructure more resilient is becoming more expensive. So, as we see, how the finance is flowing, and this data you can find it from the Climate Policy Initiative, an institution that has been tracking how climate finance flows. Much of this data is either coming in as debt, debt financing, especially for developing countries, which still the mark of 100 billion USD per year is far from reach, and there's still a push to make sure that this is within reach. But just one comment on that: in as much as we look at the $100 billion from US billion dollar from the developed countries, there's the need also to highlight the essence and the role that private sector can play, and this is where the capital markets such as green bonds come in to fit into the segments and the areas where we need much finance, especially in the form of the different forms such as grants, such as loans, and what can drive the capital markets to invest more in more sustainable development, infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, the funny side of it is conversation leads to conversation. I really have a whole lot of things I want to talk about on this particular bond, but hey, as it is right now, I still want to ask you this. Do you think this 100 billion or any other one that will be added to it should be based on debt financing? If you are the one negotiating for Africa, or let's say negotiating for your home country, will you base that money on debt financing?
Well, I think just to highlight a bit, there's the concept of common but differentiated responsibilities, which came way before the Paris Agreement, and this was highlighting the differences that exist on how emissions, how the history of emissions within the climate space. So, coming from from a continent where we emit less than 4% or less than 3%. And there's much of impact in terms of climate climate impacts around critical sectors like food security. I think coming from the expert view, there's really need to to advance and to whoever was responsible for this to take it. But then that doesn't mean we can also sit back and not take actions. All hands are needed here on deck to make sure that we address the impacts of climate change, because our people, our farmers are experiencing this. In 2022, for example, in Nigeria, there was a huge flooding in the country, but these are things that we need to address by structuring resilient infrastructure. So going to the tables, whoever is negotiating and whoever is speaking about this type of financing should really go there and we structure different forms of financial instruments, because already our economies have a lot of burdens in terms of debt. So the more we take more debt, it really results into other unintended impacts, for example, in inflation, and makes the economy even not really get on track in terms of addressing issues like poverty. So I believe that there are other forms that can best serve us, serve the continent. And when we go to negotiations and we go to speak, we really need to be very careful on what types of deals we get into and how best to address financial needs and financial gaps that exist within the continent as a whole.
Thank you very much, Brian. Now let's go straight to this bond. This is more of a new trend that we're seeing right now. We are used to getting to see, be it other continents, pledge. Because for now, that is majorly what we get to see. They make a pledge and say, okay, good, we will give this. There is this taxing that has been there based on your emission. Now, for that particular taxing, there is a body that does the collection. We hope to have a site one day where we can always at end of every month get to see what is collected or who emits what. Now we know who emits what, but we still know that the UN and those big committee control, and Africa has no say. Me and you has no say. So now let's get to this particular bond. This is something new. Do you see this trend catching fire? When I mean catch fire, do you see it increasing? $20 million, people will say is not that much, but it's still something. This is new. Asian Development Bank. Georgia, you get, okay, Georgia is part of Europe, is part of Asia. This is very new. Now they are selling bonds. Someone will get to buy. People will make profit at the end of the day, but it's geared towards effectively financing climate change. It will get to a particular place. We'll get to see. Maybe they have not given us those particular details. But do you see this catching fire across beyond Georgia, beyond Asia, getting to other European nations? Let's leave Africa for now. We do the taking. Do you see it catching fire?
Yes. Well, green bonds, all these types of financial instruments have really gained traction, especially in the developed countries. And this is because, if you remember so well, there is the context of ESG funds and there's the context of sustainable development goals. And these are very critical pathways in order to address the inequalities that we see globally. Coming from Asia, coming from Europe, we are going to see these things advancing further. And we already have much of it happening in this continent rather than the African context where it's less than 3%. So there's really need to advance this further, and we will see this growing more and more, especially on the role of private financing or public financing. But we'll also talk about the different sources of financing that can come in within the capital markets to support these sustainability bonds.
Amidst the list, if we put every continent and look at their emission rate, we emit the least. But unfortunately, it looks like we are suffering the most, thanks to those that have industrialized way far before us. Now, if we look at this investment, if we look at this financing, how can we be able to say, okay, let's make it very transparent, whereby we know the projects, the communities that really need this financing, and not just good articulated projects and good memo or paper submitted and these finances are given? How can we be able to separate the chaff?
Thank you. You are getting to the core of it. Thank you very much. I think the most important thing is policy frameworks or legal frameworks that guide how these bonds are issued, as well as how we measure, monitor, and track impacts. So the purpose of sustainability bond or green bonds is to ensure that sustainable development goals or particular impacts are achieved from these finances. This is why they are issued, and they should be able to reach the intended purpose. And one way to do this is to adopt and ensure that international frameworks or the guidelines that are issued either at national levels are followed and each of the boxes are ticked. So there's a criteria to avoid issues like greenwashing, for instance. That is a critical thing that should be considered at the company portfolio. Then secondly is sustainability reports or reporting so that this is made transparent. For example, in EU, we see this mandatory requirement to report on performance of this, these funds or this, this type of financial instruments. So this should be strengthened, made public, and the investors themselves should be able to see, so that whenever there's an investment channeled, it goes to the right projects. And this should be measurable, which is a keyword. It should be measurable. The impact can be verifiable to avoid most of the issues we see around, these bonds, such as greenwashing.
At government, this is coming from Asian Development Bank, but the bank itself in Georgia, basics, it's a private institution, it's a commercial bank. Now let's look at this government commercial bank and private initiative. how can other governments, even the one that where it's coming from right now, create environments to make this not just a one-off, but something that can grow beyond what it is right now? African governments too, if possible.
Yes, thank you. This is very possible because in the form of these international frameworks, much of this under the Paris Agreement need to be adopted, nationally. And this is because each of the countries that are signatories to the UN need to pursue the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So by having a more robust, a more clear legal structures, for example, incentives and creating policies that drive and allow the capital markets to work appropriately. And this is the first step. The first step is to ensure that there's an enabling environment where private capital and as well as the different financial sector players can actively participate in raising funds for sustainable development, the social projects, as well as the green projects. That is things like green energy, for example, just to strengthen the grid and ensure that there's stable electricity supply to the people, to the schools for children going to school, and so forth. These are the roles of these types of bonds. So what governments need to do is to look at the policy landscape and ensure that the policy is streamlined and in line and requires a very strong and measurable frameworks. And there's a lot of international policies out there, but those should not be taken as they are. They should be adapted to each of the individual countries based on the needs and based on the circumstances.
Thank you. Now, if I want to buy shares of any quoted company, the information is out there. Before I even get there, is in my face. The same thing if it happens to be bonds, government bonds, or if I need to trade. Now, this is something new to a lot of people. How can banks and other organizations create enough information or educate the people on sustainable bonds and how profitable it is so that people can really get into it?
Thank you. Most of the time, people are attracted to performance of a portfolio, especially where there's profitability. But unfortunately, to some extent, the profitability of sustainable bonds takes time. It doesn't mean that they are less compared to the other types of bonds that we see in the market. It's just because these are long-term goals. They tend to have more social benefits. And the role of commercial banks, for instance, especially for individual investors as well as private companies, is to make information available, because information is what is actually lacking. People do not know about this, these types of bonds, and they already exist. For example, Nigeria already issued the first green bond in 2017. Now we're in 2024. It's been, 5 years now. It therefore needs to be, this information needs to be shared publicly and also provide some of the knowledge or knowledge sharing sessions with investors, private investors, so that they know the actual benefits, the actual social benefits, to put it right, and how this can actually impact the society. These are really critical ways. And also when it comes to the side of reporting, especially on the impact, this needs to be very structured and very transparent so that we avoid some cases where we have some sort of, greenwashing or lack of information or lack of transparency. So transparency framework, for example, the International Carbon Markets Authority issues a guidelines on this that can be, adapted to each of the country's circumstances.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's also look at this particular scenario. If we have hedge fund managers, a lot of them with big names, when they talk to you about a particular investment, you take them serious. Then for the major investment companies, be it in Africa or outside Africa, once you hear their name, you want to read about what they have to offer. Is it possible, or do you see that likelihood of partnering with these major hedge fund managers or investment houses to also invest and market sustainable bonds?
Yes, I do agree that partnership is very key, especially in introducing new concepts or new products like this one. Some of these products, looking at their performance, how they've done in the other markets, is really a good case study to see on the types of impacts that they can have. The hedge funds, the fund managers or the investors from different parts of the world can actually take part and give very strong guidance. But I really also see a strong advocacy to liaise this with local institutions. And the reason as to why I advocate for local institutions and local banks is because they understand the local landscape better. They're within the regulatory framework, within the national the national context. So when they provide these types of partnerships, working very closely with our national institutions, then these types of funds or these types of learnings can really go a long way to advise our investors, even individual investors, whoever wants to pick particular, funds in a given portfolio, just to advance and to understand what they are investing in. That is the most critical point. Understanding what somebody is investing in as an investor, what impact it will create, in as much as these concepts are new and some of these funds are new. Sustainability is really key, and all financial institutions, all types of or capital required to advance this is highly needed. And we see a lot of capital reallocation, especially after the experiences we had with COVID in the external markets. Hedge funds, the big names like, the big names in the US are really doing this work. For example, what we saw with BlackRock in the United States. Thank you.
Want to invest, I need to be really sure that, okay, if I'm putting my money down for 5, 15, 20 years, I should have that guarantee that at the end of the day, I won't just be making profit, but I won't lose my money. Where is that confidence going to come from?
Thank you. I will just mention two things on that. The one thing is risks, because as investors, investors really look at the portfolio and conduct due diligence so that the risk that's associated with these types of bonds or investments are very clear to them. So making sure that the risks and are very clear, what you're investing in, is one key issue that needs to be addressed. And secondly, very extensive due diligence to make sure that actually the bond that you're investing in or the money you're putting in is going to the actual, social sustainability, environmental good is well generated from that. And then secondly is giving clarity on performance data, because sometimes we look at the trends of how these bonds have been performing, and this is key to looking at the past experiences, the past performance, so that just to get, because data never lies, it's very difficult to get, especially in the capital markets. If they are open, you see it in a 5-year trend, it's very easy to note where the differences are. So that is one way to look at it. Also looking at the public reports and also benchmarking and speaking to those who have been in this sector for some time is really one way to ensure that the money generates the good that it has. But as far as my experience is, sustainability bonds are really a great pillar, especially when where we need financing for social infrastructure, as well as the green aspects, just to mitigate the impacts of climate change.
You don't look like anything, but right across your village or your community, your you're seeing desertification, or rain has not come down in 3 weeks in a rainy season, but you're seeing the impact. Now let's bring this home. How can this sustainability directly affect locals, be it in Africa, be it in any other part? Directly, what impact is this going to have on that farmer you talked about earlier, or the herder that is running away from the northern part of Africa and has to migrate down to the southern side where there is rain or green for the cattle? How can this directly impact them?
Thank you very much. So in terms of how this can directly impact our communities, especially in the vulnerable context, from the way sustainability bonds are designed, just with the word sustainability, it means that they're strongly linked to sustainable development goals, the SDGs. And this is what is needed when it comes to addressing the finance gaps, especially in developing social infrastructure. That means roads, because when we pool resources or private capital, or through the commercial banks, and these are used either to develop the roads, then better roads means the goods from the farmers can easily reach markets. Sometimes farmers struggle with access to roads because they don't even have the capacity to do this themselves. It's the role of the government, and the government is struggling with that. So if we have this sustainability bonds, the government is able to pool much resources to structure the social infrastructure. Social infrastructure includes these roads, includes getting schools, building schools, educational facilities, health facilities, and these in most instances can be developed in partnership with private sector, the PPP arrangement, which is really critical for our economies. And the good thing with social bonds, also the sustainability bonds, it's that the diversity in which these resources are collected, they come from both domestic markets as well as international markets. So this diversity enables, a huge, pooling resources from different streams. And ultimately, the most important thing, for example, when this is invested in rural electrification, for example, this enables, electricity reaching those that are outside the grid. And you understand this, for example, in the context of Nigeria, electricity access is the stability of the grid is something that I really don't want to get into in this discussion, but just to highlight how important stability of the grid can be when these types of bonds are out there and the government is able to raise this money to build this infrastructure to make the lives of people in rural communities and people in the peri-urban even much better.
Very much. Thank you very much. It's been good and wonderful having you, Brian Owino. We will always talk about sustainable development, and we will always talk about the effects the climate change is having. For those that are wondering, yes, if you are in Nigeria, if you are in the southern part, Lagos to be precise, 3 weeks there was no rain in the middle of rainy season. That's climate change, and it's let that hit you for once. Thank you very much for being part of Early Exchange today.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
I want to say thank you very much to everyone that has been there. Remember, this is SOUQ News, and Early Exchange will continue after this break. Don't go anywhere.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Ojude Oba is the annual social cultural festival with the splendor and grandeur of the Ijebus on display at Ijebu-Ode, the capital city of Ijebuland. It is a nexus of cultural and sartorial elegance, social grace, and evocative dance steps that has attracted indigenous as well as local and foreign tourists over the years. It is a celebration of the enduring age grade system called Regbe, platform of cultural identity and unity of the Ijebus, including those in the diaspora. From its origin in the 1880s as an Islamic faithful's Salah message and visit to the Awujale of Ijebuland, the Ojude Oba festival has transformed into an all-indigenous celebration filled with fun and laughter. I shall be looking at the economic and tourist attractions and potentials of this festival in view of its increasing global patronage and attention it is receiving right now. Credit for the transformative feats of social engineering concerning the Ojude Oba festival must go to His Royal Majesty Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono Ogbagba II, since ascending the throne of his forefathers in 1960. It is a case of an iconic traditional ruler creating an iconic legacy. This year's edition of Ojude Oba Festival was estimated to have attracted over 2 million people and several more millions of a global audience. The social media was agog in transmitting the grandeur of the occasion. As is usual, Ijebu-Ode experienced vehicular and human traffic gridlock, especially in the city center, where the Palace of the Awujale and the Palace Annex hosting the event are located. It is a measure of the economic derivative of the celebration of Ojude Oba that all hotels in Ijebu-Ode and environs were fully booked from Saturday, June 15, 2024 through to June 28 to Wednesday 19th, the day after. Food and drinks vendors also made boom sales, catering for the teeming patrons at the celebration. At the venue of the celebration, opposite the palace, the Awujale was resplendent in the majesty of his royal regalia, supported by other traditional rulers in Ijebu land, with Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State, also an Ijebu, adorned in a desired native dress of sunshine colors that stood him out as a sartorial connoisseur. But then, in all good things, there are few contrary people sold to skepticism and negativism. The 2024 Ojude Oba Festival attracted such people who erroneously and mischievously described it as a fashion jamboree of no consequence to the welfare of the hosts and the environment. These skeptics and critics wondered why the Regberegbes should not offer scholarships, build health centers, and construct roads and boreholes. Some people even dismissed the Regberegbes outing at Ojude Oba Festival as a wasteful fashion extravaganza. In their anger, they wondered what a hell is this Ojude Oba Festival? What an empty hype. The coordinator of the 2024 Ojude Oba Festival, Chief Fasi Yusuf, told journalists that the Regberegbe had not only been feeding the people and educated the youths, as it were, but have also been providing infrastructural facilities. He described the Regberegbes as interventionist development agents, citing such instances of their interventions to include the 20 million naira renovation of the male surgical ward at the State Hospital in Ijebu-Ode, renovation of Nigerian Police Area Command Ekpeba, Ijebu-Ode, and building of police posts in different parts of the city. The 108-page Ojude Oba Festival 2024 brochure listed some of the other activities engaged by the various Regberegbes, as the resuscitation of the moribund School of Nursing and Midwifery Ijebu-Ode, scholarships to indigent students, construction of 4 blocks of classrooms at Omu Ajose Comprehensive High School, and 3 classroom blocks at Imososi Primary School, Agoiwoye. Other activities include the rehabilitation of roads, provision of boreholes and solar street lights, support to orphanages, homes, and homes for special needs, and free medical services for indigents. Chief Fasi Yusuf, who is the backbeam of Ijebu-Ode and secretary to the Awujale Council of Chiefs, stressed that it had become imperative to enlighten skeptics about the extensive ramifications of the Regberegbes as a unique, populist, social, cultural, economic platform where services were provided for the community and also for members. He pointed out that the Regberegbes had become unifying and uplifting platforms with the enhancement of the well-being of members, financial and health-wise, considered collective responsibilities of the age group, where investment loans, payment of hospital bills of sick members, and donation to families of deceased members are made. Talking personally and professionally after my private investigation, interaction, and discussion, I will say categorically clearly that the glees and colors associated with the Ojude Oba Festival is outside the ranks of any cultural festival in Nigeria. What Nigeria advertises to the world in Ojude Oba is cultural elegance and communal cohesion. It is this cultural elegance that is being proposed as a tourism potential and strength for Ojude Oba Festival as a major global tourist destination. For instance, Morocco, Africa's top tourism destination with 13.2 million tourists in 2023, has its vibrant culture as its selling point. Egypt, which is placed second with 11.5 million tourists, has its ancient wonders of the pyramid and the Valley of Kings as its attraction. While for 8th placed Kenya, with 2.6 million tourists, the premium is its wildlife safaris. Nigeria, ranked 68th in the World Tourism Index, attracted only 518,000 tourists in 2021 from the latest figures available from the United Nations World Tourism Organization. This demands that Nigeria needs to create and promote a tourism policy and strategy with a properly packaged Ojude Oba Festival as a potential tourism money spinner to tap into the gold mine of its 1.3 billion global tourists in 2023 that generated revenues of $4 trillion, according to the United Nations World Tourism Organization. The Ojude Oba Festival should be funded, supported, and promoted to rank with the world's leading tourism destinations. These destinations include Disney World in Florida, in the United States of America, California, also in America, Cancun in Mexico, the safaris in Kenya, Paradise Fund in Mauritius, the aquatic jewel of the Indian Ocean, and the historic Colosseum in Rome, Italy. We in Nigeria need to appreciate and celebrate our culture as our patriotic, passionate contribution to global tourism. And the Ojude Oba Festival is such a sellable cultural event. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Like you heard that tagline, here we shape policy and make sure development is advanced. Now, beyond that, we talked about sustainable finance earlier on. And for those that were glued in, we're looking at Africa. My producers had to call and say, smile less. I had to keep smiling because here we are feeling the pinch. We see the devastation every day. It gets to conflict. So when it comes to financing, we want it. And when it comes to accountability, we should hold people responsible. So I want to say thank you to everyone that has been there. We are going to continue the conversation on early exchange. And for those that are wondering, we must get better because we don't have an excuse. And there's no other place for us to run to. We want to also inform you, for those that are not aware yet, that Nigeria, from Monday, which happened to be 19, the federal government of Nigeria has officially issued a $500 million bond. And it's open. So mind you, if you think that you can put your money where your mouth is, or if you are an investment person, be it a company, be it an individual, you can be part of this particular bond issuing. The bond is part of the government financing initiative and it will carry a 9.75 per annual interest and is set to mature in 2029. That's just barely 5 years. So it's not too long. It's not like sustainable bonds that take 10, 15, 20 years. This is homegrown. This is a whole lot of patriotism. And this is also assured that, hey, your money won't get missing because those particular measures have been put there to be part of this particular discussion and talk beyond just the money, beyond the investment, is our public and policy analyst, Dr. I call you, Sam Oruboje. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chooks.
You're
It's
welcome.
my pleasure to be here.
When I said doctor, you're shaking your head. It's more like we don't have an excuse. If Nigeria has to move forward, then that doctor has to be affixed in your name in the nearest future.
Thank you very much for the sentiment.
You're welcome.
Thank you
Yes.
for having me.
Okay. Now we're looking at the official issuance of the $500 million domestic dollar bond, and that subscription opened on the 19th. There is no restriction as long as you are within this particular geographical location, or even if you are also outside, you can go and subscribe to this particular bond. Let's start this way first. Do you think is a good way going forward?
Yes, I think when you look at financing option, bond is one of the financing option. So the government taking an initiative to raise $500 billion.
$1 million.
Million dollar, right?
I wish it was billion though.
No, million, sorry, just $1 million bond in the right direction. And if you look at the targeting option for raising that bond, I think is a welcome development to provide additional security to secure the farmlands and see other opportunity on how best we can raise money to finance other initiative by the government. So in itself is a welcome development. The tenor is okay, 5 years tenor in terms of where you can recoup your final investment. Then the interest rate element, as it were, of 9.75% is equally a very good earning on that bond. So how best that bond will be subscribed to remain to be seen in the nearest future. But I think if you look at the history of other bonds that will be issued by the federal government, whether they are local or whether they are external, more often than not, they've always been oversubscribed. In that regard, therefore, but my worry is that the target for which this bond is initiated must be seen to be used for that specific purpose, so that those who have invested in the bond will know specifically that that element of investment is dedicated to solve a particular issue in the country.
The element of this particular investment is dedicated to solve the issue for which it came for in the first place. You say, okay, now for those that are looking forward to getting involved in this, let me give you the full gist of it. Now, the auction for these bonds will remain open till August the 30th, giving investors a sufficient window to participate. And also, the settlement date when investors have purchased, confirmed, and interest will accrue is set for September 6th, which means that by September 6th, you should have your certificate. Everything should be certified that, yes, I took part in this. Now, 5-year investment, and investors can purchase units at a minimum of $1,000 each, with initial minimum subscription set at $10,000. That's for 10 units. Subsequent investment can be made in multiples of $1,000. Now, that sounds good. Now, if you're Nigerian, one thing is sure. We have this hot patriotism spirit in us, and we want to see our nation succeed. And just as Mr. Sam has put it, as long as this particular finance is going directly for the purpose it's meant for, we will want to be part of it. So now, let's get back to these bonds. Before we get into questions surrounding this, should we look more at bonds, be it internal and external, as against loans?
No, they are financing option at a particular point in time when you're making an investment decision or a capital decision. The options that are available, depending on the which way you want to go into the market. So it's not bad in itself. A bond itself is just a financial instrument that you can use to get some investment financing. So there's nothing wrong about external loan, whether bonds, whether they are local, whether they are external. The point is that once those loans are tied to specific projects, then those projects, those money must be used for that specific project. When you look at the tenor and you look at the opportunities there, I think it's targeted at certain levels of persons where a minimum at which you can purchase about $10,000, if I got that figure correctly.
That's your first
Yeah,
project. They can now make multiple.
Yeah, so $10,000, if you convert it to the local currency.
Let's not go there.
Yeah, so you know that what that speaks to. So
that will scare people away.
No, not necessarily. So they just targeted at a particular market. And I think, like I mentioned earlier, it might be oversubscribed. But what is important is once these bonds are issues and the government is able to recoup those investments, these targets in terms of how to secure the farmlands and some other initiative, that money must be specifically directed to that element so that we can get a justification and value for money.
Okay. Now, we are also joined on this discussion by the president of the Association of Small Business Owners Association of Nigeria, Dr. Femi Egbeshola. You're welcome to SOUQ Pulse this beautiful Wednesday, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Very much. Point of correction, this is early exchange. My mind keeps going to that beautiful afternoon. You're welcome. Now, let's hit you this way first. For those that are looking at small businesses, those that are looking at this particular bonds that are coming, do you see your members signing up for this?
Well, like the commentator in the house has said, this is targeted towards a particular class. Not every small business owners can be able to set aside $10,000 for safekeeping for about 5 years. But at the same time, we have some in the medium class that we call medium enterprises that would be able to afford this, and I think it is a good option. Generally, one of the key things that business owners look for is where they can invest their fund. I think this is one of the best investment alternative that the federal government has provided And I think it's going to be very, very attractive to quite a number of business owners, both here in Nigeria, in diaspora, who are Nigerians. And I feel that, like he also said, it will be oversubscribed. We look forward to seeing quite a number of business owners in the middle class and the medium enterprises category buying into this. And we also look forward to CBN perhaps liberalizing the conditions over time. We know that it is going to be a continuous exercise. So we look forward to a time where it will be liberalized such that small business owners can also take advantage of this and also make more money and smile more to the banks.
Good. We also look towards that. Now let's look at the point where this monies, these bonds, the proceeds from this is going to be used. We've talked about agric. Mr. Sam brought up that particular issue of sending agric extension workers across states and also agric financing. Now this is where it hits you, and it hits you very hard. Do you see people within your association positioning to take part in this extension work for those within the agric sector or that particular value chain? How prepared or positioned are they to benefit from this?
All right. To start with, I think CBN, by extension federal government, needs to give more clarity on how the investment through this bond will be used. There are speculations that it may be used for agricultural purposes, for infrastructure, for healthcare, for education, and all of that. We are waiting for a categorical statement from government to know exactly the direction they want to go with the fundraise with this bond. But coming down to your question now, if it is for agriculture, I must say and say here loud and clear that our members are positioned for all opportunities, not just agriculture. Incidentally, agriculture becomes one of the most lucrative business in Nigeria today, and it's also one of the most promising. And for that reason, our members are already scattered around the agricultural value chain, and they are ready to take advantage of any opportunity that comes their way. As I speak with you, we have quite a number of opportunities that are on the line that are coming from the federal government, from other investors, and from international organizations that has been able to scale up members to be able to embrace opportunity and make good use of those opportunities. So we are waiting for government to take their stand, make their direction known, and you will see the way our people make the best of the opportunity.
Now let's look at economic impact. To what extent is this going to impact the Nigerian economy? Should this be subscribed or oversubscribed?
Whether it's oversubscribed, whether it's fully subscribed, what is important, like I mentioned in the earlier conversation, once government target a particular sector and you are trying to raise an investment in terms of bonds, once those bonds are recouped fully, the purpose for which those bonds are meant for must be used must be used for those line item by which the federal government or the central bank has issued that bond. So the issue here is to what extent will this bond make an impact in the sector to which the government want to use this money for. But like Dr. Igbeshola said, it's too early. What we just get from the media scan is that it will be used to secure farmland, to be used to improve on the infrastructure in agriculture. But those elements are made fully open to the public, then we can speak to the impact. But there's no doubt in my mind that if the fund is judiciously used for the items that the federal government is advertising for that bond, it will go a long way in impacting the economic positively. But the worry is, like some other bond, is that when you raise those bonds, sometimes the government use the bond for some other purposes for which those bonds are not meant for. So if transparency and accountability and the sector that is dedicated to particularly security is well monitored and the funds are deployed in those directions, I'm sure it will make that economic impact.
Okay, making that economic impact is what every one of us want to see and are longing for. Dr. Igbeshola, let me come to you. We are going to go a bit away from this, but not far. Now, speculatively, we are looking forward to maybe this being targeted on agriculture. But now let's ask this question. Some months back, there was this African Development Bank loan that came for agriculture going to different local governments. Every local government was supposed to be part of it. That was announced. Did your members get that?
To a large extent, I would say no. And this is because most of the programs like these are shrouded in secrecy. We do not have clear information about how it is going to take place, how members can actually benefit from that program, and what they really need to do. Yes, we have some form of linkages with the local government, but you discover that most times the local governments are not performing their functions as they should be, such that it is difficult for quite a number of us to understand how they operate very well. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done to restructure our local governments to be able to work in a structured manner that we have at the center. And I think when that happens, we'll be able to function more, collaborate more, and partner more with the local government. But I must also say that beyond the local government, the Africa Development Bank is doing a lot in the agricultural sector, and our association is also benefiting from the Africa Development Bank initiative directly. And this has also impacted many of our members who are able to now scale up their farming business and are able to also grow to a point that they are now producing so much that they not only sell it within their communities alone, they sell in and around Nigeria and even export to other countries. And that to us is a good way to go. So we're looking forward to more initiatives like that, not just from Africa Development Bank, but from other support institutions, from federal government and other international organizations to come in to see how they can support agriculture. That's the best way for us now. And that's the only way we can liberate ourselves from poverty. And I said the other time, our members are already in agriculture. We are ready for it. We have distributed ourselves in all the value chain of agriculture. There's hardly an agricultural practice that we do not have members already working with. And I think the best way to go, like I did say, is to encourage everyone to put hand on deck to improve and scale up agriculture business in Nigeria.
Thank you. Now, let's look at our debt sustainability. Given the burden of debt we are on right now, and this bonds that is coming, and if possible, new bonds are likely going to come, to what extent is that going to impact us?
Well, government is a continuum. Government will continue to borrow money. What is important is that there's nothing wrong in borrowing.
What about how it's spent?
I'm coming to that. Once you borrow money, they should be used for the purpose for which those monies are meant for. Because when you look at the tenor of the bond that we talk about now, it's a 5-year tenor. So the cost of financing has been factored into that bond. Therefore, the government has an obligation to realize that bond completely by end of 5 years. But what is important is that if you put these bonds to use in the sector to which they are meant to cater for, then the impact, the incremental impact on society is more often than not very important in terms of development. On the other hand, when you look at the ratio of debt to GDP, most times people talk about these ratios in a rigid manner. What is important is the capacity for you to be able to finance or refinance some of those loans. And when those loans don't fall due as at when, you can always renegotiate those loans, as it were. In addition to that, a borrowing institution or a lending institution rather will not lend money to you when the basic characters of lending are not in place. Therefore, for the country to be able to lend money from those institutions, that means the windows and the debt to GDP ratio that we talked so much about here in Nigeria are in place for the government to be able to get to the levels of those loans, issuance of bond, and all other alternative financing option that is available to the government. Therefore, you have what you call underwriters for some of those bonds. So if those underwriters think that instrument is not a good instrument, first and foremost, they will not underwrite that instrument. Therefore, the bond itself, on the surface value, has all the elements of criteria for those who has put the bond in place and those who underwrite the bond. And if you talk about other loans, all the major elements of how you assess a loan, whether it's individual, whether it's a corporate loan, whether it's even a public sector loan, once those elements are intact, then people will always release those funds, in my view.
Okay. Dr. Beshola, before I come to you, let's also look at this. Now, the bond is in dollars, not in naira. Is there a factor there looking at devaluation and leaving it in dollars?
No, not necessarily in the devaluation. I think they want to pull in some foreign currency that will show up the reserve as well. So I don't think it's bad that it's denominated in international currency. The idea is that that money will pull in form of dollar investment, in my view. So that will reflect the economy when that kind of money comes in as well.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Goshen, I'm coming to you now. Now, Nigeria is selling bonds. The banks are recapitalizing. All the major banks are recapitalizing. We are looking forward to maybe see the merger. That news has not hit us yet. But right now, we see those SMS. It's coming to everyone's phone. To what extent is this merger, this extra money going to the banks, this Nigeria raising bonds, selling bonds, to what extent is it going to profit the entrepreneur out there? To what extent is it going to be able to make the person with idea walk in and get financing?
Well, in the short term, it's going to impact us negatively in the sense that when the country is mopping up fund, when the banks is mopping up fund, we discover that you have a very low liquidity. And you know that we business owners really need money to work with. We need to continue to have money to be able to run our businesses. And when now the government is also promoting the culture of saving through bond or investments through bond, the banks are also telling you to come and buy shares in a way of also saving your money, even though it is an investment. It is in a way also mopping up fund from the market. And that to us is not going to work well with us in the short term. But in the long term, I think it is going to benefit us generally. It's going to benefit the economy. It's going to benefit the FX market. And by extension, it is going to benefit the business owners. Because if we have enough money for government to be able to fix our infrastructure, to be able to also work with the key critical sector of the economy, I think it is at the end of the day going to be for our general good. So for us, we support this initiative. In fact, we see it as one of the best initiatives in our time, the first of its kind happening in Africa. And we do hope, like my colleague in the studios did say, that government should this time be able to be more transparent by ensuring that this money, this fund, goes to the identified critical areas that they want to invest it on. We also want to see some form of transparency by the government coming up to tell us what they've been able to do, how these achievements and this investment are being measured, and for us to be able to also gauge the impact together at the end of the exercise. So we see it as a good idea, and we want to, for now, see how we can cope with the negative impacts that may be very temporary. And eventually, when the banks are synergized, when they recapitalize and they are better and bigger, I think it will work out for all of us, because they will now be able to also do more lending to the business sector. They'll be stronger. They will have more confidence of even the international investors who will be able to domicile money for them to also lend to us at the end of the exercise. When the government is also strong by having enough liquidity, by being able to fix our FX and all the key critical area of the economy, it will all work for our betterhood and our good.
Okay, one more question for you. Before we get to work better for everybody's good, let's look at that transparency side of it. We, the citizen, the person investing, most times we are always docile. We don't ask, we don't request, we don't stand up and get counted. Who should we hold responsible for transparency issues when it comes to these bonds?
Well, as far as this bond is concerned, it is the fiscal policy drivers, the fiscal policy makers that we should be able to hold responsible, starting from the presidency. down to the Minister of Finance, down to CBN, are those that are the driver of this initiative, and they are the one that we should hold responsible. And that's why I did mention that there's need for them to be more transparent so that we will all believe in this. This is just the pilot phase. Other phases of these are coming. So whatever happens during this phase will, in a good way, encourage or otherwise more investors in other phases that are to come. We pray and we pray so hard that this time government should get it right. And we also pray that they should be more transparent this time, such that everybody will see where they have invested their money, what that money has been able to achieve over time, and be encouraged to do more. Nigerians in diaspora really believe in this country. They want to put their money here. They want our economy to grow. They don't want us to be migrating here and there again. But the only way this can be achieved is if government is also responsible and responsive to the needs and yearnings of Nigerians. If it works, I can assure you, Nigerians here locally and those in diaspora will put in all their funds to support the economy by investing in this bond and other initiative of governments.
Okay, thank you. We have this particular diaspora funding comes in bonds across different African countries. Now, this particular one is not directly or said to target them. But we know very well that for those that look at remittance, that is personal. Should we see more of diaspora bonds coming out of not just Nigeria, but African nations, directly targeting a particular sector? Is it something that is doable?
No, I think it's one of those strategies. Naturally, remittances are what people earn offshore and try to bring part of their money back home. In Africa, you have a greater chunk of money that comes in terms of remittances. But then the government, on the other hand, particularly in Africa, where you have a lot of diaspora commission, these commissions have initiatives that target the diaspora. When you create wealth elsewhere, some of those wealth that you create should come back home or in a way that you can impart your home country. So if government is targeting such pool of funds that in the diaspora is a welcome development. Again, like Dr. Egbeshola mentioned earlier, what is critical is that when these funds come in, they must go into the rich sector where the government has earmarked those funds to use. On the other hand, if you look at it from the point of remittances, remittances has benefited the host country, particularly where individuals has put money into in terms of investment in the bank, deposits, buying houses. Those elements in terms of investment from the diaspora has helped to grow the economy over a period of time. But in terms of strategy, whether the government should focus on using diaspora funding or investment in terms of bond or in terms of loan, particularly those who have diaspora association where they pull resources together, where they have a common investment. I think we can take advantage of those portfolios for the common development of Africa. But what the citizens are looking out for is transparency, accountability, and how to see how those funds impart the greater majority and the public goods.
How to see how those funds impact greater majority. That's good. Now, Dr. Egbeshola, let's look at currency stability. The Naira fluctuated way up, down in the last 4-5 months. It went as far as 50%. Looking at these bonds, or any other one that will come after it, do you see it being a means to stabilize the Naira? Is it possible?
Of course, yes, and I believe that this is one of the major reasons why the government has brought up this initiative, is to show up foreign currency to support our Naira, to make sure that we have enough FX to trade and to support the key infrastructural areas, particularly for those also doing business that will always need foreign exchange from time to time. So yes, it's going to really help. It's going to help to stabilize the Naira. It's going to also remove a lot of stress from Naira. But beyond that, I also believe that this is also a short-term alternative. We should also be looking forward to implementing an initiative that will be long-lasting. And one of such initiatives is ensuring that ease of doing business is improved. We're able to export more of what we produce here instead of importing. Government should be very, very strategic about supporting business owners in Nigeria to be able to export and earn foreign exchange to the country. That is the only way we can sustain the Naira, and Naira will appreciate better. We have quite a number of programs that the government has mentioned over time, but the implementation has somehow been shady and not impactful enough. I think there is need for government to now come down to the round table, bring about the economic team to be able to look at how strategically they can focus on growing Nigerian businesses to be able to export and be able to earn foreign exchange. That is the sustainable way to help cushion the effect of these effects and sustain an era.
Thank you very much. Growing Nigerian businesses, bring goods to the market, and that is the best way to sustain the currency and the economy. Thank you very much, Dr. Egbeshola. It's always fun and good having you on not just SOUQ Pulse, Early Exchange, and every of our program. I want to say thank you for coming in. Have yourself a beautiful day, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Sam, now I'm left with you. There's this particular phrase that is always there. Produce Nigeria, market Nigeria, buy Nigeria. When are we going to achieve that?
The point is that the government itself must also show some responsibility in trying to encourage consumption of made in Nigerian good. Then the citizen as a collective, we must find a way to patronize made in Nigeria or made in African goods. Like Dr. Egbeshola just rightly mentioned, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area or zone or whatever you call it that has been put in place since 2020 to 2021 has not really come into full fruition. And when you look at it from the perspective of international conspiracy, of Anglophone, Francophone, Lusophone, and all that, the continental trade, we're supposed to scale up trade and investment in Africa is challenged. But then we must look inward by consuming what we produce. We can export within Africa, and that initiative is within the African Free Trade Agreement, where you can do trade among African countries, among the 54 African countries, and you can collect your money in your local currency. So there are no inhibition, there are no barriers in terms of tariff collection. So therefore, as a government and as a people, for us to be able to sustain our economy, we must consume what we produce. That will help directly or indirectly to create more jobs and more foreign exchange, even within the continent, and small and medium enterprises will grow in a sustainable manner. And this issue of hunger, poverty, particularly multi-dimensional poverty, that stand over 89 point something million Nigerian can be addressed. So we must look inward, not just the sloganeering of consume what is in Nigeria. We must take initiative. And the culture of over-reliance on import will continue to be a major challenge in Africa until leadership and until the citizens take it up upon themselves that when you spend your money out, you are indirectly depleting your own resources within your environment. So it's a collective responsibility, not only the government, but the government should be the person who play more of the advocacy. When they do government businesses, they should consume made in Nigerian good. I saw the governor of Anambra, who has made a decision that will continually use the local fabrics that is done within his own state to encourage the culture of textile manufacturing in that state.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam. We will keep saying this. We will not stop saying it. And we will keep at it till we all join, not just the line, but get busy. get our hands dirty, and progress this nation. It's Early Exchange. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, we will be concluding the program for today and tell you events that are currently happening that you should check up and also get updated. Don't go anywhere. This is Early Exchange.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Welcome back. It's still Early Exchange. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are on the home run for, it's SOUQ, not just beyond SOUQ Pulse. This is Early Exchange. My mind and my brain is on 4 o'clock. It's Early Exchange, and this is SOUQ News. We are going straight to human capital development, and let you know that as we speak right now, there is a training that is ongoing, and we'll be talking about it. Now, the Nigerian Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies. Once you hear that, what comes to your mind is Kuru. Yes, you're right. Now, in conjunction with ADS, the African Development Studies Center, they are organizing a strategic insight course for top-level managers. Now, you can't excuse yourself from this. When we say we need to get productive, it's all about our ability not just to learn, but to unlearn. Not just to open our heart, but be able to get taught to go back to where we are coming from and teach others. I have a top level teacher in the house, and he will say, if you don't train them, don't blame them. So this is where ADS is coming in, and that particular training is happening right now. So Mr. Sam, this is your turf. This is where you hold sway. To what extent should we hold training important in organizations?
Training is very critical to human development. Like you said earlier, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Capacity is a major driver of any business. And once you don't build capacity, then the business will suffer, because what goes into the business is a direct function of people's human capacity to be able to think through processes, problem solving, and decision making. So constantly you must recalibrate. If you use the concept in the learning lexicon, where you talk about learning, unlearning, and relearning, there are certain basic principles that were in the shelf maybe about 6 months ago. If you look at those basic principles 6 months after, and you are using those elements to calibrate your processes or your decision-making process, it may be faulty. Therefore, constantly you need to improve on capacity. You need to retrain and retrain people so that they can function optimally on their job. Then capacity equally help in igniting the human possibilities, because when you think possibilities, then you can make a major change in society. Therefore, human capacity is a major fulcrum which organizational development competencies will improve over a period of time. And that's why learning, if you like, training and development are critical elements of human capital development, and they are essential element of the human resource management system that enables other departments, whether operation, whether sales, whether marketing, whether research, can operate optimally and deliver the organizational set goals.
Thank you very much. Now, we've seen ADSC do this over time. For those particular courses, those particular training that people shy away from because they are scared of it. You hear names like the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, and you think top government officials, you think those within the security services, the highest of the ranks, you think those within the civil service, the highest of the ranks. But now, ADSC is making it possible for this collaboration to happen, which you don't need to go there. For this specific type of training, you can now come in and be part of this training. Should we be looking and seeing more of this kind of collaborations?
Yes, I think for human capital development, collaborations are major driver. And this one, African Development Studies Center and the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Study has put up this program, what we call Strategic Insight, to develop top managers within the public sector in particular, with a view to building their capacity to respond to the changes, particularly in public sector management. Like I mentioned earlier, capacity is very crucial, very critical to problem solving, to decision making, to driving organizational growth and development. Therefore, this partnership, this collaboration will help top managers within the public sector to take advantage of this relationship between African Development Studies Center and the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. So the focus essentially is in the area of policy development, policy execution, policy analysis, and policy execution. So once you have this element, which is a core area of public sector management, then we'll have a public sector that will be able to deal with the current challenges, particularly emerging trends, new challenges, and leveraging on new ideas and techniques to solve public policy making options.
Okay, leveraging on new ideas. The keyword there being new ideas. Because it's possible that the problems of yesterday are quite way different from the problems of today.
Yes, constantly. That's why you need to retrain, recalibrate your human capacity to be able to deal with emerging issues.
Now, I want to say thank you very much for those that have been there logged on from the beginning to this particular time. Thank you very much, Mr. Sam.
My pleasure, Chief.
I always want to call you Dr. Sam. Permit me to just keep that for now, till 3 years from now. Thank you very much for everyone that has been part of Early Exchange. Remember, this is the only nation we have, and we have no excuse not to make it better. This is Early Exchange. So apart from shaping policy, we advance development. And it's me, it's you. Thank you very much for everyone that has been behind the cameras and those in technical. Thank you, and have yourself a beautiful, beautiful Wednesday. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Bye.
Costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%, driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rate at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are not far from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors. Serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended SOUQ Pulse Primary School in Otimata City College from 1958 to 1961. Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, is a go-getter, both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He's a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Customs. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Customs PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, Take 2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Customs was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as Chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defended profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as Chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a Director in Ashaka Cement, and a Director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, and also he's been a Director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a Fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, Fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and Fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. This move led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa plc as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries plc as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, he is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, he is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helms of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He is also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Ere Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshoboland, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Bede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba 1 of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Erukuland, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Ola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Ola Babalola Jamodu.
Well, Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaye Akishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaye Akishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up in Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student union PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian, Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Demola Badejo was the secretary. I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of our SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th, and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at the NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. That is it.
All right, from your story, it's proper to refer to you as proper Omoiko. Now, I would like you to give us a picture of what
I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoiko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yeah, you're right. I'm an Omoiko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, savor the breeze, eat fruits, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant I think after the Civil War, if I could remember, we were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses, comfortable houses, small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then, Electricity Corporation of Nigeria, ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lowadin Street. She was working at Lutz as a nurse then. And this man went to, she fought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in the hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. It was shortly after that he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set, and shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. You know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, you know, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 18th or 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal, was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great grandmother, and she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Morocco, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner. So Morocco was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. She had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Bali of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimori. he became the Baale after him, after the first Baale, and he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahimi was the first chief imam of Morocco, and his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Baale of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before I went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olai Akshemori, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her, and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Mazda. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive them. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will fly in the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again. We can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think positively for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now, we are appealing to the present Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys. We have all these. I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Morocco. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Morocco is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Morocco today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that will, as usual, people say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to... They have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Morocco, all the children in Morocco will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Morocco that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Morocco environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things, and it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Oko. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow.
I was hoping you would talk about the potential of tourism in the village. Maybe you can shed more light.
That's what I said, that the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money, they were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. We could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No. He is my tenant, let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? It belongs to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, you cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. Well, the initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the president is in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police would arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police would arrest them. they will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls? He said, government. Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said, go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of ram robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? So. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy will see you there. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were 2 DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, but you two, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was, I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember, I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. People saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military that if anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I too, I felt bad. How could he have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or her siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry, coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Al-Fatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all.
There's this advocacy in support that traditional rulers should be ascribed in the constitutional role.
I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, Obi Anoba, Obi Bale, you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where do they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves Otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, you said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person we said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. The other people too, you know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that. I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, which should be focused upon, nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they will come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that you should come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
All right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend Tokubolo Ontoba was the one covering the Don Barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is it that you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government? I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of shooting us more then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifu should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with shooting us anymore. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifu to come in as chief press secretary. Let's show become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifu became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokumbo, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokumbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to your office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokumbo? What has become of Tokumbo? I said, they have not started Tokumbo. Tokumbo is now in the office as a news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to him. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's all of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
That's great. Thank you so much, sir. Finally, we would like you to do a shout out to our station. You, the former artist, you introduce yourself, and then you tell people, keep watching SOUQ News TV.
Yeah. I'm so happy about this SOUQ News TV. I'm the Valley of Makoko. I'm a lawyer. I should not say I'm a politician. I'm a human rights activist, and I've watched SOUQ News TV. And I pray for them that they grow like the Al Jazeera's. I pray for them that they grow like the BBC and the CNN. It's a developing station. I'm so impressed, especially with the kind of things you have invested in this place. And I pray and I hope that God will assist you in getting the right personnel to drive this station forward, move this station forward. And I hope the marketers, the advertisers will come in and assist this organization to grow. And please, don't use economic consideration to taint your news. Give us the news as it is. Well done, my brother. Good.
Thank you so much, sir. What a privilege.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are...
Currency markets, the revenue we can generate from this market, and the economic implications for our country. Now, recently in the news, the Nigerian government is drafting an executive bill to overhaul revenue administration, including regulating the cryptocurrency industry. Now, according to the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Services, FIRS, that's SOUQ Adedeji, he revealed that an executive bill is being prepared for transmission to the National Assembly. Now, this bill seeks to modernize revenue administration, including establishing a legal framework for crypto regulation. He said, and I quote, "We cannot run away from cryptocurrency ecosystem because it's the in thing. But there is no law that regulates cryptocurrency operations in Nigeria." And that's a very important issue right now. As you know, Nigeria is one of the largest peer-to-peer crypto markets globally. According to experts, crypto transactions of the country has totaled over $56.7 billion between July 2022 and June 2023. Now, that's a lot of money, representing a 9% year-over-year growth. Now, the government cannot collect tax from an unregulated entity. I mean, it doesn't work that way. But formal regulation of Nigeria's cryptocurrency sector is definitely going to happen very soon. Hopefully, the crypto regulation will form part of the country's revenue collection and reduce dependence on oil revenues. And Nigeria has also emerged as a hub for cryptocurrency adoption with growing user base and increasing transaction volumes. So this morning, we will discuss the current state of Nigeria's cryptocurrency market, revenue streams and opportunities, regulatory frameworks and challenges, economic implications of this, and that will be job creation, GDP growth, and more. So after the break, we will examine the potentials of our cryptocurrency sector to drive financial inclusion, innovation, and economic growth in Nigeria. Many thanks for watching the program. Now, my guest, who is, we have a guest joining us right here in the studio. He's right here with us, and this is really wonderful. And we have Ayobami Atolagbe. He is the founder, CEO of Demo Hub, and he's also the quintessential founder of Demo Hub, an edtech company that promotes globally relevant skills and Bitcoin adoption through education by offering affordable and accessible courses for youth. So, particularly the African youth. So welcome to Market Insights, Ayobami.
Thank you very much, Lovina, for having me.
Yes, I'm glad you're in the studio this morning. Okay, so our cryptocurrency market now. So what's the current size of Nigeria's cryptocurrency market?
As we see it, I believe it has grown past what it was as at last year, about the $56.1 billion market, and about the 9% year-to-year growth. I believe it has added, but definitely there has been some drop down, basically due to some regulations and some, let me put the word, bad eggs in the industry. It has affected the way people view the market and the way people interact with it, all the way to the regulatory side of things, and the government having to have a I won't say the word ban, but having to have kept a limitation to what the crypto market can do, and people can make use of the crypto market with. So for now, I would say it is still a green one because the adoption is on. By the way, that is one thing that I'm so key on when it comes to the education and adoption of cryptocurrency, basically Bitcoin, because I believe that Bitcoin has been the mother end for every other cryptocurrency to come in. And the likes of use cases and the utility around Bitcoin has been one that I would say has given the use cases more for both the unbanked and the unbanked, basically. So I would say it has been on the rise. I won't peg a particular number to it yet, right? Because definitely currency is always moving. So I would say it has been on the rising side of things, and I believe it goes in a better heights over time.
Okay, as the founder and also an educator for African youths, teaching them about cryptocurrency, how to trade, how to exchange Bitcoins now, how has the adoption grown in recent years?
Based on experience and the trend, I would say it has been on the rise, no doubt. My first experience with the first cryptocurrency ever, which is Bitcoin, was 2015, pardon me. And it was one that I saw it not as a currency then, I saw it as an investment, which I wish I knew better, right? And that is the mistake that most people get to come through. And because they didn't get the right education and understanding of what cryptocurrency is, generalizing it, but to focus on Bitcoin, is one that they get to, I don't want to mention those get rich quick schemes names, but you get it in, but they use it as a means of payment, right? And I believe those are part of the reason of why the government is a little bit like, oh, be careful about your money. You can do it, but be careful. So I would say education is one that has been helping the adoption over time, having to go to the grassroots of how can the man in the village have access to these and also being safe. And definitely somebody on the street, maybe Maitama Street in Abuja, can as well still transact with it, and at least is knowledge. So we're trying to keep that education on so that people can really understand what Bitcoin is, what cryptocurrency is, how can they use it, either as individual, definitely in businesses, or maybe over time as an investment if they want to.
Okay, and it's a digital currency, as you know. Our younger generation, the Gen Zs, they are the ones who are really tech savvy and are really going into full drive with this cryptocurrency
Sure.
usage and also exchanging different digital coins online.
Sure.
Well, if you notice, the older generation is a bit skeptical about it because they don't fully understand. So, being an educator in this industry, have you been able to bridge this gap in terms of introducing or teaching more older people about the benefits of this digital currency?
I would say yes. I would say yes, but I will base it on the likes of the now. Let me use the word of social media first of all. Looking at the likes of people on Facebook, all the way to the likes of Instagram, we have larger percentage of our parents using Facebook. Maybe a little fraction of them get to go on Instagram, right? But over time, how many percentage of them are on TikTok? So I'm trying to just make it very relatable to every person watching right now. Why? Because it's important to know that these are different eras. Like, take me back to 200, 300 years ago. The barter system I will never understand, right? Because that wasn't my era. But education has found a way to simplify it. And I learned this from one of my Kenyan sister when she was in Nigeria. I said, we're having a conversation. I said, we use robust words. We use big vocabulary in the industry, and we tried like, oh, when the blockchain and this thing and it. No, can we find a simple terminologies that you can interact these things with, not even the older generation, with everybody? Simplify it. And ever since about a year plus right now, I said, okay, I will do my best. And that is why you see me pause every time I try to say something. Why? What is the use of me using a big grammar, which is good, right? It shows, oh, this person knows what he's saying, but what is the use of me saying it and the person I'm saying it doesn't understand? So we find a way to simplify those terminologies, how you can apply it in your businesses, in your daily life. You have a child going to school abroad, how you can even just send them funds and they get it as fast as possible with a better percentage. They don't get to cut percentage out of whatever they want to use that funds for. So I'll say it has been a good one regarding that, based on education and giving them the right information for them to progress in that.
Okay, that's wonderful to hear. Okay, we're still going to talk about that, transferring funds online with the use of the Bitcoin now. But first of all, let's talk about the benefits of cryptocurrency adoption in Nigeria. Now, what are the benefits, first of all, before we talk about the challenges? So let's start. What are the benefits of the cryptocurrency adoption in Nigeria?
Oh, a lot. But before I go in there, I want to talk about what are the infrastructures on ground to make it possible, right? We could have a lot of benefit based on what the white paper says, being a P2P, peer-to-peer network, right? To avoid all those intermediaries and the likes. But so having to set that foundation of what are the infrastructures to enable every single person benefit from it is very key. But let's look into it directly. I would say one, I won't mention names because but imagine me having to say, okay, let me say Nigeria to even Nigerian, right? And I'm trying to transact in millions, right? Or let me just say I'm privileged enough to send my child to university abroad and I need to send him a certain amount of millions, right? If I should use the regular, which I don't think is bad, but we just have to find a way to make it visible. There is no way, if I see an opportunity to somebody charge me 0.1% of whatever I'm sending to somebody charging me 5% of whatever I'm sending, who will I do the business with? The person that's charging me less, right? So remittance is one. I would say that it has been one, and also means of payment easily, right? Reduction of what I need to spend or what I need to give out as a person, right? Every single person in their point of view is focused on profitability, right? So everybody will do what favors them, at least to the best of their ability. So definitely means of exchange. Another one is store of value. While I was coming, I was trying to say, okay, let me even do some calculations in that regarding benefits as we're focusing on Nigeria, right? Now, let me say it came in mainstream 2013, but 2015, not Bitcoin or cryptocurrency right now, but in mainstream usage or people having to now learn about it. Let me say 2015, And let's assume Nigeria, as at that time, I think it's about 82.2 billion reserve, right?
Yes.
Let's say Nigeria was able to, I was even calculating based on 10%. Let's even look at 1%. That would have been 820 something million naira. And as at that time, Bitcoin was $300, 310, at least average 300. That would have given Nigeria to be able to at least tap into some great percentage of that. Multiply that over time to 2024, which Bitcoin right now is about $59,000. We'll be looking at, from we putting in about 800 and something thousand million, we'll be looking at at least 19, let me say 19,000x, at least being what, about 55 billion right now. So see that at the store of value, remittance purpose, and most importantly is the aspect whereby it helps the people. Looking at what the likes of the company I worked with earlier, the likes of Paxful, working with the NGO side of things, built with Bitcoin, they were able to build a school in Ankaranandu, Kaduna State, which gives education to people. So easy funding, right, that makes things possible. They are very profitable to the government if they allow it.
Okay, yes, I understand what you're saying, but this digital coin, it's only when you're transacting with dollars that you can actually use it. But with our naira right now, there is no real value for, okay, for example, now if you say you have 1,500 naira, you can get $1 depending on where you exchange the foreign currency. But it's not like that with the Bitcoin. It has to be transacted in dollars only, because that's the only currency that gives it value for whatever digital coin you're using right now. But Nigeria doesn't have that. That's part of the regulations that we are also talking about. So yes, because the industry has not been fully regulated, it's not fully understood by our own Securities and Exchange Commission. So now looking at that, that is also one of the challenges that the cryptocurrency industry in Nigeria is facing right now. But apart from that, yes, like you mentioned, the digital side, but people have been affected by fraudulent activities with cryptocurrency, exchanging this Bitcoin online. People have been defrauded of their hard-earned currency. So now that's also, and other challenges, that how do we overcome these challenges to make the cryptocurrency industry more trustworthy for everybody to understand?
All right, thank you for bringing that up. I would say, one, the network in itself, when it comes to Bitcoin or cryptocurrency in itself, is a cryptography that makes it transparent enough. Yes, the anonymity side of things comes in, right? Having to, like, okay, we only know this wallet address, but we don't know the person behind it. And that is why most exchanges, we'll still call them centralized exchanges, right? CX, pardon me. So
is the SEC, Security and Exchange Commission?
No, that is the regulatory side of things. I'm talking about the exchange side of things right now, the central exchange, right, being centralized. But the purpose of Bitcoin in itself is for decentralization, where you can carry out transaction without limitation. But one beautiful thing is that you can still be transparent as long as you make available your wallet address. I can see every transaction you've ever done, ever, right? Yes. But in the aspect of looking at, for those platforms which are centralized platform, right, exchanges or wallet providers, it is one thing that we still look out for, which is what most of them, they do the KYC, know your customer, right? Now, it is now in the place of Nigeria government enforcing it. Now, there's been a multiple debate around, oh, do you guys want us to regulate this or not? Most industry experts, as I am, I've already said, yes, it's fine. But the aspect is saying one thing today and saying another thing tomorrow without having a fixed point of where do we stand. That is what people are scared of. Or tomorrow, because of a lot of things, you guys change everything and you bundle us because we make available our database or our data in your database, so you just come for us. No. But are we safe enough to say, yes, regulate it, take whatever charge you want to take everything, but are we safe enough to say that if it doesn't favor you anymore, do we now get to suffer everything? So that is what people are being scared about. So when it comes to the aspect of security aspect of it, most organizations, which I normally educate people, your fund is as safe as you make it as. You open your account, kindly set a good password, do your two-factor authentication, and then allow the company, at least from your own end, everything's already done, right? So that is it on that aspect when it comes to being security conscious and avoiding the likes of money laundering and the likes of things. And I don't want to double down on some things, but before Bitcoin, before cryptocurrencies, there has been money laundering. Right. So the question is, what are the things, and which they are doing their best regarding SEC and the likes of the EFCC. They are doing their best, right? But don't just create the bill like you said earlier. Don't just create the bill. Don't just put a legal thing. Apart from what we have on the paper to justify when people break the rule, what are the infrastructure that has been put in place to make sure that those things are not even done in the first place or being mitigated to the highest order? So those are the things I'm going to say we need to look into as well. The foundation.
Okay, yes, that's those are very, very key things to look at in addition to the infrastructure on ground. Okay, now, how can this cryptocurrency exchanges generate revenue for our economy now?
I will always go back there. What are the things that have been put in place to make sure that when this guy is coming to Nigeria, yes, we have a 54 page by SEC, right? That's the Security Exchange of Nigeria, like Security Exchange and likes. So what has been put in place to when a company comes in, makes it easy? And beyond all, I'm a promoter of built by Africans for Africans, or built by Africans for Africa. Why? What is stopping gaining the right education and expertise to making sure that Nigeria themselves create these exchanges? Right now, as at, was it 2 years ago? I believe to get the licensing went from 30 million to 150 million. Now, I'm out of university, right? I'm able to get about maybe 500 million grants, and you're telling me to get a licensing for a license of 150 million in what I want to do. Now you're already taking more than, let me say, more than 30% or 40% of my operational fuel funds available to me to do anything. So we should find a way to, as much as we want to regulate, as much as we want to keep standard, we should look at what is possible on the long run for Nigerians. Yes, those guys will come in, they are the big guys, right? They have the money to come in. So are we going to be basing it on this is the amount for the people coming into Nigeria and this is the amount for people in Nigeria, right? So we shouldn't just be consumers. That is what is affecting us right now. People just come all the way and they kind of set up a system and the money leaves, right? Why not find a way to empower us both infrastructural wise, human capacity wise, and the likes, so that people get to it stays in. We use what we build and everything is effective. So I would say it's very important to still go back there, the foundation, to make sure that it's right so that we can build upon it.
Okay. Now looking at other digital coins like the KU coin, from July they announced to their members that they're going to begin to. Sorry about that. Yes.
Thank you.
They're going to begin to tax their members a 7.5% VAT on all transactions within the country. So, that's another way for all these digital coins to make money from Nigerian users now. So the purpose of this, like I mentioned at the beginning, there's the FIRS chairman has said that there's $56.7 billion. That's a whole lot of money that can benefit our country now. So if another digital coin sees the potential with the Nigerian cryptocurrency market and they have not yet, and they are tapping into it, then why can't we as a country also tap into this revenue? It can also help us to boost our economy greatly. And apart from that, we have this dependence on oil. So if we can perhaps maybe shift some of this attention to the cryptocurrency industry, I don't think we'll be so dependent on the oil sector. So your thoughts on this?
Yeah, like I was looking at how many sectors we have, at least breaking it down. I was looking at about 19 sectors, right? Is okay, like KuCoin, like you said, allowing that, it's okay, it's fine. Like I said earlier, when we had that conversation, there was a meeting, I think FinTech NGR set it up as well about 2 years ago. And that was about the time they're kind of saying that the VAPs, that is the virtual asset side of things, providers, people, part of what they wrapped up the conversation on was, fine, we want us to pay tax, fine, we're going to pay tax. But today you're saying cryptocurrency is banned. Tomorrow you say it's lifted. tomorrow you say we are reducing the stress on it and the likes of things, and next tomorrow we go to the bank and say that okay, bank should not transact. So the thing is, the SEC, the beacon, those are like bodies that are set up to regulate things, right? Can we have a unified voice to say this is what the government is saying, this is what they are going to stand on, this is the percent that is going to be, and don't say because possibly you're seeing a growth in the profit being made in the market, you now start increasing the taxes, right? And when I was looking at the flow. Okay, right. I work in Nigeria, I make the money in Nigeria. Definitely that's already taxed, right? I go into the market to say, okay, let me see if I can make some profit from it. What happens if I'm at loss? Right? What happens if I lose all the money? Fine. That's what businesses do, right? They open business in Nigeria, CAC help them. It's not promised that you're going to profitable. Possibly, if you don't set it right in 5 years or even less than that, 3 years, you are gone out of business, right? So it still goes back to you want to collect tax. It's very important. How educated, don't stay on the surface, how educated are you that you could even just set up a system in the blockchain side of things? Because that is the, let me use the word network, that cryptocurrency ride on, making sure that every transaction is readable, is there, is on the block for people to see. How easy is it that you can set up a body? Don't just have meetings upon meetings, bills upon bills, policies upon policies. Can we set it up whereby every company that comes in gets to plug in before they transact with the bank? And all those things can easily be taken from there. So the question is it every trade I make, or is it every loss I make, or is it every profit I make, or is it when I want to withdraw out of the exchanges? So that we don't assume things. All those things must be detailed out, right? So I believe with that. And another aspect is about, yes, it's okay because I'm in industry, we know that there's a 54 pages by the sector for people, right? But the question is, how aware are the people that are they, can you simplify it or tell us or give a announcement publicly that these are the things that has been done, so that people will be aware as well? It is the fear from them. So that is what people, it definitely it will exist because that is what currency is about, the fear, uncertainty, and doubt, the FUD. But can we come together as both the practitioner and you, the government, and let people understand how it works? And by the way, so that I won't say I'm really negating what I'm saying, they are trying, like the likes of Conversity, the Beacon, the CBAN, having meetings with the likes of Central Bank and educating them. And it has been great so far, but I believe we can do more to make things better.
Okay, thank you for that, Ayobami.
You're welcome.
Okay, now looking at just before we take a break now, how can Nigeria develop now? How would you advise our federal government to develop a regulatory framework that balances innovation and consumer protection in the cryptocurrency industry?
All right. Okay, this is it. What is the art of Nigeria when it comes to growth? The GDP, right? How we make profits, how we export, and the likes. Now, that's why I said what I said earlier, that I looked into sectors in Nigeria and I can see the likes of the finance is just one out of maybe 17 or 21, which I saw, right? And as much as we want to focus on cryptocurrency, it's better you look at the underlying structure that makes it possible, which is the blockchain, and enable that as a structure that every businesses can ride on. I would say I'm going to ask things, but I think I'm going to ask earlier right now, or maybe put as a suggestion. What is Nigeria putting in place in year 2124 in the next 100 years?
That's a very long time.
I won't. Okay, let me look. I won't be here by then. I don't pray to be here by then. But it's beyond just every 4 tenor, right? It shouldn't be like one person comes in today, in 4 years is done with his own plans. Another person come and do their own 4 plans, and they are not building upon the plans that has been existing before. So can we adopt it fully? It starts with education. You can't just say someone is an expert, or you bring an expert and the whole crowd that is looking up to the person, you are dumb, or they are dollar, they don't know what you're talking about. So can you educate them first to understand how to even set it up? how does it work? How can it be relevant in the likes of healthcare, in the likes of agri-tech, in the likes of even the education, and which demo hub is focused on, right? How can it be relevant in the finance in itself, airline and the different sectors, right? Can we make sure that when those infrastructure are put in place, then what makes it on a autopilot is the finance? Yes, we know the money controls things, but the things that the money is supposed to be used on as utility are not even there. So imagine all the all the airline industry, right? They are already on the blockchain, which enables that. All the agriculture, all the petroleum and everything are there ready on with blockchain technology. Won't it be easy that when the money flows in, they can see how much is being earned by that parastatals? You see, so it makes it very easy when they want to say we want to tax easily. All the blockchain transactions that happen with this industry, let it be taxed because it's already there. Just go there. You made so amount in so months. Everything is there. So I will always go back there. Let's put the right things in the right place first. Every other thing will be easy to really check out and see because it can't be falsified.
Okay, and once the right infrastructure is in place, you believe that the consumers or the people who are buying and exchanging Bitcoins will be fully protected from scammers and fraudulent people?
Sure. Like I said, a platform is that, first of all, let me use this word. The blockchain technology makes it a one that can be falsified, right? Now, cryptocurrency is meant for peer-to-peer, right, transaction, but as long as it is on the chain, it can always be tracked, right? Then when it makes things very much easy. Why? Okay, I don't want to go there, but I'm going to touch on it. In our crude oil sector, the oil sector, okay, you say that if some barrel were manufactured, you already know how much per barrel, and by the end of the day, it's not balancing, right? Because it can be falsified.
Yes.
Right? But when you know that to every production is on the chain, to every sales is on the chain, to every remittance that you get from is on the chain. So you get to tell me what happens, or we're supposed to produce how many barrels for this particular interval, maybe per week or per day. So what happened? You produce so amount, the amount you're telling me that you're seeing right now. Now I know all this I'm saying is not going to happen in the next 3 months or in the next 1 year, possibly the next 3 years. But can we start from somewhere at least? That's why I asked that question. What happens in the next 100 years? We should think in that aspect, so that one, we can start building upon that, so that things maybe let's put that one, maybe it's gonna work out, right? God bless Nigeria for that, but I just hope it can really work.
Okay, thank you for that, Ayobami. But let's take a break now. When we return, we're going to talk about the future of our cryptocurrency industry and what can happen in the next few years, not the next 100 years. So join us after the break.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Thank you for watching the program. I am still discussing with our guest in the studio, Ayobami Atolagbe, the founder of and the CEO of Demo Hub. He's discussing with me Nigeria's cryptocurrency market and the revenue and economic implications of this. So far, yes, we've talked about the challenges, we've talked about the benefits of this, and you have really emphasized on the infrastructure, how we need to put a solid infrastructure in place.
Sure.
Now, looking at our cryptocurrency sector, it's the challenges of fraud has been going on for a very long time. Like you mentioned, since 2015, people have been scammed of their money with the cryptocurrency platform. Now, what are the social and economic implications of this of the volatility of the cryptocurrency prices? As you know, when we look at the cryptocurrency market, now we look at the exchange in other countries of the world, we see some days it's gaining, some days people are losing money, and it's not, yes, like
Yeah,
every
it's
stock,
volatile.
yes, it's one day it's up, the other day it's down. So now how do we prepare people for this future? Because this is part of the future of using this digital currency.
All right, I would say be a student of the market. Okay, God bless Nigeria, as the United States used to say. But looking at it, as Nigeria currency been so far,
Okay, we're going to talk.
right now, maybe not part or not part of, maybe cryptocurrency affected, allegedly or not. But before we even start knowing cryptocurrency, or before it came to limelight, at least there was a time that a naira was way more valuable than dollar, right?
That's a long time ago.
Long time ago, but it all starts from there, right? What happened then? Can we track it back? I would say we mostly look into just the problem, but we don't look at what actually caused the problem, right? We only see the when people are sick. Oh, how can we solve the sickness? But what is it? What caused the sickness, right? Now, when you asked the question, I responded to be a student, right? It's education. Most people want fast money.
Yes.
They don't want to build or they don't want to have the car or the tool that gives the money. You see people, oh, get in right now when it was $3,000. Oh, get in when it was $7,000. Oh, get in when it was $21,000. It went to about 69,000 at a point, right? Oh, it's going. That is the time you want to put in all the money and you sell your car and when it done back to about 30,000, you say that, oh, this thing is a lie. No, what happened when we've been telling you, educate yourself, know about these things? Because a market will never go graphs like this. No, it will always correct itself. It's a simple fact of economics. Buying and selling. Let me make this very fun for all the people watching this. Now, if when they were saying to my sister out there watching this, when they were selling that Brazilian hair at a certain amount and it was going up and they keep increasing the amount, it got to a point you say, man, I can't buy this, or we can't buy this at this price again, right? They was no, we cannot sell it. It got to a point that the price will go down, right? It's as simple as that. Okay, let me talk back to the grassroots. How much do they even sell it right now? Maybe about 3,500. There was a time that a pint of Gary was how much? 4,000 plus, right?
Yeah,
but
right now it's over 4,000.
Oh, it's over, right? Good, but it is not static. But let me go back to my mom. In a simple principle of economics, right? Buy low, sell high. Buy jerrycans of palm oil when it is cheaper. When it is scarce in the market, you do what? You sell at higher price. And definitely, by the time the season is over again, the price comes down, you buy cheaper again, you sell high. That is the principle of the market. It's as simple as that, right? So it's very important to just let them understand the market will always keep moving. But the question is, do you understand the market to understand that this is the buy zone and this is the sell zone? Because we have something we call the overbuy, overbought and oversold area in the chart. That is in regarding technical analysis right now, whereby people when they oversold, that means that they've sold, the price will be cheaper then, right? Then you can buy from that point. But when it is overbought, that means that people keep buying and it's already kind of, oh, this is the peak. Don't fall for FOMO, that is fear of missing out. That is, people are already in it, I want to really get this right now. No, Understand the market. So you understanding the market will know, oh, this is the right time I need to buy. And you're not going to be greedy to say, it's going to. No, okay. There's no way you can just keep making profit all the way. I learned something about some few weeks back. And he said, the market is not there for you to make 100% profits or 100% good trades. There will always be bad days, right? This is me already tilting into the side of trade, which most people are on. But the utility of cryptocurrency or blockchain can be used in other things. But let's focus on what people. So having to understand that there is no way you can be 100%. Nobody's 100%, right? But can you find a way to be profitable? Whether by the end of the day you're about 65 to 70%, 75% profitable in the market, then that is it. So don't just say you want. And I learned something which I think I should advise people on. Don't say that you have 100% of all your assets in cryptocurrency. What happens on the day that you are hungry? Possibly the market is down that day, and if you sell that time, you're already running loss, right? So can you divide your funds that you have, possibly 100% of your funds on you? Maybe you put in about maybe 30%. Then you the remaining 60%, you still have some on the bank and some in investments, right? So let's go back to tradition. Let's go back to the ages, the wisdom of the ages, right? They say don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? So be careful. Nothing is promised, right? I don't want to mention banks, but recently some banks are merging up and telling us to come and invest.
It's not
I
recent.
was seeing some advertisement of saying that don't take a pie of the when you can have the whole full basket. So it is for everything. So I don't want to talk much around that, but that is what happens in market. So can we just be real to ourselves? Nothing goes all the way up, but learn to get in and learn to get out.
Okay, that's a very good advice. Learn when to get in and learn when to get out. Very true. So can we, I believe, yes, more education is needed for people to understand how the cryptocurrency market works and in terms of when to buy and also when to sell.
Sure.
Now, how has the cryptocurrency market affected financial inclusion in Nigeria?
Oh, greatly. But let me start from what I've experienced as beneficiary, been beneficiary to Nigerians is the aspect of, I said it earlier, but I'm going to repeat it, is the profitability of every single person that is using it. Now, I was able to speak to some undergraduates in University of Ilorin some weeks back, and I was telling them about, and these are not all the people that graduated, at least first class would be about maybe 10% or 20% of every person that graduated, right? And they said that they're having about 5,500 and something first class that is not having a job. When you put a preference to first class and second class to get the job, we still have about maybe like 40-50% that second class lower or third class. Now, all of them will not go into cryptocurrency, but a higher percentage of a street person right now wants to trade and make money. Now, overall, that is already aiding what? Means of income. They already have a source of income. Now, that is on the good side. Income is coming. What happened? They're able to afford something and buy something, right? Overly is helping the economy, right? I don't want to go there, but when the Twitter was shut down, they knew how many millions that went out of the government or that they lost for that 2-3 days, right? It's the same thing. Do they know how many millions people have lost because they couldn't trade, and because all those trade and the profit made, they use it to buy something in Nigeria, which helps the economy to keep going? So the question is, do you just implement things, or you have a deep thought of what it will affect within that period that you implement it? So one, I would say definitely profitability and also source of income for Nigerians. Two, I talked about the remittance side of things, whereby I could literally be working from anywhere and send funds back home. Talking about the day-to-day, people are transacting with themselves easily. Nobody wants to run at loss, right? But the fact is, can the government be in place whereby they come in and they give us the best of percentage that enables businesses to run easily? On a long run, or let me talk about this, which is what Demob is actually focusing on. Let me just talk about that. That's BPAP. That's the Bitcoin business acceleration program. This is it. When we have more businesses that run their businesses on Bitcoin, they get to sell internationally, right? and them selling internationally and funds coming in easily, and they get good profits, keeps the business running in Nigeria, which is making more money in Nigeria. Imagine we have an increase of about maybe 20% increase in businesses that are sustainable every year, and they're running on Bitcoin. That they can transact with Bitcoin, and they're bringing an inflow. It keeps the business alive. Not that they come in and they shut down, and the revenue that the FRS is supposed to generate is no longer there. So can we enable that profitability, that is benefit that Bitcoin gives to the industry, to the individual, and definitely to the government? Because if the citizens are profitable, they spend the money in the state. The state is beneficial. They spend it as a country. So as a country overall, it is a win-win. But I would say they don't see the overall benefit of how it helps the government and how they can come in. But they can't do that unless we go back to what I started on, the right infrastructure that enables the country as a whole, like the likes of El Salvador, to benefit as a country. So it's important. So there are a lot of benefits, but I'll stay on those ones.
Okay. Now, before we round up the program, now let's look at the future of this digital currency in our economy. Yes, we've talked about the benefits, but for looking at a long-term growth now, what key factors do you think will determine the future success or failure of the cryptocurrency markets in Nigeria?
I would say it has already been accepted, but until we come to the point of full acceptance, let me break that down, because I have to give it a thought myself. Yes, they know it exists, they know it's useful, they know it can be applicable to what we do, but until it's fully accepted, that there's no bias of, oh, today we accept, today we ban, next tomorrow we keep it on a little side of things. Full acceptance. Okay, we accept these things, we are going to use it, implement it. We have a body that understands it fully, not partly, not 10% of knowledge, but fully. Developers that are building utilities that this thing can be used on, that, and we have a lot of it right now. But when you don't give people the leverage or the benefits or the freedom to come, like, oh, we have this tool, it can be used, right? Allegedly, there are people out there that, like, they literally mined, they're miners. And I'm not literally saying going to the farm to go mine, because I have to say that as well. Those are some terminologies that when you say, so you mean that I have to go to the rock and break rock and mine? No, these are digitally done, right? Cryptographically done. There are miners in Nigeria, but they don't come out, you don't see them. But the likes of that right now, to go back to infrastructure. Now, you want me to be a miner as in Nigeria, but there's no 24 hours light. Now, we're saying that there is band A, band B, band C, and let me say I'm on band A, and I'm not making a profit of the power I'm buying. Let me make us smile a little bit. Like I said, you can't give what you don't have, but Nigeria as a country, or a father is giving out excess food to other families when he himself, their children are suffering. So it doesn't make sense. So can you make sure that you have enough for your own children before you give out, so that they can easily do what they need to do, so that things can move properly?
Okay. That's very important. Okay, now still on the future growth of this cryptocurrency. Now, how can Nigeria position itself as a global leader in the cryptocurrency space? This is for the future. Now, what would you advise?
They should get on board fully. It just gets me repeating the same thing. They should enable a system that allows businesses to adopt such. Right? I mentioned it earlier. And we already, at least we concur on those thoughts regarding the art of every, let me say, organization, because as a country is an organized nation, right? The art of every nation is the aspect of the profit, the resources that people can make together to benefit it. So, example, we have less businesses, and I have my thought flying to how many international organizations have left Nigeria in the last 2 years. I don't have the data handy, right? But they're in tens, like, if not in hundreds. So imagine how much Nigeria has lost in that aspect. So can you enable businesses thrive, first of all? Can you stop focusing on one sector like the oil can you look into other aspects and enable blockchain technology in those aspects so that they can easily, everything is going tech-wise right now, whether we like it or not. So can you enable the easy flow of such, both in the accessibility of data, the accessibility of light, as little as that is? People are willing to pay as long as it's going to be available. You don't expect me just to pay for something I don't use, right? So can we make sure that those infrastructures are set in place? Then when that is in place, the likes of us, demo, which is educating businesses on how they can use this technology to make themselves globally relevant in business, they can transact. Someone in Nairobi can buy from Nigeria and you get the profit. Somebody, you can buy your Adire in Nigeria and you ship out and they pay you easily. And by the time when all those systems are being set in place, they don't have to even say they are paying the tax or manually. It's automatically taken from them when it is being set right. So they should look in those aspects and make things easy for everybody. I'm going to say this. We don't have to queue on the line for everything. We are now in a digital world. Can we enable that to happen?
Certainly. Thank you so much for your
Thank
time
you very
with us
much.
this morning. Ayobami Atolagbe, the founder and the CEO of Demo Hub. Thank you for joining us on Market
so
Insight
much.
this morning. It's been great talking with you about the cryptocurrency markets, how we can generate revenue from it, and the economic implications of this. Many thanks for coming on the program
you so
this morning.
much.
And I do hope you can come again to our studios.
I look forward to that.
Okay, now let's look at the foreign exchange markets this morning, how the Naira is faring when compared to the dollars, pound sterling, and the euro. So we'll look at the Central Bank of Nigeria rates and the parallel markets rates. So for today, Wednesday, 21st August, the dollar is currently selling at 1,515 Naira. That's the CBN rate to $1. And at the parallel market is 1,579 Naira to $1. And for the pound sterling is 2,004 Naira to £1 sterling. That's for the CBN rate. At the parallel market rate is 2,046 Naira to £1 sterling. For the euro, it's 1,716 Naira to €1 at the CBN rates, and the parallel market rate is 1,755 Naira to €1. So those are our money market figures this morning. And as usual, the parallel market rates are higher than the CBN rates. Many thanks for watching the program Market Insights this morning. As my guest and I discussed Nigeria's cryptocurrency markets, how we can generate revenue from it, and the economic implications for this. And as he emphasized the importance of improving on our infrastructure, and that will boost growth for our economy. Thank you so much for watching the program. I am your host, Lavina Emma. Do stay tuned to the news update on SOUQ News Television.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market, located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers of consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
On Thursday, 8th of August 2024, Sky Girl, Nigeria chapter, an initiative supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, premiered a teen-themed TV series, Journey to Bloom. According to Dr. Peju Adenusi, sexual and reproductive health consultant on the project, the production is a blend of key elements essential for raising a balanced adult.
Journey to Bloom is actually a TV drama that one has been looking forward to seeing. I was privileged to go through the scripts as it relates to sexual and reproductive health, which is an aspect of health that we're trying to introduce through the SKY projects in Nigeria. And as you can see the TV drama today, we just had about 2 episodes. So it's more like giving you a tip, a new face, a tip of the iceberg, but there's still something deeper coming in the different episodes. So it's looking at financial inclusion, How do you get teenagers? Because Sky Girls looks at teenagers between the ages of 13 to 18, working with both in-school and out-of-school girls. And as you can see, you could see the Sky project itself, the background songs, you could see the girls themselves. So how do you, started with financial inclusion in Nigeria, how can they be money smart? Which you saw in the first episode. You saw Tife, having it out with her mom to say, look, I've been saving. How do you go into my savings without letting me know? So there's that sense of responsibility to save for the future. But also there's still an aspect that is coming on. So I'm not going to say it all, but it has to do with relationship. How do you take decisions about yourself as you grow, the issue of puberty, and then the issue of managing relationships, to make informed decisions based on the information that is available to you. To know that your no is no, your yes is yes. You heard a statement said, we no go gree and no go gree. So that means you already know who you are, what you want, your self-esteem, confidence in yourself, and the trust in your decisions, knowing that your choices are made based on the information that you have. So you will see how the information on sexual and reproductive health can actually make as a girl, to make decisions that will affect your life, and indeed, not just the journey to bloom, but the journey of your life.
Adenike Udutola, Country Director, Sky Girl Nigeria, shared the focal points that inspired the production and the aspirations for the project.
So we have two critical focus issues focus issue areas for Sky, right? Sexual reproductive health and financial inclusion. There's the gender empowerment conversation in there, but it really just is hinged on those two strong, pillars. And you see that come through in the messaging around Journey to Bloom. It's a behavioral change drama series, so of course, what it means is we're going to see the messaging in there. We tried not to sound preachy, right? We tried to be as natural and as relatable as possible, and we hope that when the girls watch, that's how they feel as well. One of the channels that we realized is really critical, really key for us to be able to reach them was TV. They love drama, they love movies, they love great content. So that literally led us to creating this TV series for them, and titled Journey to Bloom.
One of the producers also had this to say.
Journey to Bloom highlights the story of two teenage girls as they navigate life. So as a teenager, you see different changes, start noticing different changes. So it's a coming of age drama. So these young girls, as we put them in this school where they start experiencing sexual reproductive health to financial inclusion.
It's an amazing movie, and you should definitely see it. Oh, watch out for amazing performances, watch out for new talents, and of course watch out for a reverting storyline and education, of course, because it's an educative one.
The TV series titled Journey to Bloom plans to address common issues faced by teen girls such as peer pressure, financial struggles, and the journey to self-discovery. The series aims to be both educational and entertaining, providing relatable scenarios and practical solutions to real-life challenges. Sky is a community.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Shade Uwe. It is the second day of the 3-day strategic insight training program for top-level public sector managers at the 4 Points by Sheraton Victoria Island, Lagos. It's a program jointly organized by the Africa Development Studies Center, ADST, and the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPSS, aims to equip senior leaders with the skills to identify opportunities, mitigate threats, and make informed decisions. Today's session is centered on data-driven decision-making. Facilitator Maurice Ekong will, at the training, provide participants with a 5-step approach to harnessing data effectively, drawing examples from the oil sector. Participants are showing increased enthusiasm for the content and the interactive nature of the sessions. The program is expected to round off on August 22, 2024. In a bid to enshrine transparency in governance and significantly reduce wasteful expenditures at the 29th UN Climate Change Conference in Baku, Azerbaijan, holding between November 11 and 22, 2024, President Bola Tinubu has launched a climate accountability and transparency portal. The Special Presidential Envoy on Climate Action, Ajuri Ngelale, made the announcement, stating that the portal was launched for efficiency and accountability. It will allow Nigerians to verify the numbers of delegates attending the conference. This move follows an audit that revealed significant wasteful expenditures at COP28 in Dubai last year. The government aims to ensure only those with clear economic purposes, like attracting finance and opportunities, will be part of the delegation. Meanwhile, the federal government has inaugurated a 13-member steering committee for the National Housing Data Center to address Nigeria's housing data challenges. The committee was officially launched by the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Archbishop Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, on August 20th, 2024. This initiative aligns with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, aiming to establish reliable and scientific housing data. The committee's duties include setting up the National Housing Data Center, developing data gathering frameworks, and improving data distribution to enhance Nigeria's housing market efficiency. Archbishop Dangiwa stressed that resolving Nigeria's housing data issues is crucial for economic development and poverty alleviation. The committee, comprising representatives from key organizations, is expected to complete its mandate within 12 months with a focus on creating comprehensive data systems and stakeholder engagement strategies. The Ikorodu local government chairman, Wasiu Adeshino, has announced that Ikorodu will be partnering with the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSETF, to offer a 30 million SOUQ loan to farmers and traders. He made the announcement during the launch of a drainage construction project in Ikorodu. Additionally, emphasized that the partnership will boost food production and economic growth in the area. He also reveals that the loan will be disbursed through banks, targeting only eligible farmers and traders. Repayment will begin after 3 weeks at a low interest rate covered by the local government. The South African rand began trade on a weak note in the early hours of Wednesday, trading at 17.83 against the dollar. Investors are closely watching the release of South Africa's July inflation data, which could signal the future interest rate trajectory for Africa's most industrialized economy. June's inflation rate was 5.1% within the central bank's 3% to 6% target range, though the preferred midpoint is 4.5%. Meanwhile, the South African Reserve Bank may cut interest rates for the first time in over 2 years on September 19. In early deals, South Africa's benchmark 2030 government bond showed slight weakness, with its yield rising by 1 basis point to 9.295%. And that's all on the news updates at this hour. Do stay tuned for all the programs and bulletins on SOUQ News Television. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
Looking back, my village is nice. I mean, urban, or it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties. you know, in the community. And so my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, you know, in the family. So usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, you know, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, you know. So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You know, you can wake up at 5, you know, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, you know, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, you know, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, you know, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, you know, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University, where I am now, when I walk out, you know, you have this, what they call these gardeners, you know, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, you know, feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. You know, the question about being idle wasn't there, indolence wasn't there at all. You know, you have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times, you know, for the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School, it used to be called St. John's, you know, but by the time we were leaving 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School, you know, and from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education, you know, in the then Bender State. You know, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGR, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. You know, we were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, you know, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. You know, today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, you know, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You know, you have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM. Must have written JAM about 3 times. You know, you write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bende. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bende State University when it was created, you know, Brusali. You know, I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona, who was, I think he was a lecturer in Brusali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Utia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one that succeeded FEDECO. You know, he was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. You know, there was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. You know, I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but you know, that program turned out to be very exciting for me. You know, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. You know, it was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died, so nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, you know. Went back to Lagos, but it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, you know, it was something that it was, you know, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, you know. And my earliest heroes were, you know, Obafemi Awolowo, Olesho Inka, then, of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. You know, in terms of his commitment, patriotism, you know, disinterestedness in himself. You know, a man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. You know, so those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I also reread that work again when I was writing my master's, you know, thesis. You know, so the other part of me which was in it was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. You know, we led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for you know, Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. You know, so I led a boycott of it. You know, it got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, you know, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. You know, everybody was leaving. It remained about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. You know, we still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat, that we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, you know, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, you know, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. You know, so eventually they prevailed on us, use all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and you know, those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, well, we calmed down and you know, allowed the process to go on. So that was one example, earliest example of, you know, my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. Isi Mamadou. He's now a German resident. You know, he graduated from Ife, Bafina University, then the University of Ife. And he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one like I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Frederick Engels. If you read the Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. You know, science and its relation to social life. So that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-During, also by Frederick Engels. Anti-During will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, you know, and all of that. So when I left ECPOMA for Lagos, you know, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, you know, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, you know, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labour Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, you know, even though I was squatting, you know, at that time. And what we did by, you know, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership, writing minutes, you know, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, you know, period until I entered the University of Lagos, you know. Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratek, Bengal, Awekpo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in UNIMED, where he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Oyepe, you know, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, you know, during that period. So we resuscitated the union. I brought the union back by, you know, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And you know, there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madoju Timi Phillips. Atlanta died, God bless his soul, you know, to become the union president. I ran, after Madoju Timi, I think I ran for the presidency, you know, and again, I lost to Papa Chris Anyaze. It's also late now, you know. That led to crisis at the university because I won the whole of Akoka campus. They rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, you know, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falano. You know, so, and we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment, you know. That was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. You know, the previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results was, when it was eventually released, you know, I was deployed to Sokoto, and I redeployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, you know, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north, you know. And so we redeployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Ogunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We redeployed back, you know, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism, with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, you know, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, you know, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. You know, so I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. You know, I was editing that for a time. And in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. You know, I was elected at the Ibadan convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. You know, I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, you know, and my chairman was taken away, Beko was taken to Katsina prison. So we were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we're on that when Abiola General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. Some of the alumni of SOUQ, many prominent people, Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of SOUQ, of that center. Orelokpe was in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, to train in the SOUQ called Summer School of Governance, and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, and I rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, in political science. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, it's liberating. It's about, how to transform the society. And it's about, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. One of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players. The way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You must at this point in time define, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of death, and we don't also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? It means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, help to fight them. You have to subvert them so that people can, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. If I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. because that's the only way, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. It doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always we're on our own, and the social measures, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even his 10th cousin, and you complain, you can share some of his, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. So self-reliance is very important. And I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. They need to, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power, which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, program. In that conference, I recall very well, Issa Sage was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfemu was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitutional making, you have what we call, there's what we call a people's-led kind of process of making constitution. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. So that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the lay down a constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966, even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was a problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on the exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the state. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Ekweremadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. Creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that more powers should be devolved to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. Electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent. And which other one? Railway is now concurrent. So for me, that's some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power. But we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power. You talk about refederalizing the polity. Largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, system, the polity. Therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about. Because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. The question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the central, from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. They had. State had. Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today. They had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU's area. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community, with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not prioritized. So that has created problems between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, But creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So, SOUQ has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And SOUQ doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document SOUQ produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was SOUQ that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. SOUQ provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, these integrated personnel, payment services. SOUQ said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. SOUQ then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So SOUQ will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what SOUQ does, And I would say that SOUQ is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget, because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university, because product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and you know the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. you know. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all. Except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, you know, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, you know, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, I mean, were very solid and strong, attracting international, you know, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like BJ Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you know, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI. Because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, you know, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. You know, it is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, you know, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, you know, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are living in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance, governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Yeah, your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions
League. For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to create it.
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Yeah, your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to be creative.
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Well, it is midweek, and yes, hello, sports enthusiasts, fans, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports. And as usual, in the next 45 minutes, I'll bring you up to speed with what's happening in the world of sports. Like I said, it is midweek, and it comes with its own sporting activities. First and foremost, the UEFA Champions League. We had games yesterday on Tuesday. Of course, it's a qualification stage. I have a friend who is very vehement that it's still small teams at this stage, so he doesn't want to blah in his words. Anyway, I'll start off by letting you know I do have one eligible bachelor and, of course, the governor, eligible bachelor that graduated to a suspect because he's been in that particular, would I call it category for a while. Well, let's start off with the Governor General, Chief John Rogers. Good to have you on set today.
Good afternoon. When you said midweek, I thought you were going to say midweek service. But yes, he's right. It's still the midweek, and this is SOUQ Sports. You're welcome.
Well, the noblest. Is there any word like that? Noblest. Noble Kelvin.
I'm not sure if there's a word like that.
In the era of Shakespeare's.
They might.
Yeah.
There might be a word like that because you can actually
Thou knowest how my heart yearn for you, the noblest knight.
Hello, are you really saying that?
It's Shakespeare. I have poetic license.
Okay. Tell Kelvin that.
Come on.
No.
Okay.
Well, it's a wonderful Wednesday.
Yeah.
I wonder why you guys are not talking about the rain.
Oh.
You guys, you survived it.
I mean,
I don't think I'm out of it yet. I'm still very, very cool.
Well, I was judged. I spent a couple of hours trying to get to, the work, to the studio. And of course, when you look at your map, it gives you an idea. So a trip that's usually 19 or 20 minutes on a good day was running into hours, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 45 minutes. And, it's crazy when you're not driving. It's worse. Yeah. And then there's rain, right? And then you now realize that on the long stretch of the Third Milan Bridge, buses were now opening up their boots because they couldn't open the windows to have like some sort of air. So I just imagine, I had a lot of crazy imagination. What if someone just, should I say, falls there in the most, or something just happens and it's just going to be disastrous, so it's crazy.
Open the window.
And you let the rain beat you. Smell. And I realized that, the eating culture, a lot of people love to eat eggs here. Boiled eggs. They toss it at
Please. Let's go to the show.
When they're talking about food, yeah, you notice that some footballers actually get to eat certain fruits during halftime.
Yeah.
I mean, someone would easily throw a full banana into his mouth while playing, and then you're wondering, okay, what's the idea? So it's been observed, and nutritionists say that it's like a quick source of energy for them. And I'm thinking that's the energy we need to start off the show, because the kind of thing happening in the country might make the last time we were on the show and we talked about Nigeria, we left kind of pained. But then it's our dear country, and that's where you're receiving us from, Lagos, Nigeria. So we start off from the local scene where the NFF is in the process. I mean, it's been on and on and on, where we do not have a coach. And so an interim local coach might just be the saving grace at this moment. And of course, the team is preparing for the 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifiers, which is scheduled for September. And they've been without a coach since Finidi George stepped down. Finidi George, on the other hand, has moved on long ago. I mean, it felt like he moved on since 10 years ago. He's now the coach of Rivers United. And there are reports that Jane Anderson will take over the role. Now, that may be a permanent appointment, but then it has not been finalized yet. Crucial matches against Benin and Rwanda in the offing in September, and we're hearing an Austin Eguavon, the technical director of the Nigerian Football Federation, who has always stepped in. He's had some good days, he's had some bad days, but is that what we really need at this time? Given the proximity of the matches, we need a new coach to take on the responsibility. We would have just kept on with the guy who was there from Gennaro Raw, and then do you feel the pain?
It's actually very sad when at this stage of life
at this age
we are still going through this getting a coach issue. It's actually very funny, and it is sad. It is a disgrace that we could not actually manage someone that came with they had issue. Finidi didn't even stay up to 2 months before he left. So it's not actually.
I was against Finidi stepping into that role in the first instance, personally.
Why?
I didn't think he was prepared enough, because I don't know if the governor agrees with me, but then the politics. I was seeing a viral clip of Clement Westerhoff, who was trying to describe a typical match scenario, and he said he was sitting on the bench, reserve bench, and then a note came. He said he could not remember if it was from the Minister of Sports or from the NFF. And then he was told, take this person out and replace this person. And he said, on the premise that the person will come and take his seat, and he will go and take, like, I'll substitute the player, but you will come and substitute me as the coach, and I'll take your position as NFF or whatever. And so you realize that there's been a lot of interference in the Nigerian football scene. At some point, when it was Amaju Melvin Pinnacle was in charge of the Glass House, there were talks that the money for our coaches had been set aside completely. Like, we don't have a problem paying a coach. And so when news filtered and the coach was crying, and what's his name now? The German tactician, the Portuguese tactician, not Gennaro, was saying, I have not been paid. It came as a surprise. What did we do with all the money that we heard was put aside? And so the oversight function of the Ministry of Sports, in as much as the NFF is supposed to have some level of independence as, the FIFA statute requires, but then it feels like we're just shooting ourselves and putting Band-Aid and hurting ourselves again, all over again. Because, I mean, there's no form of development. What we depend on are players who are based abroad. You assemble them a couple of weeks to the game and let them play. The last time we had a proper team, in my opinion, was the time when we had Stephen Keshi, and that was when we won the African Cup of Nations Cup. Are you feeling?
I think
are you feeling something?
No, they can just call on John Rogers to be the next coach. It is possible with what is going on. Probably they might have seen you analyzing game. They'll say,
this guy can read the game.
He can.
I read our situation.
I should read this. Okay, where we are right now, I think we need a crystal ball to tell us that we need spiritual cleansing. Finidi was a victim of the system.
Yeah.
So was those that were before him. And same thing will befall whoever is coming there right now. Until that system is not just cleansed but thrown away, we'll still have the same issue over and
over again.
The sports, but the ministry down to the different federations, they are not ready yet. We just need to completely overhaul it. And when we say overhaul, throw away. Let people that know what they want to do come and try something else.
Well, Guavon had previously led the Super Eagles in interim capacity, and that was during the 2021 African Cup of Nations. And it's possible from the feelers that making the round on social media that he could take on the team and lead them once again. Well, the Super Eagles are facing Benin Republic at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium, dubbed the Nest of Champions. That's on the 7th of September. And then it's going to be another game against Rwanda, this time around in Kigali, 3 days later. On the flip side, Enugu Rangers head coach Fidelis Elechuku has been mentioned in some quarters as he will be serving as the assistant coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Now, he's one of the...
This is where I have a problem.
Why?
If I am Rangers, I will tell him, don't go.
It's called to service.
No, this is not called to service. This is called to slaughter. If you step out of this place, don't return. It's not about patriotism. It's about seeing the house is on fire. Why step in there? You can't quench the water from inside. You have to quench it from outside. Dissolve it. Start all over again. And now that Enugu Rangers is in
the Confederations Cup,
you want to leave them.
I think it's what happened to Eimba when Finidi became a little bit distracted.
Of course, yes.
And then
Eimba suffered.
It happened. Especially going out and, we had that national embarrassment with the names of the players and the numbers not properly done. I don't know if you saw that picture and video at that time, but, it felt like we had an amateur. I'm glad that Kanu Nwankwo kept faith with Yemi Olarenwaju, no doubt. I'm okay. I mean, he's been able to let him been given the opportunity, I would say. But when they went to play Champions League and Infinity George was not available, it felt some type of way, no form of guardians or whatsoever for that player figure, managerial figure for the players on the pitch. But moving away from that, Fidelis Elechuku, it's agreed that if he gets to do this, there are other coaches. Yes, he won the MPFL Coach of the Year, last season, paid 1 million naira. Good stuff.
Which is good. 1 million is good stuff.
No, the fact that he was recognized, having led Enugu Rangers, to win the MPFL title after years, So don't also forget that this guy has been there, done that. MFM, we could mention Ifeanyi Ubah, I think, as well. He's gone round and achieved Heartland as well at some point. So if he was able to achieve this with Enugu Rangers, he should just concentrate
on Rangers.
Yes. It's just like saying Gary Southgate should manage the English, the 3 Lions of England, and then should be manager of Chelsea.
Why
distraction.
Why Chelsea?
London now. What do you mean? London. Anyway, so Fidelis Elechuku is poised. He said he sees a significant opportunity to elevate his coaching career, but then we right here are advising him to
stay put,
pull back.
For now.
Retreat.
For now, we should.
Congratulations to one of the Nigerian representatives at the CAF Women's Football Confederation of African Football, Women's Confederation of African Football. And it's said Do Queens, they were in action in the WAFU B qualifiers against Inter FC at the Stade de la Paix de Bouaké, where Essien found the back of the net. Blessing Vidia also scored in that 2-1. And NWFL champions Edo Queens went through to the final of the ongoing CAF Women's Champions League qualifiers in Ivory Coast, and the ladies are yet to concede a goal from open play. So they have played 4 matches, scored 11 goals, conceded 1 from the spot in the process, and will play against VFC. We'll bring you up to speed with how that pans out. But then congratulations to girls. Edo, Delta, they've just been in the spotlight. It feels as though it was decades ago where Rivers Angels dominated the women football scene.
For a very long time.
Mm-hmm. So it's good to have some new fresh legs, some new names, some challengers. But then again, have you noticed that we've not been having a lot of the Nigerian Super Falcons players fed from the local teams as used to be before?
That's another issue. We should start asking questions because they're also going by the way of what they see the men do.
Yeah.
And that's not good because the ladies that played local leagues here took us all the way, gave us the names.
Yeah, true.
So after the names, now we are getting to see Nigerians, good outside, also being majorly part of Falcons. But I think they should open up the camp.
Let's see. It has to be Randy Waldrum's turf, or well, the ball is in his court to decide how that goes, and we're hoping that he looks inwards. If the girls can impress at continental stage, I mean, they should have some firepower.
But come to think of it, if the coach decides to take his 11 players from the local leagues, definitely he's going to get good players.
Well, there might also be, you know, there's a bit of psychology at play, especially when you've not played at that level, right? You just play the local league, and then you're facing an American superstar, right? What name comes to mind? Let's use the male folks, for example. You're playing with Imba. You know, at some point, Imba went to play in Brazil.
They went to Barcelona, to be precise.
When Ronaldo was
Barcelona, they also went to Italy.
Ronaldo was out, and then you can imagine
the beating of their life.
African champions. So. no jokes. African champions, right? No, come on, bro. Do you get the point? So you could
apologies for the laugh.
No. Let's be honest. Even if you picked up a team from the local league in maybe Brazil and put them with a team in Europe, one of the best teams, they might also suffer the same fate. Because what plays out here is, quality of players.
Quality of players.
Psychology.
Exposure.
Yes. And so
I think even the
professional level of experience. And so you see somebody who probably has a one-on-one with the goalkeeper and he decides to want to dribble, not realizing that the goalkeeper is also a top performer. So you wonder why certain decisions are made. A ball is pulled to you, and instead of you to flash with a kick, which you will see in a typical European Champions League kind of, somebody will trap, he will now hold it, he will now want to change with the right, and they take one, you're like, this guy knows how to play ball. No ball sense. And that's, yes, you grow in the game. So yes, you give them some credit. And then if you have your 11 players coming from the local league without any blend, I always go back to say Stephen Keshi had it thought out, and he was able to have a perfect mix in that team. In as much as, yes, they say they were lucky, talking about the Nigerian side, we're lucky in the African Cup of Nations. Well, I don't know.
That's another discussion.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so let's move on and let you know that the MPFL League Giants, Enyimba, one of the most successful clubs, have completed the signing of Francis Odinaka, and that's ahead of the 2024-2025 season, which we don't have a date for yet. So the MPFL was supposed to commence, or is supposed to commence 30th, right? 31st of August, but no word out from the media department to that effect. But then Odinaka previously played for MPFL club Lobby Stars. He signed a 2-year deal with the People's Elephant. The midfielder has also played for Nigerian National League side Takada of Akwa Ibom. Lobby Stars have made significant additions to their squad, signing 15 new players in preparation for the 2024-2025 new MPFL season. Now, among those new signings are O.C. Martins, Helega Beshima, Kogenga Joseph, Tema Peter, and you have Japheth and several others. I'm mentioning the number of 15 and trying to highlight because of a conversation offset where the governor had said a team that signed 11 players, how they want to succeed. So what are you going to say about Lobby Stars?
I wanted to say this is actually the Chelsea in the Nigeria.
As it is right now, I can't find words. I can't find the right words to string 15.
Yes.
How many are you going to register for the league?
Well, so I'll give you an example. Albia Comets Football Club let go of 21 players, declared them surplus to requirement.
21.
21. There was an uproar. And then you begin to wonder, why did you have that much in the first place? I mean, thinking, do you even have up to 11 at the moment? So did they just change the whole team at the same time? Or did they have too much players that they had to let 21 go? It boils down to, playing the team's culture, managerial system in place, and all of that. But then Lobby Stars has had to strengthen their squad after finishing in 5th position last season. They failed to secure a continental ticket. So you can understand where they're going to in trying to get into the top 4 and probably represent Nigeria at the Continentals. So they're going to have a proper unveiling ceremony, which was scheduled to hold earlier, but was postponed due to protest, in the northern part, the end hunger protest. So that event will take place now, and we're going to be bringing you up to speed with how it pans out. But then,
but
15.
I feel for a club to sign, for a club to bring in new 15 players, it's as if they had no players before, or probably they sold everyone out and they needed a fresh start, because you definitely there's a possibility that you use 70% of those 15 that you just brought in. Definitely. So it's as if you are flushing out your old players and bringing a new set of players. You want something different, you want something fresh.
Yes.
But 15 is just too much.
Okay. If you're looking at 15, also ask, how did they get these players?
Yeah.
Most of these players are not registered in a club before. Just like the 21 days they sacked. Let's use that word.
Well, the player transfer system is just so...
Majorly, they do open camp kind of thing. Can you play football? Okay, he has been playing football in the local government. They now open a camp. And people stay there for 2-3 weeks and they now pick players. They now tell you they've signed to some
and they start paying them monthly.
Thank you very much. Now, the contract, again, is another thing. What sort of binding contract do we have here for you to throw out 21 players? The first question you ask yourself, can you really pay? If there was a contract, can you terminate those contracts without
a proper agreement?
Yes, so this is where we also need to start getting our acts in order. Are we really doing business the way we should do business?
Crazy times. Well, Sporting Lagos midfielder Philip Odubia is reportedly attracting interest from MPFL sides, Shooting Stars, and of course there is a potential move which comes following an impressive performance, considering what he displayed in the last MPFL season, and he's considered a replacement for club captain Tafik Malomo, who was moved to Albanian club KF Billis. And then Bendel Insurance goalkeeper Amas Obasoje has moved to the Ethiopian club Fasil Katema FC, signing a 2-year contract. He won the Golden Glove Award in the previous MPFL season and has attracted interest from Imba and Rivers United, but then decided to move abroad. Lobby Stars head coach Eugene Agabe has extended his contract with the club for an additional 2 years. And we hear the decision is aligned with the club's ambitions to achieve a significant success in the upcoming MPFL season that doesn't have a date just yet. I have to emphasize. Well, Nigeria's preparations for the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games have commenced in Germany, where the athletes are training ahead of the Games. Now, athletes and accompanying officials have been in Saarbrücken, Germany, and word from the media officer there is that they will be proceeding to Paris, France tomorrow for the 2024 Paralympic Games. 24 athletes, and we're hoping that they are the ones who put a smile on our face.
They have always been the one that has always put a smile on our face. So we wish them the best. But before we hit this nod of it, I'm still thinking about the keeper that went abroad, Ethiopia.
Why? Where they are backward, as in they're in the year 2001.
His way, you spelled it out. He left Eyimba, he left Rivers to go play Ethiopia.
Abroad.
You're repeating it?
they might offer better deal.
Yeah,
It's just that
it would be better.
it's same thing we talked about.
Okay.
Do you understand? Where somebody just, I'm giving you sign, no, but because they give you 120,000 every month. Do you understand? And then there's no, what do you make out of this? You never can tell. He would not be paid in Ethiopian currency. He probably be paid in dollars.
And it will be paid more. But now the issue is visibility.
Well,
if he's signing a 2-year contract,
where would you rather cry, in a BMW or on a bike?
In my house.
Where is the visibility?
You said cry.
Okay. Now I get it. He should actually move because of the cash. Now it's not.
And it could be the motivation, because I mean, Enyimba and Rivers United are top clubs in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And whatever the case may be, Enyimba used to be one of the teams that they had foreign players. They had players from Ghana, from
Brazil.
Yeah, playing Enyimba. So why not? I mean, but then we need to go back to those days when we had, Ifeanyi was the last team. You have an Ifeanyi team file out and you had Brazilians on the pitch. And you're like, what? Well, it had its attraction to it, So we miss some of those. And then the only way it can be possible is to have a player transfer system put in place and you're not going to be segregating. What you do to a foreigner, you do to a Nigerian. You can't give a foreigner, I pay you $1 monthly or $2 monthly. It doesn't happen. So we're looking forward to, a system that works. But then it has to start from the grassroots. And I think that's what's going to be happening in Delta State when the 8th edition of the Nigerian National Youth Games is on the way. So it's scheduled for Asaba, the south part of Nigeria, and will run from the 10th to the 20th of September 2024. So officials of the Ministry of Sports and the Management Committee of Delta State Sports Commission did meet last week in Asaba and concluded an arrangement for the National Youth Games 2024. Comrade Obinna George, who is the Director of Sports in Abia State, led a group of Director of Sports to inspect facilities at the Stephen Keshi Stadium, and the date was effectively chosen when we're deep into the academic calendar of schools in Delta State, and of course across the South and the Southeast, and of course the forthcoming Olympics and Paralympic Games. Registration from the statement put out will commence on the 23rd of August, and a total of 36 sports will feature in this year's games. And the latest edition of those sporting activities are Kung Fu and kickboxing. So parents actually who, we talked about the Olympics and where we saw Chinese kids
11 years
in a viral video and stuff like that. I mean, this is a chance for young people to try. There's one video I saw, I don't know if it was Ghana, I don't know what African country. They made a mess of sporting activity, especially high jump and long jump.
Yes.
And I'm like, who taught you to jump like this? Like, there was no zest, there was nothing. I just chill with like they said, all of you, go and jump. And they just go down, they were just, and you were filming that, and he said that's a competition. No. So I feel...
Well, it's actually a good, should I say it's the 8th edition for it. But my concern is how many of our local channels we actually cover this event.
Okay.
You understand? So not everyone's aware about it. I want to talk about bringing sports taking it from the grassroots. These are some of the things. Now, when Olympic came up, everybody in the world was aware about it. Now, even this one, I'm not even sure if the Niger debtors are aware about it.
Yeah.
Visibility. How many media houses will be there to cover this event like from the day one till the end of it? Or how many schools are even aware about these opportunities? So we should also look. I think the sport minister there should also look for a way should have collaborated with some of the media houses on how before the event, more publicity, more awareness about it. So it will be very easy and for more people to register and for more persons to participate in it.
Checks. You got anything?
Yes. If I have anything, it depends specifically on what.
You got someone to see about this?
Sports festival has always been one of those avenues where you get to discover not just talents that get to go global, but people that will represent the country for a long time. And we need to go back to that culture. We need to go back to that culture. We are I almost say we are losing it. No, we lost it.
Mm.
Growing up, I'm still growing up though. You know when the next sports festival is going.
You had a lot of inter-house sporting activities going
All
on.
gearing up.
Even
What's that?
Schools against schools. I mean, it was a way to foster what's the word I'm looking for? Spirit of sportsmanship. You say, we beat Ajale Primary School. Do you know that we played? And then all of those things just seem to have fizzled out, where everyone is telling their kids, go to school, collect your
Sure, then
certificate,
just
and and you wonder if the education is complete. There's character, there's learning, there's supposed to be sports, especially considering what schools abroad in developed countries do. You have a talent, an athletic talent, a footballing talent. You're considered and you're given a scholarship. How many schools in Nigeria give scholarship because you can play football?
How many?
Come again.
How?
You are grabbing very that many.
Okay, well, let's move on. World number one Jannik Sinner has been cleared of any wrongdoing after testing twice positive for a banned substance. Now, the Italian tested positive for low levels of metabolite of clostebol, a steroid that can be used to build muscle mass. Now, during the Indian Wells, that's when that test was carried out and it turned positive. But then a further sample taken a little over a week later also tested positive for low levels of the same metabolite, and a provisional suspension was applied automatically. But then Sinner challenged it successfully and then was able to keep playing during the international tennis during that period. Yes, but then the ITRA, which is the International Tennis Integrity Agency, found him contaminated with the substance by Giacomo Naidi, his physiotherapist. Naidi had been applying an over-the-counter spray available in Italy to a cut on his hand and had then carried out treatments on Sinner. Now, the ITI accepted the explanation, and the violation was described as not intentional.
Described as not intentional. Okay, that's good. But the only thing is,
the important thing is low levels.
That's what they are testing for in the first place. But the issue is, I hope when it's someone else, they also find it non-intentional.
Especially if it's an
Especially if his skin is black.
Come on now.
We are just saying. I don't know if you understand.
I do.
Good. So the black guy has to eat meat. And sometimes he's swear he doesn't know where it's coming from. These are normal things. It happens.
But then, as a sports person, I'm certain that there's some what you call it. There are certain things you just have to do to keep yourself.
Definitely, just like he has to also spray to get his injury
because he was injured.
Healed, yeah. So the African might also go take some fruit that he bought outside, and they could be tainted. So it's just what is good for the sinner is also good for the righteous one.
Oh, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. We'll take a moment, and when we come back, I am my gender. We'll continue to Panta.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots.
if this award was held, you probably would have been hearing pop, 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 something. I mean, usual sound that the DJ will play when you're doing awards presentation. And yes, it was the Professional Football Association's awards, which was held yesterday. I'll bring you up to speed, but first let me let you know that you're tuned into SOUQ News Television. Welcome to SOUQ Sports. My name is TC Barr. I still do have the guys with me, Kelvin, and of course, Chooks John Rogers. So Phil Foden was named the Professional Footballers Association Men's Player of the Year award. And while he won the major men's category of the award, Chelsea winger Cole Palmer won the Young Player of the Year award. Guys, what do you make up of Foden's outstanding performance with 19 goals, from the competition? I mean, from the games. What do you make out of it?
Well, it wasn't a surprising. I wasn't even surprised when he won it. Because if he hadn't gotten it, I think they would have given it to Kobe Mino. Foden, I said Kobe Mino. Yeah, Foden actually deserved it because he was outstanding in Man City team last season. He was really, really outstanding.
Where is he playing now?
Still there. Still there. Despite the fact that the likes of Alan is there, but he was actually outstanding when he holds the ball. He was a threat to all goalkeepers, even defenders. So it was well deserved for him. He was well deserved. He deserved it.
Well, Cole Palmer, also a winner on the night.
He did, this Cole Palmer was actually the star in Chelsea last season.
Yeah,
possibly he can also be the star this season, even despite the people they are bringing in.
Do you think he has been able to establish? Well,
the man that was standing behind him, is that not Zola?
Standing behind Foden?
Yeah, the picture we just saw on the screen. That looks like Franco Zola. He used to be your player. He used to be Chelsea's player and
all-time player,
former coach too. From player coach before the beating started. But all the same, want to say congratulations to Foden. Thanks to him, Man City won the trophy last season.
Yeah. It was actually a key.
Okay. That picture, yeah. Well, congratulations to them. But then a full list will be reeling out the bid. But just to let you know that it's the first time we're having 2 English players win this coveted trophy. What does that mean for the 3 Lions?
It's meant we've always known that the English has good players, but one of the issues they've had is bad manager. A manager who could actually blend these good players together to get a result from them. So they all deserve the award that was given to them yesterday. They all perform very well compared to some other players in the league last season. So the English team actually they have one of the solid teams in the world as we speak, but blending has always been the issue. Let's see who comes up next as the England manager, and let's see what he's going to do with the boys.
Well, in the women's category, Manchester City's Khadija Shaw secured the Player of the Year award, and Manchester United's Grace Clinton was also honored as the Young Player of the Year award. So the Professional Football Association has also named this Premier League Team of the Year, and that has David Raya of Arsenal in goalkeeping. Defenders include Kyle Walker of Manchester City, William Saliba of Arsenal, Gabriel of Arsenal, Virgil van Dijk of Liverpool, and then forward Phil Foden, Man City, Erling Haaland of Man City, Oli Watkins of Aston Villa. In midfield is Rodri of Man City, and Declan Rice, Manchester United, Martin Odegaard of Arsenal. Arsenal has more players than any other team in the Premier League League Team of the Year.
Just smiling when you
No, Arsenal had a very
when it's good to smile, so you just live longer and look younger. It's thanks to Foden. We'll say thanks to him again. Man City will be maybe 3rd or 4th. So for the 11 players, Premier League players, only 5. I was thinking maybe 9 or or 8.
Mm.
It would have just been a national team.
Well, let's talk about Chelsea.
Okay.
Chelsea.
And 11 players.
Chelsea. Well, some surplus.
No, I know.
But then they've signed Conor Gallagher.
Gallagher just left.
They've sold
Gallagher. So you have the numbers reduced.
So the question, why did they sell him?
They've asked Raheem Sterling to go and sit in the boys' quarter. I mean, what happens to Raheem Sterling? That's what bothers me. He left him out from his squad ahead of the first leg of the Europa Conference League against Servette. And of course, his representatives, were talking very tough. They were really upset. Speaking about Raheem Sterling's exclusion, in the match against Manchester City. So we want to know what your plan for this bloke is. And then it feels as though Raheem Sterling is one of the persons who will be receiving the hammer. So, but then what next? What is the plan of this new coach, Enzo?
The transfer market is still open and ends at the end of the month.
Yeah.
Then for some other climb, maybe they'll give you extra 1 week to wrap things up. So Sterling and his management make the best out of it. The thing is this: there are over 40 of them. And the coach has to pick just 20 something and register. And in a match, there are just 11. Then others substitute. So he can't always go his way. But that tells you that there is a management that is talking tough. And they represent their players. That also makes it clear that sometimes the player might not be very good, but because there is a management that is pushing to have that face out there, you always see the person play. E.g. Maguire. I didn't go there. But all the same, we know something for sure. Chelsea will need to offload. If not, then you have to send a whole lot back to loans.
Yeah.
But the issue is when you offload in this kind of issue, you might not know when you offload who you should keep.
Yeah, true.
Well, sadly, these are sad times for some teams who don't start early enough to start planning.
But I'm still wondering, why would the coach come in and start buying players? He has gotten up to over 11 players now. You keep buying and buying and buying. You came and you met some players there.
Is it him who is buying?
I think he made a request for it. If he doesn't want them, though, they won't come. I am very sure if he tells the board, I don't want this player, people want to sign, they won't sign him. But they bring a player to you and we want this player, and you go straight and you just bring him in. So it feels...
You sound pained.
No. The thing is that you have a lot of young guys in that team before you start bringing other younger ones. Why don't you try out these ones you have? That's why we had the preseason. Even before preseason...
At what time did Maresca even come on board? For how many weeks?
He came before preseason started. So I'm sure
he came after gaining promotion.
Immediately.
And he was stolen.
Chelsea can actually get anybody.
Yes.
They like one thing about the Chelsea
they like getting the body.
Yeah, they like one thing about the Chelsea scout is that they don't really stress themselves. They just relax, and I think this guy did very well. Let's just get him.
No, that's not how they roll.
If Arsenal is going for Arsenal is going for it
now. When you do the scouting, they do the buying.
But yeah, okay, Liverpool is going for him. Get him once. Immediately they just from behind and they get the player. So,
well, the UEFA Champions League qualifications are on the way, and games were played yesterday evening, where Bodo Glimt beat FK Savannah Zvezda 2-1. Dynamo Zagreb beat Karabakh FK 3-0. And we saw Slavia Prague lose to Lille by 2-0. We also had qualifications in the Conference League, but today there's going to be some games in the qualifications as well. The UEFA Champions League, where FC Salzburg are away to Dynamo Kiev. FC Midtjylland will play host to Slovan Bratislava. Malmo FF and Sparta Prague will play. And Young Boys against Galatasaray with 3 tackles. All of these games at 8 o'clock today. From there, real quickly, let's run and let you know that some transfers that have been confirmed. Of course, we told you that Atletico Madrid has signed Conor Gallagher from Chelsea. He joined Chelsea at the age of 6 and went on to make 90 appearances, scoring 10 goals. I don't want to do the average. But then Atletico forward João Felix also is set to move in the other direction after Chelsea agreed a fee in principle for the Portugal international. But then he has more goals under his loan spell in West London, coming up to 20. Southampton have completed the signing of Portuguese midfielder Matheus Fernandes from Sporting Lisbon. And the Southampton paid a sum of £15 million for that. 20-year-old Portugal under 21 have penned a 5-year deal and with the Saints and featured 5 times for Sporting's first team and made 28 Premier League appearances. So great stuff coming from them. We hear that Fulham is set to sign Crystal Palace centre back. There's a deal that's not been agreed, and Denmark defender will have a medical today before completing the return to the club he played for on loan in 2021-2020 season. Now, Chelsea may make a late approach to sign Manchester United and England forward Jadon Sancho. Liverpool have submitted an improved £34 million offer for Valencia and Georgia. Well, Paris Saint-Germain have offered Manchester United a chance to sign Uruguay midfielder Manuel Ugarte on a season-long loan with an obligation to buy. What was it? Sounds like old Broja is dead and gone to his grave. So I don't know.
I think he did that because he knows that deal is not actually work. It's not going to work.
It's not feasible.
For Chelsea moving for Jadon Sancho. It's not going to. I'm very sure even Sancho won't want to go to the club. I'm very sure about that. Sancho won't want to move to.
The question should be, man, you should just leave this Sancho guy.
No. We are not. The thing is, okay, fine. The percentage of him leaving is like 40.
Man, you should leave him alone.
So to have a lot of people in the front.
Why did you bring him back from the loan? He wanted to stay where he was. He was doing well. You brought him back from Germany. Now you kept him.
No. If Dortmund really wanted him, they would have actually
extend the loan. Dortmund did not have the money to pay for what you guys wanted to collect.
Then is it our fault?
Is it your?
He's our player.
So
he's Manchester United player. So they
now you bring him back, and the trouble continues. He's quarreling with the coach. He's making other players redundant, and that bitterness and rancor will flow through the team. So why not just keep the egg that you are not too sure of whether eating or boiling or frying away?
Well, according to Football Insider, Arsenal are holding out for more than £30 million for England striker Edin Keita after rejecting £25 million bid from Nottingham Forest. Is this still integral to Arsenal?
30 is even too much for him now.
Come again?
I think 30 is too much. Don't take it too personal, but 30 is too much for him.
For who?
Keita.
I think even
Keita.
I think we would have even Eddie will manage like 15 for him. Don't look at me like that. You can't punch me.
When is this contract running out?
We hear that Barcelona want to sign AC Milan's and Portugal forward Rafael Leao before this summer's transfer deadline, according to Mundo Deportivo. And of course, Manchester United have not given up the hope of signing Jared Braithwaite from Everton, but accept it is unlikely to happen during this transfer window. Erik ten Hag has shelved his plans to let Brazil midfielder Casemiro leave after being impressed by his preseason and the start of the new campaign. Is he still very important to Manchester United?
If he leaves, then Ugarte has to come. But for Ugarte's deal now, I think they actually want to get him through, get him on loan with the option to buy if performed very well in Manchester United. But it's very certain that Casemiro has to go.
At some point.
At some point, yeah.
You are now saying Casemiro is old.
Though he played very well in our last game.
Yeah.
No. You said Casemiro is old.
He can come and perform very well. Then next game,
so he's not consistent.
He's not really consistent.
How old was he when he came to Man U?
30.
Okay, no, he's now old.
32.
He wasn't old then.
Well, Chelsea.
I think what. Sorry to cut you. I think what Ten Hag wanted then, he need a player with this winning mentality, and that's why they brought in Casemiro. He has been carrying trophy in Real Madrid. So when he came in with that energy, came in with that force.
So what happened to the winning mentality?
Leadership style.
That's been diluted by it.
I think we've got, the boys are used to it. They've gotten it already. So we need someone fresh and someone.
So how about Chelsea clearing out to get over 200 trillion?
How many persons that most of the people that Chelsea even wants to sell are still young.
So they might not be
A
able
lot
to
of
raise
them,
that much.
yeah, a lot of them are still very young.
But is Chelsea broke?
Still very young. I'm not sure if Chelsea is broke. I'm not sure. That's what I didn't do my findings about that, so I don't know if they are broke.
So the FIFA, the FIA rules rather, when they I mean, let's leave that discussion for another day.
If we want to talk about
what impact it might have on
That
Chelsea.
can actually take 45 minutes, and we're still talking about it. If you want to talk about
So
Chelsea,
let's put our feet on the pedal here, the brake pedals, and hold it down.
We are not putting our feet on any pedal.
We just have 3 minutes left, John Rogers. So let me use that to let you know.
Clubs have paid the price.
Let me let you know that Warner Bros. Discovery has secured a UK broadcast deal for the 37th America's Cup. And that's ahead of this week's start, ensuring the event is broadcast in every competing market. And then Sport TV, Portuguese pay television broadcaster, retained its right to the Italian Serie A. It's a 3-year agreement from 2024-2025 season to the 2026-2027 season, and that's an increase on its previous deal. And then the relationship between former world number 1 tennis player and social activist Billie Jean King and US cosmetic brand Elf Beauty proved instrumental in their decision to sponsor the Billie Jean Cup Women's International Team Tennis Tournament. So all of these deals happen in the course of the week, and I'm grateful that some brands are, investing into sports. And then this is a clarion call to brands in Nigeria, in Africa, to invest in sports in Africa, in Nigeria. Put money where your mouth is. There were talks that some brands in Nigeria wanted to go and invest in European leagues. And I've seen adverts of some brands. I mean, yes, you want to reach out to a larger audience in diaspora, but come on, back home. Home is where your heart is. In Igbo, they used to say, Alice in invest here. That's the way I'm closing on the show. I don't know about you.
Once you close, we follow you.
Thank you so much, guys, for coming on the show. Kelvin.
They say Sprite and Ogogoro are the same thing for inside glass. Because they shine the white, but not different thing for inside belly. It's a beautiful Wednesday, and I'm glad we had this conversation, especially with Chooks. I would like to meet him after the weekend.
I did not have your Gogoro conversation. Thank you very much for being there and being part of the show, and thank you for having us.
Well, I look forward to being with you. Same time, about 1 p.m. Friday. We're back. But then let's keep the conversation going on our various social media handle. SOUQ News Television, SOUQ News TV. Start scrolling right there. Let's talk, engage, and of course, share this video. Would love you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Many thanks to those who have ensured that you receive us crisp, loud, and clear. Till we come your way again, bye for now.
Innocent Chukwuma, the entrepreneurial life of the founder of Innocent Vehicles Motors. In the heart of Africa's most populous nation, Nigeria, lies a testament to human ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, founded by Chief Innocent Ifediaso Chukwuma Nwachukwu. Innocent has become a symbol of African automotive excellence. Chief Chukwuma, a self-made billionaire, is not your typical car manufacturer. His journey is a story of resilience, determination, and a burning desire to change the status quo. Apprenticeship. When he did not meet the admission cutoff mark, he easily moved on since he has a flair for trade. His brother, Gabriel, took him to Chief Romanos Eze Onwuka, who was at the time the biggest motorcycle spare parts dealer in Inewi. He was popularly called Ron Jenny. Innocent Chukwuma served as an apprentice for 1 year. Working with Chief Romanos Eze Onwuka enabled young Innocent to nurture his business acumen and technical knowledge. Entrepreneurial journey. Within a year of his apprenticeship, he mastered the art of buying and selling of motorcycle parts and later returned to his brother Gabriel. At this time, his brother has registered Gabros International to trade in motorcycle parts and gave Innocent the sum of 3,000 naira to start the business. With a free hand to run the new venture, Innocent rented a shop and bought the first goods. A year later, Innocent and his brother took stock of both the medicine store and the motorcycle parts business. They found out that Gabros International was generating 10 times more income than the medicine store. His brother then decided to close the medicine store and paid full attention to the spare parts business. Launch of Innocent Group of Companies. Chief Chukwuma's foray into the automotive industry began in 1980. As a spare parts trader, he quickly identified a gap in the market, the lack of readily available and affordable spare parts for vehicles. Armed with this knowledge, in 1981, Innocent Chukwuma departed from his brother and started trading in Honda motorcycle parts. He had his savings and the cash his brother gave him, so he began trading under the name Innocent Nigeria Limited. As time progressed, he started importing motorcycles. He realized that people were buying second-hand motorcycles because the new motorcycles were expensive because they were imported and assembled into a 40-feet container which could only take 40 motorcycles at a time, and this also increased the cost of the motorcycle. Innocent Chukwuma sought out ways to cut down the cost of imported new motorcycles so Nigerians can afford new motorcycles. This he did by importing the motorcycles disassembled so more motorcycles can fit into the 40-feet container and getting them assembled here in Nigeria. With this new idea, he was able to import 200 units of motorcycles in the same 40-feet container and reassemble them upon their arrival in Nigeria. This gave him the edge to sell cheaper than his competitors at the rate of 60,000 naira to 80,000 naira instead of 150,000 naira. The skillful entrepreneur Innocent Chukwuma was the first person that introduced Jing Cheng brand of motorcycles into Nigeria. This was how Innocent Chukwuma's company started assembling branded motorcycles just like Leventis and Bulus Enterprises. Today, the company is one of the major importers, suppliers and assemblers of motorcycles and motorcycle parts in Nigeria and West Africa as a whole. Expansion of the business. As the saying goes, expansion comes from wanting more and more until there is nothing left. The entrepreneur is always innovative, looking for new markets and new ways to sell to his customers. Innocent also ventured into the plastic business. he decided to produce all plastic components in his factories so that more units of spare parts can fit into the container. Today, his plastic factory is one of the largest manufacturers of crash helmets in West Africa and also the largest manufacturer of plastic products in Nigeria. Subsidiaries of Innocent Group of Companies. Innocent Nigeria Limited. The company was incorporated in July 1987 and entered into a joint venture of assembling motorcycles in Nigeria with Chinese motorcycle manufacturer Jingcheng in 1994. They specialize in the manufacturing of motorcycles, tricycles, spare parts and accessories. And the factory is located in Inewi, Anambra State. Innocent Technical and Industrial Company Limited. The company commenced operations in October 2002 with its head office at Plot WL Industrial Layout, Emene, Enugu State. They produce high-quality household and industrial plastics, health and safety accessories, storage container, fixture and fittings, electrical components and accessories. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing (IVM), the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria. One of Innocent Chukwuma's cutting-edge achievements is the establishment of an automobile manufacturing company in Nigeria. The business mogul established the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in the country. According to him, he noticed everyone was involved in motorcycle business, including the Indians in Nigeria, and also the state government has started banning commercial motorcycles due to the involvement of the riders in heinous crimes and high fatalities. So he decided to go into manufacturing of motors. This insight led him to establish Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, a company that would not only distribute parts but also manufacture vehicles specifically designed for Nigerian roads and conditions. In his words, he saw a need, a gap in the market, and he knew he could fill it. And he also believed that Nigerians deserved high-quality vehicles that were built to withstand our unique challenges. Chief Chukwuma's vision extended beyond simply assembling cars. He was determined to create a truly indigenous Nigerian brand from design to production. The company was incorporated in 2007 and commissioned on the 15th of October 2010 by President Goodluck Jonathan at Inewi in Anambra State. Today, Innocent offers a wide range of vehicles from SUVs and cars to buses and trucks. Each vehicle is meticulously crafted with durability and affordability in mind. The company also provides good services for repairs and parts supplies. Innocent Motors versus Guarantee Trust Bank, the legal battle. The legal dispute between Innocent Motors and Guarantee Trust Bank is a significant event in the Nigerian automotive industry. It is also a complex case that has spanned several years and involved multiple court rulings. In 2011, Innocent Motors initiated legal action against Guarantee Trust Bank, alleging that the bank mishandled funds belonging to the automaker. Chief Innocent Chukwuma claimed that GT Bank failed to fulfill its obligations regarding financial transactions. This led to substantial financial losses for the company. Chief Chukwuma sued GT Bank in 2011, claiming the bank owed them a significant sum of money. Now, from 2011 to 2019, the case went through a series of court hearings and appeals. Chief Innocent Chukwuma got his victory when the Court of Appeal in Ibadan ruled in favor of Innocent Motors. The court ordered GT Bank on 29 July 2011 to pay Innocent Motors the judgment sum of 2.4 billion naira with a 22% interest per annum on the judgment sum until its final liquidation. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the court's decision, and in another court ruling in 2013, GT Bank was also ordered to pay 4.7 billion naira to Innocent as restitution for arbitrary charges. Guarantee Trust Bank also challenged the ruling of the High Court at the Court of Appeal, the Enugu Division. In December 2014, the Appellate Court asked GT Bank to deposit 6 billion naira in an interest-yielding account to be supervised by the court's registrar. The money was to be domiciled in an account that will accrue interest, pending determination of the suit. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the Court of Appeal's decision and filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. And in a surprising turn of events, the Supreme Court overturned its initial dismissal of GT Bank's appeal in 2022. The court acknowledged an error in its previous procedure and allowed GT Bank's appeal to be heard. The final outcome of the case is still pending as GT Bank's appeal is being heard. Innocent General Tires and Tubes Company Limited. Innocent Chukwuma expanded his business to include tires and tubes. The company produces motorcycles, tires, and tubes. They produce about 8,000 pieces of motorcycle tires and 13,000 tubes daily. The company's plant is located in Enugu State's southeast region of Nigeria. Boards where Innocent Chukwuma serves. He was made Honorary Life Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mines and Agriculture on the 23rd of November 2013. Innocent is also a Grand Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Strategic Management. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma currently sits on the board of IVM, Innocent Group of Companies, and a member of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. He also serves as a Chancellor at Imo State University, Owerri. Innocent Chukwuma, marital life and family. Chief Innocent Chukwuma's wife is Ebele Chukwuma, and the couple is blessed with 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. In conclusion, Chief Innocent Chukwuma's unwavering belief in his dream as a successful entrepreneur has paved the way for a brighter future, not just for his company, but for the entire African continent. He has inspired a new generation of entrepreneurs to dream big and strive for self-sufficiency. He pursued his talent, he learned skills to improve on his trading abilities, and grew to become a very successful entrepreneur in Nigeria and also in Africa. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma's net worth is estimated at $1.5 billion. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing is more than just a car company. It is a symbol of African potential, and Chief Chukwuma's success story has resonated across Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My yellow pepper, pepper.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors, serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC UTB before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Otumete, City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Cussons. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Cussons PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, T2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Cussons was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defended profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, He is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He's also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association (NECA), Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry (LCCI), and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management (NIM). He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Enri Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshobo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Bede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Molipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikimba one of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu.
The city of Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria, is always bubbling with colorful events, especially during the weekends. One of such events was presented by fashion designer A.O. Afrique as he launched the 8th edition of All White Groove at Freedom Park, Lagos Island, with the theme Groove Meets Fashion.
I feel special today. I feel wonderful. I feel fulfilled. Thank God we did not postpone. And, we would have been telling another story today. It's special thanks to God and special thanks to Mr. Theo, the chief warder, who told me a few years ago that rather than going and coming back to Freedom Park with your products, take a space there. And that was the turning point. An ascending step for the brand. We're glad we're here in front of Freedom Park. Thank you, Freedom Park. Thank you, Mr. Theo. Thank you, Yawa Ababa. Thank you very much.
Beyond music and fashion, the event also showcased AO Afrique's latest designs and a variety of local brands. Pop-up shops and stalls offered attendees the opportunity to discover and purchase unique pieces, further elevating the fashion-forward vibe of the event. The all-white groove once again proved to be more than just a party. It was a cultural phenomenon that brought together people from all walks of life to celebrate African music, fashion, and the vibrant spirit of Lagos. Lavina Emma reporting for SOUQ News Television.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans are trooping to China to study TCM. They are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the IL 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that place. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and sisters who were moved from this place.
Oh, yes.
So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency, because now there's no budget in it. That's why people are not struggling.
Oh, yes.
But very soon budget will come to
yes,
and then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
At a time when Africa has been infiltrated by the much-dreaded monkeypox, and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree killing cholera, the Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos state government under a free health program tagged Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. The program, organized by the Lagos Island local government, had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people see good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCAH program provided free medication, food and healthcare for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
Healthcare generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
The unchecked activities of the touts and extortionists at Lagos seaports and along the economic community of West African states, ECOWAS corridors, have severe impacts on trade facilitation, transport businesses, human lives, the maritime industry, the economy, and the country's international image. Despite promises from the state government and calls for collaboration among government agencies and security authorities to address the menace at Tinkan and Apapa ports, as well as the Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway extension points, continue to increase. SOUQ News found that the number of extortion points along the port corridors manned by both state and non-state actors, which was estimated at 30 by the Nigerian Ports Authority 2 years ago, has increased to about 60. In July 2024, the NPA lamented the increasing extortion activities at Lagos ports, as its investigation identified collection flashpoints ranging from 500 naira to 15,000 naira. From Ijora Olokpa to Apapa port and Mile 2 to Tinkan Island port, there are about 60 points where truck drivers pay between 1,000 naira and 5,000 naira daily. The most notorious checkpoint collects between 5,000 naira and 20,000 naira daily from each truck accessing the two ports in Lagos. Truck drivers I spoke with lamented that they are forced to pay about 70,000 naira daily to access the Lagos ports to these touts and extortionists who use dangerous tactics to collect money without minding the lives at risk. The Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, which is a critical international corridor, also suffers from over 20 extortion points, with each truck paying about 60,000 naira daily. Approximately 3,000 trucks access the Lagos ports daily, each spending about 130,000 naira on extortion, totaling 390 million naira daily. This is a huge loss to the country and its citizens, and yet our security personnel are always there. What a waste. This menace not only causes financial loss to truckers, but also significantly increases the cost of transportation of goods, with customers ultimately paying 20% more. The NPA, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, last month went on a week-long clearing of illegal structures used by extortionists along the corridors of Lagos ports to enhance trade facilities and improve the security and safety of port users. However, the NPA soon decried the resurgence of extortion points along port access routes, noting ineffective efforts to curb the menace. The General Secretary of the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amato, Mohammed Bala, raised the alarm over rampant extortion checkpoints surrounding Apapa and Tinkan ports, with violent activities of both governmental and non-governmental entities on container trucks along port corridors and international routes. According to Bala, these issues severely hamper the progress and stability of trucking operations and the country's gross domestic product, GDP. Bala pointed out that despite his position as one of the largest employer of labor in the maritime industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP and being the lifeline of ports and supply chain, its operations are under constant threat. The General Manager Operations of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NARTO, Mr. Stephen Okafor, noted that extortion activities translated to budgeted expenses for truck owners, contributing about 10% to 15% of their daily overhead costs. He said the cumulative financial loss runs into billions of naira yearly, affecting not only the transport sector but also the broader economy. According to the findings of SOUQ News, these hoodlums compromise safety by climbing onto the trucks, dragging the steering wheel with drivers, cutting container brake hoses, and unlocking container twists, sometimes causing containers and trucks to fall. Bala stated that truck drivers face brutal attacks while their trucks are often damaged, rendering them non-compliant with minimum safety standards. He also mentioned frequent thefts of truck batteries from vehicles queuing along the ports. A truck owner, Collins Ejiofor, told me that an average of 20 truck drivers die yearly due to the activities of these hoodlums. So, what is the federal and state governments, as well as the Nigerian Post Authority, doing? Are they going to fold their arms and watch helplessly as these hoodlums bastardize our economy? I thought we have a Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is this not his job? Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos.
The federal government, through the Federal Ministry of Education, the National Board of Technical Education (NBTE), and stakeholders in the polytechnics sector are finally on the same page about the need for a dedicated commission to regulate polytechnic education. Despite being established to produce middle-level manpower for the country, the polytechnics remain the tertiary institutions in the country regulated by a board and not a commission. In today's news talk, I shall be examining moves to give legal backing to the clamor for a National Polytechnics Commission. I am Bayo Olaoye. The battle for the establishment of a dedicated commission to regulate polytechnics and monotechnics education in the country dates back to the 1990s, when some polytechnic workers, under the auspices of the Polytechnic Lecturers Association of Nigeria, Polycat, and the National Association of Polytechnic Students, NAPCS, started a struggle for a separate commission to regulate polytechnic education. The argument then was the differences in focus and philosophy between polytechnics and universities. Incidentally, the polytechnics appear to be the only arm of the education sector without a dedicated commission, while the universities are regulated by the National Universities Commission, the colleges of education, the primary schools, the secondary schools, nomadic education, adult and and non-formal education, and until recently, Al-Majari and out-of-school children have dedicated commissions regulating their activities. The need for the commission later gained momentum with the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics and Alumni Association of Polytechnics joining the fray. Arising from pressure, the federal government set up a committee in 2010 to review the mandate of the National Board for Technical Education (NBTE) and consider the possibility of the establishment of a separate commission for polytechnics. The Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, however, took the demand for a commission to the next level in 2015 when they embarked on a strike demanding, among others, the establishment of the commission. The strike, which lasted for several weeks, was suspended after the government agreed to address the issues. But it was not until 2017 that it eventually announced plans to establish a National Polytechnics Commission, but the process was delayed due to various factors. The regulation of polytechnics in the country is currently undertaken by the National Board for Technical Education (NBTE) alongside other vocational training institutions. While the NBTE says it is currently supervising 700 institutions, ASUP said the body is currently supervising over 900 of such institutions and is therefore overburdened. The role of the NBTE, which is currently playing the role expected of the Polytechnic Commission, also covered all technical and vocational institutions offering both tertiary and sub-tertiary educational services. They include polytechnics, colleges of agriculture, colleges of health sciences and technology, colleges of nursing and midwifery, specialized institutions for monotechnics, innovation enterprise institutions, vocational enterprise institutions, and technical colleges. A lawmaker, Fred Agbedi, PDP Bayelsa, introduced a bill to establish a National Polytechnics Regulatory Commission into the 8th Assembly, 2015 to 2019. But just as the government's action remained a promise, the bill never went beyond first reading. Just as the agitation continued into the 9th Assembly 2019 to 2023, with stakeholders arguing that a separate commission will address the unique challenges facing polytechnic education in Nigeria. Honorable Agbedi again reintroduced the bill, which did not also go beyond the first reading. Also, the same bill introduced by Farah Dagogo into the 9th Assembly also did not go beyond the first reading, thereby stalling the idea. Historically, there has been serious opposition to the establishment of a National Polytechnics Commission. Some of those who opposed the idea, including some other regulatory bodies in the education sector and academic staff, believe that having a separate commission for polytechnic education will lead to duplication of efforts and create unnecessary bureaucracy. Some others expressed concern that a separate commission for polytechnics will undermine the university system and create a parallel education system. Incidentally, some officials of the Federal Ministry of Education have also argued that the existing NBTE was sufficient to regulate polytechnic education. The Permanent Secretary in the Federal Ministry of Education, Sani Gwazo, spoke of the decision of government to establish the commission, saying that it was long overdue as it would take over proper regulations of the sector. Gwazo, who commended the House of Assembly for initiating the bill, said ordinarily the proposed ministry, adding that apart from coming at the right time, the commission when established will bring the polytechnics in conformity with their counterparts in other parts of the world. He said that the ministry will support every move aimed at putting in place a standard commission that will ensure standards, assuring that the ministry was ready to offer any assistance needed to ensure quick passage of the bill and establishment of the commission. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, said that the National Polytechnic Commission will serve as a regulatory body that ensured standards were upheld across polytechnics nationwide. The Speaker said the initiative was aimed not only to enhance their education but also to promote uniformity and excellence within the polytechnic system, adding that by doing so, we could ensure that graduates from these institutions are well prepared to meet the demands of industry and contribute meaningfully to the nation's economy. I am Bayo Olaoye.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria and, by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ or that, let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, the vice president of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of Pulse television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine. I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it. That's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live in the center of good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the
the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Sheriki, SLG Lagos.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the News Hour on SOUQ News Television, Lagos. I am David Chiedu. First, the major headlines. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us on the News Hour this afternoon. At the ongoing training on strategic insights by Africa Development Studies Center and the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, participants are exploring the power of data-driven decision-making. The facilitator, Maurice Ekong, shared real-world examples to help attendees apply these concepts in their daily work. He emphasized the importance of repositioning as a business strategy that aligns with national interests, urging participants to adopt a long-term perspective and address challenges like corruption head-on. Director of Research and Policy, ADSC, Dr. Idahusau Samanze, also shared his thoughts concerning the state of the country. To reinforce the day's learning, participants engaged in a case study on how to position Nigeria in the Committee of Nations in spite of the challenges that the country faces. In a significant move to address food insecurity in Nigeria, the Rural Electrification Agency, REA, has joined forces with Community Energy Social Enterprise Limited to launch a solar irrigation project. This groundbreaking partnership is to develop solar irrigation system across 200,000 hectares of farmland nationwide over the next 4 years, leveraging the REA's productive use of equipment framework. According to a joint statement, this initiative is expected to increase grain and crop production by an impressive 1.2 million tons annually. Moreover, the project will replace the traditional fossil fuel-powered irrigation pumps with clean energy alternatives, saving an estimated 413 billion naira in fossil fuel purchased by the farmers and dislodging 412,000 cubic meters of fossil fuels. The partnership will also emphasize the promotion of energy efficiency through the adoption of energy-efficient appliances and productive use of energy devices, leveraging sales and credit financing to reach more farmers. The managing director of the Rural Electrification Agency, Mr. Abba Abubakar Aliyu, highlighted the alignment of the partnership with the government's broader effort to end food shortage and promote sustainable development. And to the elections in Edo State, the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has announced that 2,629,025 voters are eligible to participate in the upcoming Edo State governorship election scheduled for September 21, 2024. This figure includes registered voters from the 2023 general elections and those registered during the continuous voter registration exercise held in mid-2024. INEC Supervising National Commissioner for Edo State, Delta, and Cross River States, Professor Rhoda Gumus, made this known during a presentation of the voter registers to political parties in Benin. Gumus emphasized the importance of peaceful elections and urged stakeholders to cooperate with the Commission to ensure a free, fair, and credible poll. Voter card collection will begin on August 22, while the campaigns for the election will conclude on September 19, just 2 days before the polls. And to energy, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, has issued an operational license to the Edo Refinery and Petrochemical Company Limited located in Ologo, Edo State. During the handover ceremony, NMDPRA CEO Ahmed Farouk praised the refinery's efforts and assured continued support from the regulatory body. Shegun Okeni, head of Technical Operations at Edo Refinery, expressed the company's commitment to contributing to Nigeria's petroleum refining sector. He also revealed that the refinery is finalizing a crude oil supply agreement with an indigenous oil company to enhance production capacity. The operational license marks the completion of all regulatory stages, signaling the refinery's readiness for full-scale operation. The development is expected to boost local refining capacity and contribute to Nigeria's energy security, reducing the nation's reliance on imported petroleum products. And now to health matters. Abia State has reported its first case of monkeypox and has responded by establishing a treatment center at the University Teaching Hospital in Aba. The State's Commissioner for Information, Oke Kanu, disclosed at a press briefing that the confirmed case was detected in Isialangwa local government area. Out of 13 suspected cases, 1 has tested positive, 9 were negative, with no fatalities so far. Special Advisor on Health, Ngozi Azodu, emphasized the importance of personal hygiene and avoiding contact with animals to prevent the disease. She urged residents to seek medical attention promptly to avoid self-medication. This proactive measure, she says, aims to contain the outbreak and safeguard public health in the region. And to security, the United Kingdom has donated a cutting-edge counterinsurgency training facility to the Nigerian Armed Forces, to bolster their capabilities in tackling security challenges. The state-of-the-art facility, funded by the UK Ministry of Defence and constructed by British Army Royal Engineers in collaboration with the Nigerian Army Engineers, aims to enhance the realism of military training and improve operational effectiveness. Inaugurated in Ogun State by Major General S.G. Mohammed, representing Chief of Army Staff, the ceremony was attended by British Deputy High Commissioner Johnny Baxter and Brigadier Martin Leach. The event featured a demonstration operation by the Nigerian Armed Forces and a detailed briefing on the training setup. Deputy High Commissioner Baxter reaffirmed the UK's commitment to Nigeria's security and development, highlighting ongoing support through training and equipment. This initiative is part of broader efforts to address insurgency and foster regional stability. And now to aviation. Nadi Hector, Secretary of the Joint Aviation Trade Unions Forum, has confirmed the cancellation of the planned nationwide protest by aviation workers scheduled for August 21, 2024. The protest was initially organized in response to the federal government's demand for a 50% cut in the internally generated revenue of key aviation agencies, a move that the unions argued would negatively impact the aviation industry. However, following the president's intervention, the revenue deduction was cut down to 20%. Hector described this decision as a step in the right direction, which led to the union's decision to halt the protest. The aviation sector had been on edge, with workers across Nigeria preparing to stage demonstrations to express their dissatisfaction with the initial revenue cut. The unions had warned that such a significant reduction could cripple the industry, affecting services and operations. Similarly, the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, has announced that negotiations are ongoing to resume cargo flights between Nigeria and Saudi Arabia. While discussions have progressed, no final dates have been set for the resumption. In an interview, Keyamo emphasized the complexity of the negotiations, particularly regarding international diplomacy and protocol. Keyamo highlighted that the decision to resume cargo flights was reached during a recent visit to Saudi Arabia, where he met with his Saudi counterpart. The initiative aims to enhance trade relations between the two countries and also to bolster Nigeria's aviation sector. The resumption of cargo flights is expected to improve trade logistics, benefiting businesses reliant on swift and efficient cargo transportation between Nigeria and Saudi Arabia, with an aim to also drive economic growth and development. Aviation sector continues to prioritize such international partnerships to drive economic growth and development. And now to mining. Zimbabwe has imposed an immediate ban on riverbed alluvial mining to safeguard its water resources and combat environmental damage. Agriculture Minister Anxious Masuka announced the ban following a cabinet meeting, citing issues such as water pollution, siltation, and degradation of river channels caused by the practice. This measure comes after a previous ban in 2020 was not fully enforced. The ban is expected to significantly affect the gold mining sector, as over 60% of the country's gold production comes from small-scale miners who rely on riverbed mining. In the first half of 2024, Zimbabwe produced 17,279.4 kilograms of gold, up from 16,855.4 kilograms the previous year. Despite this increase, the government's decision reflects growing concerns over environmental sustainability and the need to regulate mining practices more effectively. And South Africa's inflation fell sharply to 4.6% year-on-year in July, a more significant drop than anticipated, raising expectations that the South African Reserve Bank will lower interest rates next month. This marks the lowest inflation rate in over 3 years, down from 5.1% in June, and aligns closely with the SARB's target of around 4.5%. Economists have forecasted a smaller decrease, making this outcome a surprise that strengthens the case for a rate cut. The SARB, which has struggled with inflation above its target since mid-2021, might now consider a 25 basis point reduction in its main policy rate during its September meeting. Some analysts suggest that the central bank might even contemplate a larger cut given the economic circumstances. Inflation on a month-to-month basis was recorded at 0.4% in July, up from 0.1% rather, in June, indicating ongoing pressures despite the overall drop. And now to energy. Sonatrach, Africa's leading energy company based in Algeria, is expanding its reach into Europe through the KRK liquefied natural gas LNG terminal in Croatia. This strategic move aims to bolster Europe's natural gas supply and underscores Sonatrach's growing influence in the global energy market. Sonatrach, which exported $77 billion worth of oil and gas last year, plans to use the KRK terminal as a key entry point for its European operations. The terminal, located in Omišalj in Croatia, will facilitate the delivery of LNG to European markets with potential future connections to Italy and Spain via submarine cables. Hungary's MOL Group, a significant player in the regional energy sector, is also involved in this expansion as it has secured access to Algerian gas through agreements with the MET International and MVM Hungarian Electricity Works, enhancing Hungary's energy security and strengthening regional energy ties. This development aligns with Sonatrach's broader strategy to penetrate markets in India, Brazil, and North America. And now we'll take a look at some of the major stories making the rounds in the Middle East after the break.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well, ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back to SOUQ News Hour. Now let's take a look at stories making the rounds in the Middle East. Qatar Airways Group has acquired a 25% stake in Airlink, in Southern Africa's leading independent regional carrier. This strategic investment underscores Qatar Airways' commitment to expanding its presence across Africa. Airlink, serving over 45 destinations in 15 African countries, will enhance its code-sharing partnership with Qatar Airways, strengthening the latter's growth strategy on the continent. Qatar Airways Group CEO Badir Mohammed Al Mir emphasized the significance of Africa in the airline's future plans, highlighting Airlink's resilience and growth potential. He expressed confidence in the partnership's ability to drive economic success and provide greater efficiency and capacity for both carriers. Airlink CEO Roger Foster welcomed the investment, noting that it will boost growth, operational scale, and marketing reach. And I will bring you some more stories on the foreign scene after the break. Welcome back. On the foreign scene to the capital markets, European shares remained flat today as investors awaited key updates from the U.S. Federal Reserve and anticipated revisions to American labor data. The Pan-European SOUQ 600 index held steady at 512.74 points, recovering slightly from a 5-day losing streak. Regional stock markets showed minor gains between 0.1% and 0.2% basis. Basic resources led the gains, rising 1.2% as Shanghai aluminum futures hit a 5-week high amid tight raw material supply. Verstappen saw a notable 3.8% increase following an upgrade by Morgan Stanley, while Algon and Sonova Holdings AG experienced declines after disappointing earnings report and stock downgrades. With no major European economic data released, the market's focus remains on the federal government's upcoming minutes, expected to reinforce a dovish stance and potential downward revision to U.S. labor statistics. This cautious optimism reflects broader global economic uncertainties while highlighting the resilience of specific sectors within European markets. And elsewhere, Chile's SQM, the world's second largest lithium producer, has announced a significant 63.2% decline in its quarterly profits due to persistently low lithium prices. The company's net profit for the second quarter of 2024 dropped to $213.6 million, falling short of analysts' expectations of $296.7 million. Despite achieving record high sales volumes of lithium, SQM faced challenges from substantial decrease in metal prices, exacerbated by weak global demand for electric vehicles and high borrowing cost. Ricardo Ramos, CEO, anticipates this pricing trend will continue, with current lithium prices in China approximately 20% lower than the previous quarter. The company is reevaluating its expansion plans and market strategies in response to these conditions. While SQM remains committed to its growth ambitions, it will navigate a tough market environment where some competitors may cut back on production due to economic pressures. And global markets experienced a pause on Wednesday as investors awaited key U.S. economic data, anticipating potential interest rate cuts. Asian shares dipped, with Japan's Nikkei falling by 1% before recovering slightly. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index dropped by 1%, driven by JD.com's 10% drop after Walmart announced plans to sell its stake. The US dollar weakened, pushing the euro above $1.11 for the first time this year. Bond yields also declined, with US Treasury yields hovering around 3.81%. Expectations of a Federal Reserve's interest rate cut fueled speculations, with markets pricing in a 25 basis point cut next month. Commodity prices remain stable, with Brent crude at $77.12 per barrel and gold near record highs at $2,516 an ounce. Investors are closely watching U.S. labor data and speeches from Federal Reserve officials seeking validation for a potential soft landing for the global economy. And elsewhere, Australia's central bank is set to cut interest rates as inflation data shows a significant drop. The Reserve Bank of Australia, RBA, will be scrutinized ahead of its September 24 meeting, with July's data expected to reveal headline inflation falling within the 2 to 3% target range for the first time since 2021. This decline is largely attributed to the government's $2.36 billion in rebates and grants aimed at easing cost of living pressures. Despite the easing headline inflation, core inflation remains persistently high, prompting the RBA to maintain its stance against rate cuts. However, market expectations are shifting, with a 42% probability of a rate cut by September and an 84% chance by November. The global trend towards rate cuts, with central banks in the US, EU, and Canada expected to lower rates, further intensifies the RBA's dilemma. As consumer sentiment deteriorates and financial stress rises, the RBA's forthcoming decisions are set to be pivotal. And to stock stories, Walmart has sold its 5.19% stake in JD.com for $3.74 billion, marking a major shift in its investment strategy. This decision ends Walmart's 8-year involvement with the Chinese e-commerce firm, allowing it to concentrate on expanding its Sam's Club warehouse businesses in China. The sale reflects challenges in the e-commerce sector, including price wars and weak consumer demands, which have hurt JD.com's stock value down nearly 70% from its 2021 peak. JD.com's shares fell over 10% following the announcement, highlighting investor concern. Now, despite the sale, Walmart and JD.com plan to maintain a commercial partnership focusing on data sharing. Walmart reported a strong 17.7% revenue increase in China, driven by Sam's Club growth. The move underscores Walmart's strategy to capitalize on its successful operations in China while navigating the turbulent e-commerce landscape. And to some energy stories, oil prices have declined, driven by rising U.S. crude inventories and easing Middle East tensions. Brent crude fell 0.1% to $77 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude dropped 0.2% to $73 per barrel. U.S. crude oil stocks increased by 347,000 barrels last week, according to American Petroleum Institute data. This rise in inventory suggests a potential oversupply, which could exert downward pressure on prices. However, gasoline and distillate stocks saw declines, which may offset some of the bearish sentiment. Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's recent Middle East visit, aimed at negotiating a ceasefire in Gaza, has contributed to a reduction in geopolitical risk. The possibility of a ceasefire and a U.S. bridging proposal to mediate the conflict between Israel and Hamas has dampened oil market volatility. In China, persistent economic challenges continue to impact global oil demand, adding to market uncertainties. And now to sports. Manchester United and Paris Saint-Germain are close to finalizing a transfer deal for midfielder Manuel Ugarte, with the summer window closing soon. PSG is open to a loan deal with an obligation to buy, allowing Manchester United time to secure funds for the transfer. Ugarte, who has expressed a strong desire to move to Manchester United, has settled personal terms, and discussions are ongoing with both sides optimistic about concluding the deal before the deadline. The deal aligns with Manchester United's strategy to strengthen their midfield, while PSG aims to offload a key asset. Concurrently, United is preparing to finalize the sale of Scott McTominay to Napoli, which could provide the necessary funds for Ugarte's acquisition. This move highlights the shifting dynamics in European football as clubs maneuver within the constraints of the transfer market. And now for more in sports, the National Youth Games, originally set to begin on September 10, 2024, will now commence a day earlier on September 9. This adjustment, announced by Minister of Sports Development, John Owan Eno, aims to avoid conflicts with the Edo State gubernatorial elections on September 21, which would impose travel restrictions that could impact participants from the Southwest. The rescheduled games will take place at the Stephen Keshi International Stadium in Asaba, with zonal eliminations scheduled from August 28 to September 1. Online registration will be open from August 24 to 28. The minister commended the Delta State government for its support and readiness to host the event, emphasizing the importance of addressing minor facility renovations to ensure a smooth competition. The 8th edition of the Games will see athletes under 15 competing in 36 sports, reinforcing Nigeria's commitment to youth development and grassroots sports. And that's the news at this hour on SOUQ News Television. Many thanks for joining us. I am David Chiedu. Good afternoon.
My findings have revealed that after accounting for the current inflation rate of 33.40%, the effective value of the new wage is just 52,473 naira 76 kobo, representing a reduction of approximately 25.04%. This erosion of purchasing power undermines the intended benefits of the wage adjustment. Despite a slight increase in the inflation rate from 34.19% to 33.40% and a marginal drop in food inflation from 40.87% to 39.58%, the costs of essential goods remain high. Recent market data in Lagos highlights substantial price increases. A bag of rice now costs 80,000 naira. Beans are priced at 140,000 naira, and staples such as yam and bread are at 6,500 naira and 1,700 naira respectively. Protein sources have also seen significant increases, with eggs at 5,000 naira per crate, chicken at 5,500 naira per kilogram, and turkey at 8,000 naira. Fish prices have surged as well, with shower fish at 2,500 naira per kilogram and Titus fish at 5,500 naira per kilogram. Other staples include gari, palm oil, and groundnut oil have similarly experienced price hikes. For an average Nigerian family of 5, 52,473 naira 76 kobo is barely sufficient to cover food expenses for a month. With food inflation at 33.9%, approximately 39,335 naira will be spent on food alone, leaving only 13,335 naira for rent, transportation, healthcare, or school fees. This situation forces families to make difficult choices, such as reducing meal frequency, delaying rent payments, or foregoing necessary medications. The challenges are particularly severe for households headed by women, which represent approximately 18.8% of all Nigerian households, with a higher proportion in urban areas, 21.4%, compared to the rural areas, 17.1%. The financial strain on these households underscores the broader economic difficulties that persist despite the wage increase. Many Nigerians are adopting coping strategies to manage economic pressures, although this often comes with a significant cost to their quality of life. Common measures include cutting back on non-essential spending, reducing meal frequency, skipping medical appointments, and postponing the purchases of clothing and household items. The current economic situation highlights the need for more comprehensive measures to protect the purchasing power of the Nigerian worker. While the wage increase is a positive step, it is insufficient on its own. Effective strategies to control inflation are crucial to ensuring that wage increases result in tangible improvements in living standards. There is, however, a silver lining in the sky. Inflation has started to decline after nearly 2 years of persistent increases, thanks in part to efforts by the Governor of the Central Bank, Yemi Cardoso, and his team. If the government can sustain and build upon the mechanisms that are contributed to this decline, Nigerians may see a meaningful improvement in their wages. In conclusion, while the minimum wage increase is a commendable initiative, it is a mere drop in the bucket when addressing the broader economic challenges facing Nigerian workers. To truly uplift the lives of the working class, a comprehensive approach is required. This includes not only wage adjustments, but also measures to boost productivity, create decent jobs, and improve access to affordable housing, healthcare, and education. Without consistent and effective policy interventions that tackle the root causes of economic inequality, the initial optimism surrounding the wage increase will dissipate. It is imperative that the government prioritize the well-being of its citizens by implementing decisive strategies to secure a better economic future for Nigerian working population. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His root is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
Sir, I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing. And got somewhere, not there, right? So in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course. Okay, and the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university counselors, SOUQ classes, and directing. Since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the Exton University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in a garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above, you understand, instead of starting. A lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Akers' major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of SOUQ Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, SOUQ Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing WHQL certification, showing SOUQ's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey.
So if you look at the growth of e-commerce in Nigeria and Africa, it's been mostly driven by the sale of digital products. So you have people who are trying to sell smartphones, computers, such like. So that's what kind of like drove the rise of e-commerce in Nigeria. I wasn't surprised that SOUQ through Udala got involved in that space, but I was surprised that they took over a company as big as Konga. You know, if you are selling something and you have your own small space, not to say that Udala was small, so if you take over a bigger player in that market, it means that one, your own company is healthy enough and your balance sheet is robust and you have the might to absorb a company as big as Konga. Secondly, it gives the opportunity to show the world what you already have. Now, Konga at the time was a bigger e-commerce site than Udala was. Certifications by nature is validation from your peers, from your industry observers, from users and competitors alike. So having that type of certification validates the idea that SOUQ has done well in this regard. What it also does is perhaps you'll be able to access more funding from investors, access a bigger market. So if you have this certification, it's proof that your products are of a particular quality and standard. That tells users that this is not just a regular product, this is a product that is worth its title, and having that type of certification for SOUQ validates their idea, you know, is proof that they are doing something that is right, and by and large improves their market share, which is what they've been able to do by having this certification.
Dr. Akers' entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company SOUQ made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Akers' strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by SOUQ in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with SOUQ's retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga.
So having taken over Konga, you already know that SOUQ through Udala has a bigger platform to show their products, and was smart in that they retained the name Konga. It would have been slightly difficult to completely rebrand since Konga already had that familiarity, that brand awareness. So it gives SOUQ and Udala an opportunity to use the large Konga brand name to scale up their operations. So whereas Zynox was selling direct to consumers and through Udala, they now had Konga, that is a big marketplace for sellers across the African continent. That's one of the advantages of absorbing and taking over a big company such as Konga. But by and large, is proof that you've been successful at your business, to do the computer hardware business and be successful at it, and then move into the e-commerce space before now taking over a larger brand name. And it just improves, the brand essence and the equity of Zynox.
Leonard Stanley Eke also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Eke's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflects his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Eke's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent, but they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur. He hasn't started, he has expensive cars. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership, Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
The awards that Dr. Leo has received are in order. You find out when you read a story or go through it, this is somebody that started out with a graphic artist and desktop publishing outfit, and then many years later is comparable to all of the innovators in the world. You look at them, Steve Jobs, then Bill Gates. These are people that have built things from the ground up. There's no more deserving innovator than Dr. Stanley Eke for receiving all of these awards. In a society like Nigeria and Africa, where it appears that role models are in short supply, when you have innovators like Dr. Leo, who have spent their time, resources, and their life building from ground up, innovating, constantly doing things, it shows that these things can be done. So imagine a Dr. Leo being one that does this thing. It means that 100 more innovators can be like him. And that's the only way we can build the society that we want. It's not enough to have outliers like him. We appreciate it, but the most important factor is that he's representative of things that are possible. And looking at him and all the awards that he's received is proof of that.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century, because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We tell you, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to your show. This is SOUQ Pulse, and you know already, this is SOUQ News. Here we are all about positive programming. But when time comes, we talk. Like we always tell you, don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter where it is, where it's happening, what is happening, who is happening to, who is involved, who is not involved, to what extent businesses are doing well, be it loans, be it agriculture, be it policies, be it development, be it infrastructure. We ask, we talk, we ask again, we talk, and we never stop asking, and we never stop talking. This is the home of talk, because when we talk, we seek solutions, and in those solutions, answers that will provide businesses that will cure those particular problems are there in the businesses, are the profit. It's always a race. Let's not get that ever off our minds. We must bring products to the market, not always as consumers, not always as buyers. And in this particular statement, I'm referring to you, me, Africans. That is who we are. And we must get up and get counted. Today on SOUQ Pulse, we'll be going somewhere that has to deal and touch a whole lot of things happening in Nigeria and neighboring countries. Because this particular issue is one that is biting hard. And unfortunately, when it hits, it affects our neighbors, no matter how far they are. They depend on us on this. We also depend on them on a whole other level, on other issues. But this is affecting every one of us. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. When we return, I will get to tell you where we are heading to, because you are feeling it as I speak. And we'll get personal. Don't go anywhere. This is SOUQ Pulse. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse. Now, today it is me. When you hear me say me, I mean it is me and my thoughts. Questions I really need answers to. Questions you also need answers to. Thoughts that are likely going to keep me awake all night. So I verbalize it. I put words to them and will ask those questions today. So you will not see a guest. But one thing for sure, you will see yourself in every question mark that come at the end of every sentence or a phrase. Because we will ask these questions. Are we going to look for answers? Yes, we've asked it. And we will look out for it and make sure our questions count. Where are we going to today? We are asking ourselves this first premise, which happens to be our topic. And that is where every other thing will stem from. Why do we have fuel queues again? I'll repeat it again. Now, for those within the borders of Nigeria, why do you have fuel queues? Again, for our neighbors, majorly those towards the north, Niger, Benin, some other parts of Cameroon, they depend a lot on Nigeria for their PMS, for their diesel. Now, over time, there has been a relationship. How that works out, it depends on how close you are to whoever is marketing, who's distributing. But it has worked out for every of these good neighbors of ours. Then we had issues. Now we have issues again. So This is where this starts. Me, you asking these questions. Why are there fuel queues? If you go around the major cities of Nigeria, starting from Lagos to Abuja, Port Harcourt to Benin, Haura Namoda all the way to Owerri, Aba all the way to Ondo, what you get to see a lot are black markets. Now, when I say black markets for petroleum products, you see people selling fuel in kegs. Is this the way forward? Now people must survive. You will say, yes. Have we thought about the risk to their lives, to their loved ones, to people's properties? Because most people selling in those kegs are majorly, they don't look like people that will own houses. So they are renting. And later part of the day, these things will be stored in people's houses. How safe is it? From the person that owns the house to the person that took it there in the first place. Why are there queues? Now, these are things that are stemming because there are queues in the first place. Do I have answers to that? That is what I'm asking. Why do we have these queues? We want and must get productive. That is the basics of us being a people. You work, you put food on the table. You feed yourself, you feed a family. You get productive, you're able to employ the next person. You grow a business, you scale it up. Then you can be able to influence your immediate community. Then you can be able to influence your state, your nation. Then you can export. Then it counts. Now, to what extent are these queues costing our productivity? This is the questions I want every one of us to start asking. We are getting productive. We must get productive. Now, to what extent are these queues, fuel queues, costing our productivity? I ask you this. Let's start from the basics. For you that will watch later, for you that is watching now, for you that is going to be part of this conversation at a later time. Be it when you leave and it's ringing in your head. How is commute to work? How has it been? It's you. It's me. You paying off the salary you're being paid. You paying off the business, no matter how big or how small. How has the commute to work been with these queues that have surfaced again? Then for you that has scaled up your business to a particular place, or you that is a farmer, or you that is in production, or you that is making sure that your company gets the product to work on, how has transporting goods and product affected productivity? These are areas we all need to look at and not just let it fly over our heads. The everyday paid laborers, how have they fared? Now, a lot of times when we talk about what's happening in the economy, we forget that somebody needs to wake up in the morning and what he feeds himself or his family with is what he works off that day. You can call it living from hand to mouth. That's left for you. But people in this category, how have they fared? Can they be able to get up and get to those particular businesses? Those places where they put their energy down for a day's wage. How have they fared? These are considerations and things we must think about. These are questions we must ask before we escalate it. It's a day of questions. Is me verbalizing my thoughts? Is me expecting you to also do the same? We need to be responsive to issues like this and take responsibility and own it. It's our problem. We can't run away from it. This is where we are. If we refuse to own our problem, then how are we going to seek solutions? Let's ask ourselves again, what is the role of NMPCL in all this? Yes, you heard me right. What is the role of NMPCL in all of this? Over the years, we've had a corporation and they have been mandated and charged to oversee this sector. Now, we can give excuses from now to tomorrow. We can write white papers from now till tomorrow. We still have to ask this question. Is NNPCL still the sole authority in charge of licensing and procurement of refined products into Nigeria? Who exactly is responsible for making sure that products are imported? Who exactly is responsible for giving out licenses for whoever, whatever corporation, whatever company ends up bringing product, refined petroleum product into Nigeria? If we can answer that question, then that takes us to the next one. Does NNPCL have an overlord function on local refineries? Now we've looked at, okay, who is bringing in? Okay, what about those refining here? If your answer, depending on your yes or no, whatever it is, let's ask ourselves the next question. Have they delivered on this mandate? When you send a child to school or acquire a skill, you expect the child to get back. If it's a skill, the child should be able to have a knowledgeable working practice of that skill. If it's school, the child should be able to come back with a result. It doesn't matter the grade the result is in, but the child should be able to come back. Okay, I spent 3 years, I spent 4 years, and I graduated learning this. This is my result. This is what I have resolved to also go ahead and do this result. Now, NNPC has been there all this while. If we say those are their mandates, have they delivered on it? Now, do we see their activities as a paid service to the nation? And also, do they also see their activities as a paid service to a nation? And when we say a nation, to Nigeria, is all questions. Questions we have to sit and seek answers to. Then if all this have really been answered by you, if all this have really been asked by you, let's also ask a question. If we expect businesses to do well, if you say my business will do well, if you did not open a business to run a loss, why is NNPCL in business? It's been how many years that we've had NNPC before it turned to NNPCL? So why are they still in business if we are still having fuel queues? Why are they still in business if refineries are not working? Why are they still in business if the local refineries that have been built are not working? Why are they still in business if we are looking for dollars to go and import fuel after over 25 years? Why are they still in business? These are questions we need to ask. These are questions we need answers to. These are questions that should be able to wake you up at night and you ask this question. Why are they still in business? Who exactly are they serving? I guess you didn't see that coming. This is SOUQ Pulse. When we say let's talk, we talk. Who exactly are they serving? Are they serving the Nigerian government? Then who is the government? That is where the next question comes. Are they serving the Nigerian people? Or is NNPC serving NNPC? So who exactly are they serving? What is the government doing? Or what has the government been seen to be doing? Because a lot of times when we read the prints, we get to see a whole lot of headlines and you ask yourself, is this government or is this NNPC? Are they two different people? Is NNPC accountable to government or is government accountable to NNPC? Is NNPC a Nigerian enterprise? Is it a Nigerian agency? Or they are lords over Nigeria? Are they different? Are they really there to work for the betterment of the nation? These are questions that we just have to keep asking. Because if we say we want to get productive, then we can't be docile. Why do we as a people see abnormalities and call it a Nigerian factor? This takes us back to the whole question that have come out on the NNPC. Why do we wake up every day and sleep every day and say, after all, Niger, after all, there is a queue. You spend 4 hours in traffic because of a traffic in front of a pump station and you can't get to work. Emergency is blocked and you just go and come back and it's normal. Is it really normal? For everyone that is watching today and you're asking yourself, in truth, these questions, we also need to first ask ourselves, how normal have we normalized abnormalities? To what extent do we see what we should stand up and say no to and wake up and say, no, don't worry, we'll go and pray? We'll go on a very short break. When we return, we'll go to a second part of this particular questions and mind-boggling issues today, because you won't get to see someone else apart from you. And like I will say this, if it's possible, pick up your phone, your screens, kill it, look at it, you see yourself, ask yourself these questions. And if you happen to be at home, there's a mirror, look at that mirror. Because if there's a problem in this country, it is you, me, that have refused to do the right thing. We're going on a very short break. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But In all this, you just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse, and it's me and you. Now, we are looking and asking ourselves directly, why are the fuel queues back again? And that has taken us to several questions, from those that were base down to the mid-level, down to the NNPC part of it. Okay, now let's take it a notch further. On the very first day, our president, Siwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, assumed office, the president announced removal of subsidy. Now, that particular event came with loads of economic hardships. Now, government on its part, the president on his part, also initiated several interventions. Did it trickle down? That's question for another day. Did he get to the states? Those are questions for another day. Did he do the right thing? Those are questions for another day. But now the question that has troubled me in this last queue that I am witnessing, we are actively living in, is this simple question: are we back to square one? If the president says that he had a plan to take subsidy away, save money for the nation, beautiful. Where are we now? What happened between the first day he assumed office and made that announcement, made that pronunciation, and things went this way to today? Because the fuel queues are back. There are things that you can't deny. You can't deny when you're hungry. It doesn't matter how spiritual you are. You can't deny when malaria hits you. That is the highest killer in Africa. Not bullets, not HIV/AIDS. Malaria. You can't deny it when those chills at night keep you up. And you can't deny it when you are trying to run away from traffic in Lagos because fuel queues are back. So that brings us to this question: are we back to square one? Was the subsidy regime really vacated? Now, we had several press publications that told us that this amount of money has been saved over time thanks to the subsidy removal. What are these staggering figures published as payment for subsidy from the time it was removed and as of 2 days ago? Let it sink in a bit. Who exactly has been telling us the fact? At this time, who should we believe? Is somebody holding the president's arm? Is NNPC stronger than the presidency? These are questions we need to ask. Is it a presidential issue or is it an NNPCL issue? I'll ask that question again because it keeps my mind up. What are these staggering figures published as payment for subsidy? For those that are still wondering, between August in the publication is in almost all the major prints, all the major sites. The sad part is even the foreign publications are also carrying it. So from August 2023 to this particular period, as I speak with you, we are looking at paying 6.808 with some other points behind it, trillion naira. Yes, you heard me very well. Trillion naira. I was trying to make a calculation and I asked myself, how much was our budget that was proposed this year. Comparing that to these figures we are paying for subsidy. So if we say from August 2023, which means someone has not been telling us the truth. Which means there is a comma somewhere, not even just question mark. That now takes us to the next. Who is getting the subsidy payments? Who exactly are those getting the subsidy payments? If we wake up to see this particular publication, we should also wake up to see the numbers, the names, and everyone getting this particular payment. Then ask ourselves this question: to what degree are these people, these companies, really committed to the transformation agenda of both this particular government and the nation itself? Is this case really a subsidy problem or a corruption case? Issues that keep me up late at night and I can't sleep. Issues that affect not just anyone, everyone. If you call yourself a Nigerian, then it affects you. Except if you are the one that is corrupt and collecting this subsidy payment. Except if you are the one that is picking off the back of government. Except if you are the one that is really not interested if Nigeria gets productive or not. Except if you are the one that is eating off the sweat of over 200 million people. Why can't we question? What is stopping us? There is a particular line I've learned over time in this particular studios, where I call him a learned fellow, and he always emphasizes that citizen diplomacy is an answer to a lot of things. Citizen diplomacy. The people of a community, people of a country standing up together and asking questions, getting counted. Not just praying. Somebody will say, Chooks, why are you always saying praying? Because that is a wrong narrative that has been sold to us over time. The Holy Book says prayers without works is dead. Pray all we want. Then what is next? You work. You stand up and ask questions. You stand up and hold somebody accountable. Not pray and relax. No. Now, if citizen diplomacy is serious, then we cannot be docile. We must ask questions. We must seek answers. And we must collectively demand better and make sure we get answers. We have sent people across the entire 774 local governments to go represent us. They owe us answers. The man in Kaura Namoda, I wonder how you're getting fuel. I'm smiling because I know that the desert is very close to you. The man somewhere in Potiskum, I wonder how it's happening to you. If Lagos can be this tense, I wonder what fuel is like in your own side of the divide. The man in Ecom, how? There are no fuel farms or tank farms very close to you, which means somebody has to ferry and drive long distances with tankers to bring it to your end in a nation that is this blessed. So we ask questions. Like I said in my opening, it is me and my thoughts. Questions I really need answers to. Thoughts that are likely and will keep me up all night. So I verbalize it. I put words to it. And I ask you to do the same thing. We need to ask questions. This is SOUQ Pulse. And we must come together and make things work. We keep talking. We never keep quiet. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. SOUQ Pulse will be back tomorrow. Have yourself a beautiful evening.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
The city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location, connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services, with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17 May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union (UPU) and an assistant inspector general police (AIG) in the Nigerian police force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Fuels, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. he did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then, upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of these businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion in 2005 during the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with SOUQ Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IOTO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope and trust in the future, Igor plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsavory moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of its crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration, this dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contract and based revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains: philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Salome Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, SOUQ based in France, topping the ranks of the Chelsea 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch a Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Tupeni, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Igor remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Igor Charles Sanomi. According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors, serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and the United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC UTB before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Otimete, City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Customs. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Customs PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, T2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Customs was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as Chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defended profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank plc, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills plc. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa plc as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries plc as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, he is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, he is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club. some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Akbashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Ere Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshoboland, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Bede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba one of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Erukuland, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu. The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My yellow